signal to the
Yep.
YouTube studio.
All right. I hit the button. We're live.
Oh, you're doing it now? I thought we were waiting 2 minutes.
What?
YouTube studio.
Why would... No. All right. I hit the button. We're live. I
you're
didn't
doing
catch
it now?
that part
I thought-
because I'm trying to edit stuff and I'm so distracted right now. When you
Yeah.
said you're going live, I thought, oh, hit the button.
No, yeah, I was like, I'm gonna test
Because-
the connection. I'm gonna make sure
The-
YouTube signal's receiving connection.
I'd prefer not to do it that way, just in case that screws up, like, the YouTube side of it. You know?
No, I don't, because that's how I've always done it to go live to YouTube.
Oh, well. No.
It was an echo because I didn't have the video itself muted, Granius. So I made sure I jumped in and did that real quick. I didn't expect we were going live right that second. There you go. Early release, Pog. Yeah, well, there you go. Early release to STAG.
Yeah, this makes up for all the times we've ever been late.
Well, no, that's not true.
Yes, it is. Right, so much for getting that done in time.
Nee. So
That's
welcome.
fine. I can still do some of the visual editing and stuff while the stream is going.
Kinger's like, all the times, Cree?
Yeah, it's all the times. Why? What?
Yeah.
What?
Bro, you guys are early. I know.
Accidentally. I hope everyone's doing well today.
I am doing... I exist. There you go.
Existing is a good thing to be doing.
Absolutely. And here we have Creed, claiming that being early once makes up for being late 50 times. Yeah, it's gonna be Vincent Martin's gonna be with us forever. Because he's such a fucking joke that, you know, he's just the joke that keeps on giving.
Yeah, that's what we were talking about just before the stream started anyways, because, spoiler, the Vincent Martin video is almost done.
Yeah.
I'm hoping to release it for tomorrow.
Yep.
$2
from Dry Complimentary. Thank you very much. I'm doing bad. My dog died from Ligma. Who the hell is your dog?
Ligma balls.
No!
Creed poisoning the water supply. Yeah, that's what I was in the middle of saying. We were talking about just before the stream started, due to confusion, that the Vincent Martin memes I don't think will ever end, because they're just such juicy fucking meme content for the community.
Absolutely.
It's hard not to make fun of someone that fucking inept at everything they do.
It really is, yeah. It's like when you watch somebody and the light says green to cross the road and they immediately trip, but then instead of getting back up, they just start pushing their face along the pavement to get across the road in time. It's just like, what the fuck? You just can't help but watch and pull your phone out and record it because it's like, oh my god.
Someone trips and falls and they do the worm to cross the street the rest of the way.
Yeah. Instead of getting up and brushing yourself off, so they'd be like, okay, yeah, shit happens, you know. No, just stay face down. $5 from a guy under a bridge. Thank you. What's wrong? Don't you like Fortnite 2? Or, I mean, Saints Row 76? Saints Row 2022 is complete and utter dog shit. There is not a single redeeming thing about it. There was a redeeming thing about it. And then that got fucked. And the one redeeming thing was the Nawali. And then he went crazy for some reason. And I don't know why.
Stag, any quick thoughts about Rings of Power? Or are you going to leave it for later? We're a bit behind on the episodes right now.
Yeah.
But the current consensus, as far as I'm aware, is it is absolute dog shit and is only getting worse.
Yes, that's been the.
After we watch episode 5, there's a video we could cover, a short video where a guy we've covered before says the show is great and it's only getting better and better. It's like, dear fucking god, what are your standards that you think it's getting better?
Yeah, it's actually getting worse. Every episode is worse than the last, and apparently episode 7 is like some like unholy reckoning thing where everybody, including like the people that were being way too forgiving of it, like Angry Joe, are coming around like, no, this show is absolute cancer AIDS. It's like, yeah, it really is. Welcome, uh, Geiger, who's been a member for 5 months now. Thank you.
Oh, thank you.
Greetings, fellas. While writing this message, I'm stuck in the train, so I'd like to say thanks for giving me something to listen to. Well, there you go.
Thank you.
And Dry Complimentary sends a $2 sticker.
Of a happy-looking dog. One that looks similar to Rags, but he's missing his glasses, and it looks like he's giving a... That's not a thumbs up, it's like he's pointing upwards or something.
You are number 1. Taiwan, number 1.
Oh. And Dry Complimentary also joined Owl membership earlier, so thank you.
Yeah.
And
Rage vs. Emil for 12 months as a member of the Owl Squad. Thank you very much. I was watching the Vincent Martin video, and I don't think anything made me want to off myself more than his video.
it is truly a masterpiece. You can't deny the utter brilliance of his video. It is amazing and completely flawless in every way.
Mirthful says, Section Cree, Rings of Power is not meant to be good. It was made to shit on Tolkien. Please stop giving this garbage attention. Nobody thinks the show is good. We're gonna give it attention by calling it shit. That's what Amazon doesn't want. Amazon doesn't want people talking about it. That's why Amazon keeps silencing everything.
Yeah, Amazon was removing negative reviews from IMDb and from their own sites and stuff. They've been trying to avoid... Like, this is a disaster for them that's getting criticized as much as it is.
Yeah. To the point that they're even paying shills to try to turn it around, and that's backfiring on them horrifically. It's like, well, it's truly fucking just awful, awful show.
I don't know if you saw his video, Setch, but a few weeks ago, Az did a video covering the Star Wars super fans. Sorry, not Star Wars super fans, the Lord of the Rings super fans, who haven't made a single video on Rings of Power since the super fan event.
Yep.
I love when Vincent went, it's Mincent time, and created a new fallacy.
Yeah. Well, there was somebody did a fallacy earlier, and I wanted to grab that. Where is it?
Uh-oh.
Alright. Creed, poisoning the water supply, kicking the burden of timeliness down the roads, shaking my head, typical Creed. You're scarecrowing me, Creed. That's a logical fellatio.
That's exactly what I mean. Those kinds of memes, I don't think they're ever gonna fucking die. I love them.
Yeah, they won't ever die, because he's so inept that he would actually say that unironically.
And we have evidence of it!
Yep.
Here's Creed spiking the well can down the road. It's like, what the fuck? How are you fucking up this badly?
Yeah. It is a thing of, like, insanity. If you guys haven't seen the Vincent Martin video, I'd argue don't watch it. You'll get to see it. You'll get to see it when we tear it apart. Is Pagan dead? Yes, Pagan is a shadow creature. They are dead. We are currently witnessing the silhouette of Pagan's soul.
Funny, that's what mine feels like.
See? He can't speak for himself anymore.
Anyways, we should probably get on with the video.
But do we have to?
It's kind of our job at this point.
Yeah. Oh, the PC's not upgraded yet, Threadnought. It's got a lot of parts to go. That's why the second bounty's in place. That's why there's more bounties coming. Alright. Pagan's off seeing Chrysalis. We know what he's up to.
What is going on, you little assholes? I actually wasn't planning on making any videos about Saints Row the Reboot that comes out today, but I've been seeing a bunch of people online, whether it's on YouTube, making reviews.
Wait. I just realized what he just said. I wasn't planning on making a video about Saints Row the Reboot that comes out today, but I've seen a lot of people in reviews. Well, hold on. So
That sounds like he just
haven't
fucked up
played
his
it?
sentencing. Like, that he should have said that came out today, not that comes out today.
No, I don't mean that, but the... So you've played the entire thing, have you? Already, sir?
Oh.
Everything?
Well, I mean, it is possible to finish it in a day if you have the fucking mental fortitude to play the entire thing in a sitting.
Or the lack of intelligence enough to stop to realize that it's killing your brain cells.
God, I forgot about this video. I watched this,
Oh, there you go.
and I already know where this is going. Oh my god.
Yep.
Speaking of the lack of intelligence thing, Setch, it reminds me of that Simpsons episode where Lisa's testing. Is a hamster dumber than my brother? Or sorry, is my brother dumber than a hamster? The hamster touches the electrified pellet and doesn't touch it again. Bart touches it over and over and over, the cupcake. Over and over and over again. And later in the episode, he has a fucking PTSD fit as he just crumples to the floor shivering. Because he's too fucked up to touch the cupcakes.
Oh, God. Geiger says, Pagan, if you're in hell, tell Lucifer he'll get his money first thing next week.
Oh.
No, you could tell him yourself when you come down here.
It's warm and toasty.
Holy fuck, no, not a Saints Row reboot praise. They're very few and far between. We've already covered
Yeah.
a terrible one. We thought we'd cover another because this game still pisses me off all this time later.
This game is so bad that even the game's journalists are having a hard time defending it.
Yeah.
Which is hilarious. Because remember, games journalists have no integrity. So it's just amazing that even they are having troubles, like, coming up with anything, like, positive to say about this absolute wretched pile of shit.
When there is no more room in the circus, the clowns will rule the earth. I guess the circus ran out of room a long time ago.
Yep.
Reddit, Twitter, whatever. People are shitting on this game, and I just don't necessarily agree with a lot of the points that they're making. So I had to come on.
That fucking abortion of physics!
Yeah, Saints Row 2022 has no idea what physics are. Like, it doesn't operate within any sense of reality whatsoever.
Now, obviously, we're not saying games have to have a totally realistic sense of, like, physics. It doesn't... A lot of games don't have 100% realistic physics. That's fine.
Yeah.
But when you go immediately into fucking cartoon logic like that, yeah, it kind of throws you out of the experience. When the world is otherwise fairly normal.
Yeah, what are the stakes and everything? What's the consequences of doing anything? Like, when a guy who doesn't wear a shirt can have a wingsuit and fly around and stuff like that, okay, so what? How the fuck? I guess
Even physics itself doesn't want to be associated with this pile of trash.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, that's understandable.
Absolutely. But again, because you can just do all this cartoon logic bullshit, it's like, okay, what are the stakes for anything whatsoever? If cartoon logic is just what we're operating with here, then can anybody really die? Oh god, you'd be fucking shocked. Oh. We'll get into it. He'll have to talk some nonsense about, like, the story or whatever, so we'll have to get into bullshit like that for sure.
Yeah, but if he made this video the day it came out, then odds are
It's gonna be
he didn't get very far into the story.
Yeah. $2 from Guy Under a Bridge. Thank you very much. It's the physics of 5-year-old applies to Hot Wheels. Yeah, pretty much. Oh, that just super quick tangent. I swear. Reminds me when I was a little kid. I had one of those voice recorder things from the Home Alone series. You know, the gray box with the black microphone that sticks out and everything. And I was recording a traffic accident. You know, I was just smashing Hot Wheels around. And then the car went into the intersection and hit the other car and flipped over and spun like this. And at the time, totally logical because, you know, it's a childlike mind wondering and everything like that. When I listened back to the tape, I'm like, I can't see anything. Well, no shit, young me. It's a voice recorder, you fucking idiot. Oh, God. Yeah, there you go. There's a small tangent.
Here and defend this game. Do not listen to all these people. I'm going to tell you why in a second. I feel like this game has had a preconceived notion about it since the moment we saw the first trailer. What was it, like over a year or two ago?
So let's talk about that trailer quickly, because I remember seeing it when it came out. I remember the tone being completely fucked. And
Yes.
what we got is exactly the kind of garbage I imagined getting from that trailer.
Exactly. People were calling it Saints Woke from that trailer. We were calling it the fucking college hipster dropouts, you know, form a gang. And it turns out we were mostly right. It was college hipster. I'd say dropouts because they're all mentally fucking retarded. So college hipster dropouts, and they don't really form a gang. They form a club, a book club, essentially. They are not criminals. They do criminal things, but they go out of their way to constantly not be criminals and be not labeled as criminals and, like, try to set their organization to be up like a business where they have to pay their employees. It's like, what the fuck?
Yeah. Is it woke, though? Yes.
Oh,
Yes.
absolutely. It is hardcore woke.
Beyond... There's definitely woke media that's far worse than this in terms of pushing the message. But this, early on in the game, they start pushing, oh, my environment, oh, my student loan debt, stuff like that. Later on, you
corrupt corporations.
Yeah, I don't do business with a morally bankrupt corporation. Later on in the game, there's a cutscene where the player character talks about, like, oh, you know, some middle manager with no skill shouldn't be telling you what to do. You should do, I don't know, you should work for our gang.
Yeah.
It's really dumb and annoying. And there's even one part of the game I found out where the player character goes, ah, smells like privilege. It's like, Jesus Christ, shut the fuck up.
Yeah, it's so bad. The trailer gave us everything we needed to know about the game, and everyone who said their thoughts on the trailer were completely vindicated once
Once the game
the
came out.
fuck yeah, when the game came out, it was completely correct. But also, that is the job of a trailer, is to give you an indication of what the product will be like and whether or not it's for you. So having preconceived notions about the game through the trailer is not a problem. That's literally the job of a trailer.
Mm-hmm.
$5 from a guy under a bridge. Thank you very much. This means that at some point, a bunch of actual gangsters came along and either killed or drove these kids off to use their assets. Fun to imagine. Dude, you will not be surprised the number of times that I was praying that one of our fucking chucklefucks would die. I was praying that Eli or Kenny or whatever her name is, because she's such a non-character, Nina would fucking die. I was like, please, for the love of God, let them die.
This game would have been a lot better if the three roommates and the player character all died within the first 3 minutes of the game, and they were replaced by, like, actual characters.
Yeah,
you don't need
the Nawali before he goes fucking insane.
Yeah, and you don't need to bring back Johnny Gat, but a character like him.
Yeah.
Oh, and have the game actually be about fighting the enemy gangs rather than just fucking about and doing nothing.
Yep. Oh god, and that gets into the whole characterization thing. Like, Jesus Christ, the stereotypes in this are beyond fucking racist and sexist and homophobic. Oh boy.
Don't you mean like how the bisexual character is a
It's somebody
fucking
who can't,
degenerate who fucks everyone?
yeah, who can't keep his dick in his fucking pants. And it's funny because you know we're gonna have this people that are gonna be like, oh yeah, well I show you Shandi, ha, checkmate, atheist. And it's like, okay, Shandi's was treated as a fucking joke that she really needed to stop doing that shit. She was too easy and loose. And in fact, it becomes a fucking plot point when they have to go against Vogel. When they have to go against Vogel and everything, and then they're like, well, they all look at Shandi, and Shandi's like, what? And he goes, haven't you slept with a guy or something? And she's like, no.
Haven't
Like,
you slept with anyone
fuck.
who works in the pyramid? No.
Yeah, and they're like, fuck, well, I guess we gotta do this the hard way then.
Yeah.
Shandi was an actual character too. Yeah,
Yeah.
that as well.
I did like her constantly getting credit for everything Pierce did. Pierce was always doing the ideas, and then Shandi would say it, and he's like, oh, this is a good idea, Shandi. He's like, what the fuck just happened?
Yeah.
Shandi had a good idea. That was my idea. Hey, stop trying to take credit for Shandi's ideas.
My favorite one is when Shandi calls Playa and is like, oh, hey, I've got this information about the shipment coming in. And then Pierce calls after and tells the information to Playa.
Yep.
At which point Playa's just like, yeah, Shandi told me. Shandi knew because I told her. Yeah, tell her I said thanks.
Yeah. And he's like, what the fuck? I'm like, oh my...
Yeah, it's fucking hilarious. It also helps that she breaks it down into layman's terms and shit, where Pierce will give like this whole fucking like speech, like this whole spiel about how great it is and shit, and then she'll just say, "Okay, so we're gonna do this and this," and then your play character's like, "Wow, that sounds so simple and easy. Yeah, you're right. Let's do that." Pierce's like, "That was my idea."
My favorite one is the casino heist against the Ronin.
Yeah.
Where he's coming up with all these things and explaining how they're gonna do this sneaky peeky like they're gonna get in, get out, and everything. And then Johnny Gat goes, so why don't we just go in the front door, kill some fucking people, I'll blow it up, and we'll go inside. I was like, that's a good idea, Gat. He's like, what the fuck?
Yeah. Like, let's just go in and shoot all the motherfuckers.
Oh, dude. Yeah, again, and again, we're not saying that Pierce and Shandi and Johnny Gat are like super deep, well-written characters, but they're people. They have characters. They have flaws. They're able to tell jokes off of each other, and it works because of who they are. And then when you have serious moments like Aisha's death or the funeral, it still fucking works, and it's so much more fucking impactful.
Yeah.
Holy shit, the funeral was so good. Johnny Gat's speech was so fucking good.
Well, just compare the funeral to the mission where Nina's car gets destroyed.
Yeah.
It's like, there's no comparison in terms of writing. You know Johnny Gat and Aisha, and, your character, Playa obviously cares about Johnny Gat without going, oh, I care for you because you're my friend, and shit like that. But these are characters you know, and then there's just so much more impact than, oh, my mom died, this was her car.
Yeah,
Wah.
I used to drive her to chemo. It's like, okay, that's the first step on the note to go into a character. You're a one-dimensional character. You got anything else? No? Well, that's sad. By the way, it's only mentioned once. Well, twice, technically. It's mentioned once in the entire game, and then it gets brought up as like a refrain in the end to show how meaningless the characters in the new Saints Row 2022 are. They can be boiled down to a single object.
Yeah.
Oh, God. And that is
Yeah,
their
Eli's
entire
was the fucking whiteboard. That's how little there is to him as a character. It's his whiteboard that says, oh yeah, our gang, we need a logo, we need a name, we need a base.
Yeah.
That's her character. Wow, how pathetic.
Yep, absolutely.
Personally, I think it would have been a lot better if Gat needed to pay his rent. My favorite mission in Saints Row 2 is the one where Johnny Gat is like, I'm not coming up with an example right now. Oh,
Where Johnny
I
Gat
don't.
had to go pay his parking ticket.
I don't want to work for Ultor because they're a morally bankrupt company, and that
Yep.
makes me sad.
Oh God, yeah. They're all so pathetic. They're all so fucking pathetic. It hurts. And there's a whole thing that we have to talk about when it comes to them running a gang. Like, Jesus Christ, they try to run it like a business. Like, the boss has to pay the underlings. It's like, that's not how fucking gangs work, you idiot. It's the other way around. The gangbangers on the streets are going to pay the enforcers for protection. Because the enforcers are going to then have their back because they're paying the enforcers. The enforcers are going to pay the lieutenants their protection money so that the lieutenants have their back. The lieutenants are going to pay the captains. The captains are going to pay the underbosses. The underbosses are going to pay the boss. That's the way it fucking works. You kick up the rung. You don't go to the enforcer and be like, hey, I want some money. No. You earn your money. That's why they call you a fucking earner, you idiot. You're the one going out and doing the jobs. Then the enforcer comes and takes their cut. That is your protection fee to the enforcer.
Do you threaten or blackmail the landlord in Saints Woke? No, you don't even see the landlord.
Yeah.
And I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, but you can't rob the stores either. Because in Saints Row 1 or 2, if
Yeah,
you
you
pulled
can't.
out a gun and aimed it at like the cashier of a store, you'd have to keep the cursor over them, but they'd walk into the back and open the safe.
Yep. You can't rob any of the stores.
And from what I've read, the actual heist missions, you don't do the heist. You sit in the car while the NPCs do it.
Mm.
Great fucking game there.
Oh, even better though, you go and rob a payday loan place, a low cash advance place, and then you don't even use that fucking money to pay your rent, which is the reason you fucking robbed it to begin with. Oh, god damn. It's just,
That's the kind of thing I'm willing
shit.
to ignore just because that's something that can happen off screen. Paying the rent.
Yeah, but I mean, they make it a big deal. You know what I mean? They're like, oh my god, we're gonna be able to pay rent. We're all gonna get kicked out of this really shitty apartment. It's like, okay, so let's go rob a place. We got a bunch of money. Now we're gonna pay the rent. It's like, that's a lot of fucking money for the really, really shit apartment. Like, this does not scream like this is a Silicon Valley fucking, up its own ass neighborhood where the rent's gonna be like $20,000 a fucking month or some shit.
Well, it also would help if one of the roommates actually had a job that paid money instead of working for a gang that doesn't believe in money. Even though, when you kill them, they all drop money.
Yeah,
A little bit of a contradiction there.
They all drop money. And then they all have neon helmets that are really expensive, and bikes that are really expensive, and cars that are really fucking expensive, and a yacht, a mansion. The idols, all the gangs in Saints Row 2022 are fucked.
Yeah.
But yeah, Alex Hoffman with $20. Thank you very much, sir. I have slept with many men, women, dogs, cats, and cattle. On an unrelated note, I am no longer allowed to be near farm or old person homes. Well, stop being a degenerate. There you go. There's our advice. And $5 more from Alex Hoffman. What would be your guys' gang names? Owl Boys Rise Up.
I don't know, because that's not something I've ever really considered, because I have no intention of ever joining a gang.
The Lounge Lizard. There you go.
I feel like a lounge lizard is like a racist slur for Argonians.
No, it was a term for singers and stuff like that.
No, I know, but like in a world where lizard people exist, I feel like that'd be like the equivalent of a racism word.
Maybe. Alright. Okay, so we'll grab this real quick. Five Canadian maple leaves from Adam Riley. Thank you very much. In GTA 5, 10 years ago, you can stick up a store. Saints Row 2022. Sit in your car and enjoy the experience. Yeah.
Yeah.
I feel like this game, it's like nowadays people just love to hate on anything they can. They're nitpicking stuff.
Oh, fuck's sake.
No, it's because we're tired of just going along with the flow. We're tired of all you fucking consumers out there and people that don't think just bringing down the experience for everybody.
All right,
It's so
so
fucking annoying.
I need. I'm pretty sure I've said this before, but I need to say it again. When people start saying shit like, "Oh, it seems like everybody nowadays hate everything," or they're just nitpicking things, I can almost guarantee you that this person doesn't know what the fuck they're talking about in the slightest.
Yeah.
First of all, nitpick. I hate how overused nitpick is as a way to
deflection.
write off legitimate criticism, because
Yeah.
a nitpick isn't something that's invalid. A nitpick is a valid criticism that is
Doesn't have a
too
big
small.
impact.
Yeah, it's pretty much insignificant. Like, how much does the level of water in a cup change between shots when it's just a cup of water that isn't used for anything? That would be a nitpick. What most of these criticisms aren't nitpicks. When we talk about how stupid these characters are, for, example, robbing a store and not wearing a mask and even having your shirt off when you have tattoos of waffles on your fucking chest, that
Yep.
is not a nitpick.
Yeah, that's a major fucking problem.
And this is one of the most fucking common, like, things these people defending media say towards criticism. Oh, you're just nitpicking. It is so fucking irritating.
Yep. $5 from Captain Professor Dr. Horatio Fellatio Flungus McDingus III. Thank you. Salve, creamy sis of toes. Today's emperor is Didius Julianus, who was emperor for 2 months before being killed. The only thing he did was screw the economy.
Well, I could see why they killed him at least.
Yeah. Oh, the economy's going to fucking. It's that guy's fault. Time to get rid of it.
Too bad things don't work quite that way anymore. Not saying that for any reason, of course.
Yeah, no reason whatsoever.
Yeah, of course not. None.
But anyways, yeah. Also, the statement that everyone just hates things these days is such a stupid thing to say, because, again, it just seems to me like it's writing off criticism
Which
as nothing more than hate.
It is.
Like,
That's
you realize when
deflect.
people get critical of things, it's not someone who woke up one morning and thought, you know what, I'm going to hate this thing because I like hating things. It's probably because they've got genuine issues with it. I don't hate Fallout 4 because I decided, you know what, fuck that game. I hate Fallout 4 because I love the Fallout franchise and I want it to be good. And I have a problem with many of the issues that game has.
Yep.
The same thing here too. Is like people are being more vocal about their criticisms of it now because we're tired of these fucking people that are literally the consumer brains. The I had fun, therefore good. More of this. Please stimulate me. It's like, no, fuck off. We want actual, genuinely, like, good content. We want good, thought-provoking things. We want things to be well written. Things that actually have time and effort put into it.
Yeah. We don't. It's not that people hate everything. It's that they hate stuff that is shit. We're just tired of bad stuff. We want more good stuff, and the only way to do that is to complain.
Yeah. And
it also happens to be a very common thing when a lot of the big franchises go down the fucking shitter. How many beloved franchises have we seen get worse and worse and worse over the past decade or more?
Yeah.
Aliens, Predator, Star Wars, Doctor Who, Star Trek. There's a bunch of others I can't remember off the top of my head, but you know what I mean.
World of Warcraft.
Yeah, World of Warcraft, Game of Thrones. Though I have heard a lot of good things about House of Dragon, I'm probably going to check that out.
Yeah, I've heard nothing but well, I've heard tons of bad things. I should say nothing. But from the people I actually like respect their opinions enough, I've heard that it is shockingly good. The trailers didn't do it justice. It is genuinely a really really good thing. And the one actress has no idea what she's fucking talking about. Because there was one of the actresses on House of the Dragon did the whole like this episode was a statement on Roe v. Wade, and then you watch it and it's like, no, it fucking isn't, you dumbass.
Well, not only that, the episode necessarily would have had to been recorded before that whole thing earlier this year.
Yep.
What an idiot. God, I hate these fucking dumb people who get into these things.
£5 from Threadnought, thank you very much. I wrote a screenplay for you guys. Creetosis is a furry, said Driftscar. It's true, I am a furry. Creed. I knew it. Pagan.
No.
Yeah. But it's a shame that so many people will just applaud for absolute garbage. They'll just fucking clap like seals and demand more because they have no standards and they'll literally watch anything.
Yes, it's what we saw with the Mandalorian. Oh my god, Boba Fett. I remember Boba Fett. Oh, I was so happy when Boba Fett showed up. It's like, oh god.
Yeah. Ugh.
Oh jeez. $100 from Alex Hoffman. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I want to thank you guys for making such great content. It has really been my go-to to relax. Got a son on the way, and running my own farm at 19 years old will do that to a guy. Oh, but you guys are lots of fun to listen to as I work on my house. Keep up the great work.
Yeah,
Chat?
I know how that feels.
Yeah. Well, also chat. That is what it means to be a man. So, get out there, do work, provide for a family, and now he's gonna be raising his own kid soon, his own son coming. Well, there you go.
Yeah. He's younger than me and way more responsible than I am. Very much appreciate.
Yes.
I don't have a kid. I don't have my own kids, but I do watch my uncle's kids, or at least I did back when they were coming down here. But which
Yeah.
as of like a week ago, they no longer are because of an incident that happened. That is absolute bullshit that I'm dealing with, and I'm probably going to end up losing my house. But whatever.
Yeah. There's a lot of shit happening with Pagan.
Yeah.
Kurochi says Christian value streamer. See, I don't even think of that as like Christian values. I just think of it as just having good values as just a person in general. Especially because it's somebody who's actually providing something essential for everybody. There's not a single person on the planet who doesn't need farmers.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Oh, also I should ask, what kind of farm is it? Like, are you raising like horses, cows, what? Because yeah, we've gone through so many. We did raise cows, then we started raising horses, and we continued to raise horses all throughout. While the farm was still running. We tried emus a couple of times. That was a mistake. Don't get emus. Just trust me, don't. They're not worth it.
I don't know why you would risk emus when an entire country lost a war to them.
God,
Yeah,
they are
twice.
I could see why like you would fucking want to kill them all. I hate emus. They are the fucking worst. They're so fucking terrible. Like,
I think it was
they should have genocided all of them. Seriously, I fucking hate.
Oh my
emus.
god!
I'm pretty sure it was oversimplified that when he did his 2 wars and things, like, the thing you need to understand about emus is, number 1, they're big. Number 2, they're fast. Number 3, Number 3, they're mentally retarded. And number 4, they're built like a fucking tank. So, they have these things, they don't think they just smash through fence and stuff like that. It's like, oh my god, look at all this grain, there's no fence nearby. Which is why Australia declared war on them and started trying to kill all the emus, because they were destroying all the farmland from all the farmers and shit. But they're built like fucking tanks, so they could take like 20, 30 bullets before they would bring one down. It was like, Jesus Christ.
What the fuck?
Yeah.
why Australia? What is No, Australia doesn't exist. Fuck off.
Exactly.
What the
That's
fuck
why,
are these birds that could take 20 to 30 bullets?
yeah, it's because they're just built different. They're just stupid.
They fucking
they're
suck.
just stupid.
Every time I had to go deal with one, God forbid they jumped the fence. Oh my god, when they would jump the fucking fences, and then you'd have to go get them. You basically have to take a fucking riot shield, and because good luck trying to like, you could get behind them and try to grab them, but good fucking luck, you basically have to grab them by the neck. But when you do that, they want to kick you, and they have goddamn raptor claws, so you have to basically hold a riot shield while you hold this thing's neck and drag it. I'm like, God, I fucking hate you, little shits. And then once you get them in there and get them back into a pen, they start doing their goddamn thumping. The fucking thumping, it never ends. They're so goddamn loud. You can hear it from your house.
But before you explain exactly what the thumping is, the first image that popped into my mind, and I know this is completely retarded, is that they just start slapping their head against the ground, causing a thump sound.
I
And
wish
they would just start doing it rapidly, like thump, 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 thump.
No. So that'd be hilarious. I would love it if they would just like bash their own brains in and kill themselves. I wouldn't have to deal with them anymore. But no, what they do is they do this weird thing with like their chest, their like diaphragm, where they just like, I don't know what it is. I'm not a biology person. I don't know exactly how they do it. They just emit this loud thump from their bodies, and it is just the loudest fucking thing. It's like a bomb. It sounds like a bomb going off in the distance. No matter how close you are to them, it sounds like it's like in the distance, but it's just this loud thump, and it like reverberates through your house, and it travels for miles, and it fucking sucks. It's just this really loud noise they make, and they do it whenever they're like upset, and it's just like, oh my god, would you shut the fuck up? It's like, I put you back in your pen. You don't get to run around in other people's fields and destroy it. I don't care if you're upset about it. Shut the fuck up.
Yeah. And the reason the Australians had such a hard time with it, because again, this is just after they got back from World Wars, and they're coming back to do all their farming and everything like that, and their crops are getting attacked by all these emus that are destroying the fences, and then the rabbits and other things will come in because now all the fences are destroyed. But they sent out military units to go fight the emus, but the emus, because they're stupid, but they're also really fast and they can take a lot of punishment, shockingly, they would get like their first volleys of shots off, and then the emus would all be running, and they'd be running way faster than anyone could ever keep up with. You needed to be in a fucking truck going at full speed to keep up with these little bastards. So they're like, okay, so we need to use machine guns. Machine guns? Yeah, we need Lewis machine guns. So they started using Lewis machine guns to mow down the emus, but they were only getting 1, 2, or 3 because then they would scatter in every direction. So like, okay, this isn't working because, you know, we can't, the machine gunners obviously are not going to be able to run and keep up with the fucking emus. So we're going to mount them in the back of a truck.
Yep.
So they're driving through on these trucks that have machine guns just jury rigged to the top of them, but they're not stabilized or anything.
So when you say they've rigged machine guns to the truck, you know what I'm picturing in my mind?
Some fucking what is it, heavy metal bullshit where it's literally strapped in, and the guy who's driving it has the shifter, and he just pushes a button on it, shoots machine gun.
No, I'm picturing fucking Halo Spartans on the back of a warthog chasing down these birds, trying to gun them down and fucking failing.
Yep.
I just imagine like ISIS terrorists like chasing down fucking emus with a 50 cal strapped to the back of a white pickup truck.
Oh god.
Hey, maybe that's how we can defeat them, though.
Just send ISIS after them.
No,
I meant the other way around.
Yeah, send emus into Iraq and Afghanistan.
No, you don't understand. The emus are a greater threat.
That's what I mean.
We need to focus on them.
God, it's just so fucking fun. And again, because none of it was stabilized, the guys are shooting wildly. They're not accurate at all. I think one of the trucks even flipped over.
Oh my god.
Yeah, and
another thing.
It's just getting so much worse.
So God, they're so fucking retarded too. They are so stupid that you basically cannot intermingle them with other animals, especially other like chickens. You wouldn't think that would be something like you wouldn't think that they would like have this deep hatred for birds, for other birds. But no, apparently fucking roosters and shit, like it, they square up to them. Like, like how other roosters will square up to each other. They think that like they actually get upset at this tiny little bird that barely reaches their fucking ankle for like stancing up to like in their area. They will just lose their shit and kill it. And it's like, what are you doing? Like, it's a fucking rooster. Are you fucking kidding me? It's not even half your size. Why are you getting so upset and chasing them down and killing them? And it does it with everything. Like, they're so
shit.
stupid. They are fucking retarded.
Yeah, I see. I accidentally sniped Coolio System when I was going for the bot. Fuck.
Should be fixed now, though.
Yeah.
$2 from Dry Complimentary. Thank you. Heart goes out to Pagan. Pagan yes emote.
Yes.
$5 from Alex Hoffman. Thank you. A 200 milking cow dairy and 100 beef. Wow, that's a lot of cow.
Nice.
5 pounds from Happy Nihilist. Thank you. I hate idiots like him. Negativity bad. Be positive. If you want to be positive, no matter how badly you're treated, go be a slave. You'd be good at it. Fuck.
Yeah.
That got
God.
spicy, but yeah, the whole be positive, don't be negative thing is fucking annoying.
Yeah, that's that always look on the bright side of life song, and they're talking about how, and it just gets darker and darker. I'm just like, oh. All right.
Anyways, we should get back to the video.
Yep.
I'm not saying that this game doesn't have any problems. I'm going to get to that in a minute. It does have some problems, but I think that, like, from the first day that the trailer was shown, I feel like people just wanted to start a narrative about this game that it wasn't going to be good, or...
No, it's not that people wanted to start a narrative. It's that people got an impression from the trailer.
Yeah, we had our first bit of evidence that the game wasn't going to be good. That doesn't mean you can't decide off the whim, oh, this game is going to be shit, this game is going to be good, this game is going to be great, this game is going to be terrible. You can't do that on a trailer. But
Yeah.
it's a really good inclination of, like, if a trailer is really, really bad, which the Saints Row 2022 trailer was really, really fucking bad, it does not give you hope that, oh, miraculously the game's actually going to be amazing compared to this really, really shit trailer. It's one of those things where it makes you more guarded and like, oh no, it's probably going to be shit.
To give a more recent example, the three of us were all saying for Starfield, well, we haven't seen a trailer yet since they haven't released one, but based on Bethesda's history, we don't think it's going to be good. We would need to see the trailer first to be able to judge somewhat what it might be before it comes out. And then the trailer comes out and it does not look good.
Yeah.
It looks like a generic sci-fi game with bad shooting.
Mm-hmm. $5 from High Speed Tacos, thank you very much. Not gonna lie, the way Pagan described getting the riot shield, I immediately imagined them suiting up like Sundowner with his reactive armor shield.
No, so what I would do is we had these like God, we just have like random items around the place that we can just like pick up. But one thing that I would do is those like blue water barrels?
Yes.
Oh no.
We would just like cut them in half and poke holes in them and then tie like a string on the inside of it, on like the inside the curved part, and you would just hold that out in front of you while you grab them by the head, and then they would kick you. And they were usually thick enough that they couldn't get through. There was a couple of times where their claws would go through the fucking plastic still, but usually they didn't. So they worked pretty well.
Yeah.
Yeah, they suck. It's basically like keeping a fucking raptor as a pet. It fucking sucks. I hate them. Like, at least with a horse, like, if it's gonna kick you, like, you have to be like right behind it, and it generally won't chase you down. It'll just like kick and run, and it's pretty easy to dodge. But fucking emus, man, they'll chase you. They don't care.
And there's usually a wind up. You can tell like a horse will start to lower its back end and then it'll kick up. And it's like, oh.
Yeah, and they'll usually let you know if they're pissing you, if like you're pissing them off. They'll kind of like they'll twitch their back leg a little bit, and then they'll like slightly raise it a little bit, and they're like, "Okay, you're getting on my nerves. You see my leg going up? It's going to your face in a second if you don't get back." And usually, well, if you're smart enough, you'll just be like, "Okay, I'm gonna get back. It's fine." And then they'll put the leg down, and then they'll go back to doing what they're doing. It's like, okay, clearly you don't want to be bothered right now. I'll go away, come back later. But no, emus are literally just, I'm eating something, I'm totally fine, and now I'm going to explode at you, and I'm going to chase you across the entire fucking thing and try to kill you for no reason, even though you weren't even near me. I hope you got your riot shield ready, because I'm going to tear your fucking throat out. Fucking hate them.
God, that just reminds me of that one video of that guy who's like, he's got the horse it's intermixed with the fence and everything like that, so he can keep it steady because he doesn't want the horse to bolt or anything. And he goes up and he's going up to take care of it, and you just see it within an instant. You see the horse like slightly raise its hoof and put it back down over and over again, and you're like, uh-oh, you know it's coming. But the guy in the video wasn't paying attention, and then suddenly just wham. It's like, whoa.
Yeah. To be fair, like we weren't keeping them as pets. We would raise them from chicks, and once they got older, we would sell them at auction. And because they were rare and sort of exotic, they got pretty good prices for them, like around the price that you would for like a horse. And they don't eat as much as a horse, so it's like, oh, it's like, oh, okay, they shouldn't be that bad. And
Why the
you get
fuck
the
would you
chicks,
want this demon creature though?
but yeah,
They're
you don't really
delicious.
think.
That's
But you don't really know how bad they are until you get one, and then it's like, oh, they don't seem that bad. And when you get them as chicks, they seem, it's like, oh, they're kind of cute and fine. And then they get a little bit older, and then they just they just turn into fucking assholes. It's like, god damn it, what the fuck? It's like having a fucking it's like having a 5-foot cat with you that just decides, okay, I want to kill you now.
The thing that Australia also learned from all this is that emu they're incredibly delicious. Like they are way tastier than chicken and turkey. But the problem is dealing with them.
Yeah, understandably.
Way easier to deal with chickens and turkeys. Way easier.
Yeah, and I have a couple of turkeys. I would say, like, if you're gonna like raise birds of any kind, like chickens, guineas. Guineas are great. Oh, I love guineas. They're annoying when they make their goddamn calls. They're extremely loud, but they eat like everything. They eat all the ticks and everything out of your lawn. They're easy to take care of. They look cool. Guineas are great. Guinea fowl are great. Ducks are extremely destructive. Oh my god. We have a
Really?
bunch. Yes, we have a bunch of them, and they will turn any area that they like habitate into a complete mud field. Like it could go from like tall, perfect grass, and they within less than a week, they will turn it into a mud pit. And they will do that with everything, and it's awful, and they suck and they shit everywhere. I don't like ducks. I would
Ducks
not
are
recommend.
assholes.
Yeah, I would not recommend getting ducks.
The funniest part about ducks is they're such assholes that the only way they can procreate is by graping.
Yeah, I've noticed that. My God,
all they can do.
Oh my God, yeah. I can't tell you how often I have to go outside and kick a couple off each other because one's holding the other one down and like biting its neck and shit. And I'm like, will you fucking stop? God. But the turkeys are pretty good. Don't usually have much trouble with them. The male one will get pretty ornery and will attack you sometimes. Like he tried to spike me once pretty good. He got my uncle once in the leg, and he had like a hole in his leg from it because they got that goddamn spike on their dew claw.
Yep.
That it will fuck you up if you're not careful. He tried to get me once, and I kicked him, and then he tried to come at me again, and I just started like stomping him into the ground, and he never did it again after that. He realized, okay, maybe I shouldn't try to attack him. So, but then I actually feel really bad for the male turkey now because he a couple I don't know how many months ago it was now, we don't really know what he did. We think he got his foot stuck in something, and he injured one of his he basically injured his foot somehow. We don't know if he broke a bone or what. and I don't think it healed properly. I think it's kind of fucked up or something. Like the bone is still displaced or something and healed wrong. Because now he can barely walk and he just like sits in his pen all the time. We've been taking care of him. I mean, he's been getting better. Like he's not as sick as he was and stuff like that. And he moves a little bit now, but I don't think it healed right. And yeah, I don't think he's gonna make it through the winter,
Damn.
which is a shame because I did like him, but we still got the female. She's still doing okay, but it's still annoying that it got injured somehow. Like we don't even know what happened. Like we just went out there one day and he was just laying down and his foot was bleeding and we're like, what the fuck? And we patched it up and stuff, but it felt like the bone inside had been broken somehow. What I think happened was he got on top of the cage because they like to fly up there and sit on top of the cages and stuff. And there's like little rivets that their feet can get stuck into, like their toes can go into. And I think he tried to fly down or something and it got stuck and he just like broke his foot or something when he did that because he wasn't paying attention.
Oof.
And yeah, and I don't think it healed properly when it eventually did it. So don't know what's going to happen with him. He's not been doing too good. He's not as sick as he was. He got really sick after that. It was like really bad. He's not sick anymore. He does get up and move around a bit, but he like limps when he does, and he lays down most of the time. And it's like, God damn it. So I go out there and I'll pet him and stuff, and I'll let the female go in there with him sometimes. Unfortunately, I can't leave the female in there because after a while she'll just start biting him. And I'm like, okay, stop that. And like, I have to grab her and pick her up and take her out of the pen and shut it and leave him in there by himself.
I didn't realize birds were such assholes.
Yeah, they are. They are fucking dickheads.
Isn't that why you became a bird? Come on. You wanted to be one of your own.
Okay, look. I am an asshole, but I'm not a bird.
Yeah. 2 pounds from Happy Nihilist. Thank you very much. Australian Ice Age Animal of the Day, Megalania.
I'm afraid to find out what this thing is. Australia is already full of nightmare creatures. I
Yeah.
don't know. Oh, it's a giant fucking lizard.
$20 from Alex Hoffman. Thank you very much. I never really been around horses, but our biggest animal accident was with a 2,000-pound bull, destroyed my grandfather's leg and busted his brother's ribs, and my dad got a head injury. We keep the bull for a month. Yeah, damn. And then $5 from Alex Hoffman. We do a I know for everything but the heifers. I don't know what that one's referring to, Hoffman. I must have missed something. What is it? Pagan bird war stories? No. No, the Emu Wars was Australia declared war against the emu because the emu were destroying a bunch of farmers' lands, so they were causing them to have massive famine and everything like that. And of course, all these farmers were losing their livelihoods. So the farmers went to the minister for agriculture and whatever, and the minister got the army together, and the army sent out people to go and actually deal with the problem. Artificial insemination. Okay, there you go. Yeah. Oh yeah, you should have done A.I. That would have helped me more. But yeah, and it didn't go well. It did not go well, to the point that people were laughing and saying and declaring victory for the birds.
Yeah, thankfully I've never really had to do artificial insemination. I've seen other people have to do it, but thankfully we never had to do that.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah.
It's shit, it's not worth it. And of course, when the game came out today, in the last 24 hours, people have been continuing that narrative and saying that it's bad and you shouldn't buy it and it's horrible, it's the worst game they've ever played. I just don't understand it, to be honest.
I would be very curious to understand how you don't understand that this game is shit.
Yeah.
What do you think in this game is good? Because I don't think this game has a single redeeming quality to it. So
Yeah.
that's something I would absolutely need to know.
Yeah. Well, this guy clearly just wants to be a contrarian, and he doesn't like that people complain about things because he makes it pretty clear that he doesn't actually like care about the game or that he's even finished the game. He just literally just wants people to stop complaining about it because he doesn't like those people. He doesn't
Yeah.
like that kind of like community of people who criticize things.
Yeah, absolutely.
So it doesn't matter how shit it is, he'll defend it no matter what. Kind of like the that one idiot that keeps talking about Rings of Power being amazing and getting better and better and all this shit. And it's like, okay, you clearly just have an agenda you want to push. You have no fucking actual thoughts on the show or anything. You just don't like that people are criticizing it.
Oh god. $5 from Alex Hoffman. My dad, I ain't no college smarts. Me got no fancy paper, just a Burger King diploma. Yeah, but remember, it's a damning indictment to be college educated these days.
Yeah.
It really
Yeah.
is. And £5 from Threadnought, thank you very much. Rule 34 is a thing, but I don't see there being anything for Saints Row 2022. Its target audience lack the parts needed to use adult material. Damn. Well, there's some spice for you. Depth is fantastic. Sunday Stag. Woo woo. Yeah.
Having a ton of fun on this game. I've only put like 5 or 6 hours into it. And I can say right now, I got lost in the sauce. I was playing it. Didn't even realize the time was going.
Look at this great gameplay of you constantly jumping around like an idiot, trying to figure out where the fuck you're supposed to go. Because the game has to hold your hand and tell you what to do literally every step of the way. And you're not allowed to use your own initiative or try to jump on the top of the truck. No, you have to wait till the game tells you to jump on the car to the side and brings up a quick time event. It's so fun and good, right?
I'm still stuck on, oh yeah, I got lost in the sauce. I didn't realize the hours going by when I was having so much, like, how easily fucking pleased are you?
If I throw you a bunch of keys, is that going to keep you entertained for a week?
It seems like it.
Yeah. No, it was someone else, Kingaroo. That was someone else. That was somebody who was praising, like, oh, they have college student loan debts. That makes them just like me. I'm already invested. It's like, oh my god. Yeah, that was the other video.
Going by. That's what this game is. That's what this entire Saints Row franchise is built upon.
No, it isn't.
What?
No. None of the it's not just built off of wacky, crazy, fun stuff. Like, Saints Row 1 and 2, Saints Row 1 story wasn't as good, but Saints Row 2, the story is what people will reference constantly and go back to. Because, let's be honest here, Saints Row 1 and 2 are pretty fucking repetitive. Like, there's not a lot of variety. Oh yeah, 3 especially, yeah.
But yeah, the gameplay for Saints Row 1 and 2 largely comes down to driving to place, driving during a mission and trying not to destroy the car you're in, escaping targets or keeping up with targets, driving.
Yeah.
Riding passenger while someone else is driving, which means you're usually shooting someone else to try and destroy them and to prevent yourself from getting destroyed. So, it's very much like what most of the gameplay is, which is shooting people with guns.
Yep.
It's not the most stellar gameplay, but
Yeah.
it's not. It's tolerable and enjoyable when the story is good.
Yep.
Yeah.
Which, Saints Row 2, the story is really, really fucking good. So that's what gets you through doing the gameplay. The gameplay that's not very different or anything like that.
Yeah. So, I mentioned the thumping. Here's a quick. I found it. It's hilarious. I actually typed in emu, and the first thing that comes up is emu thumping noise. And I was like, okay, so yeah, so a lot of people know about it. And yeah,
I will just hit play on this. I won't bring it up on stream. I'll just hit play on it. So
yeah.
fuck?
Sounds like someone slapping a fucking tube.
It does.
Yeah, so
Anyways.
it is extremely loud and it carries very far. And yeah, like keep in mind, I have a pretty big property. We have a lot of pasture, and they could be all the way on the other side, and you could hear it from inside the house, and it's just so loud. It's like, God damn, will you please stop doing that every 5 minutes?
Yeah. $2 from Alex Hoffman. Thank you very much. A bunch of keys keeps me happy. Oh, there you go.
Jingle, jingle.
Jingle jangle, motherfucker.
Let's pretend that we agree with the whole fun is the main thing at Saints Row. Fun is still subjective. Yep,
Yeah.
exactly. And going back to the thing from earlier, that's kind of why the whole, I guess, anti-criticism stuff is so annoying to people like the three of us, is because a lot of the arguments come down to, oh, well, I enjoyed it, I liked it, I had fun with it, therefore it's good. When our entire argument is, we want these things to be better, we want these things to not be garbage, and when people like that is defending it, oh, I had fun, that means it's great, that reduces our chances of getting something good.
Yeah. And also, how many times have we had to actually defend games we hate, games we don't like, games that are actually bad from the people that are trying to defend it? It's like, oh Jesus Christ.
Yeah, I know, it's so ridiculous. Like they'll call out stuff that isn't even actually a problem with the game and say it's a problem. It's like, no, you're that's not even a thing. Focus on the actual issues if you're going to call out the issues.
Yeah.
It's like, don't just invent shit.
Oh god, that was the Vincent Martin thing where we actually had to go to bat for Fallout 3 some more. And it's like, oh Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Was that because he doubled down on many a true nerds argument where he's trying to defend the game and makes it look worse?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh man. And the whole child murder thing, it's like, no. And then Vincent Martin doubles down on that whole thing of, like, Indigo and everything like that. We're saying that. It's like, why don't you show what Indigo actually said? Because just by showing what Indigo actually said, it proves that Vincent Martin's a liar.
Yeah, and that's the other problem too, is I point out exactly what the problem with many a true nerds argument is, and Vincent Martin ignores that. And instead he goes to, oh, it's whataboutism. One person is saying, well, what about this game? And the other person is saying, well, what about that game? Vincent, that's not what whataboutism is. Whataboutism is, oh, you think Rey's a Mary Sue? Well, Luke Skywalker is a Mary Sue. It's a deflection of criticism against a thing based on the perception that there's a flaw in something else, whether or not that flaw is true.
Yep.
Have you heard RimWorld is getting a new DLC? I think I heard something about that, but I don't know what it is. I haven't played the first two because they didn't seem that interesting to me.
Yeah, I only have the base RimWorld game.
Don't get me wrong, I love the fuck out of RimWorld, but ideology and royalty kind of just look like they would make the game more annoying.
Yeah.
Is just endless fun. You're not supposed to think about it. You're not buying this game for the story. Who the hell buys a Saints Row game for the story?
Oh, you're
did.
not supposed to think about it. Fuck off. If you don't want to think, then fucking leave. Go
You know,
enjoy your fucking slop.
Yep. If you're not supposed to think about it at all, why do you care what other people think about? Why are you making this video at all? Isn't this a monumental waste of your time and going against it because now you're thinking about it? But trust me, hey, I bought Saints Row games because of the story. I specifically bought Saints Row 2 on PC because I enjoyed Saints Row 2's story so much I wanted to get it on PC because I knew I wasn't going to have an Xbox forever. So hey, I'm one of the people that did it. Granted, this is also the dipshit that says that Saints Row 1 and 2 had the best story in the series, but he could point he could immediately, off the top of his head, talk about 50 other PlayStation 3 and Xbox 360 games that had way better stories.
Well, we should make clear that that was a comment in the comment section.
No, that was this guy. Yeah, this guy made this comment in the comment section. The video uploader made that comment.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, though, is he
Yeah.
doesn't say that in the video. He says it in the comment section. The
Fair
viewers
enough.
aren't going to know that.
Yeah. And that was when I saw that comment. When I saw that comment, I was like, oh, go fuck yourself immediately. You fucking disingenuous lying sack of shit. Go fuck yourself.
I feel like this is another fallacy that I don't know if it has a name yet, but oh, who buys XYZ for the story? It's like I'm sure a lot of people are interested in the story of things.
Yep.
In fact, as we already talked about, the story is what makes these games worth playing. The gameplay of Saints Row 1 and 2 is repetitive,
Yep.
but the stories of them are so good that by the end I was left wanting more of them. You know?
Absolutely.
Like, just give me more. I don't care if I have to do the same gameplay as long as I get to experience more of these characters, this world, these stories.
$5 from Alex Hoffman. Thank you very much. If you guys had no morals, what would you do to get the most views and money? Well, I would just turn it into Loke and Jake Paul, right? I would be specifically exploiting children because children don't have cognitive capabilities on the same level of adults do. They're much more easy to manipulate. That's why I hate channels that target children on YouTube and everything like that because they're so fucking scummy.
Yeah, I'd probably just like, if I had no morals, I'd probably just make extremely low effort animations and just post them all to YouTube Kids app
Yeah,
and just rake in the cash.
absolutely.
Also, stuff like list videos. Not to say that list videos are bad, but there are some channels that only ever do list videos, and some of them are like the most low effort garbage that you could put out.
I saw a list video. It's completely at random. I saw a list video that was like the world's 10 deadliest trees. And I was like, well, that's weird. Okay, yeah, no, I'll watch that and just see whatever. And 4 of them were plants, and they had to admit, like, this is not actually a tree. And then they just kept putting plants on the list anyways because they did that one caveat for the one thing. It's like, okay, so it's 6 trees. But then, like, one of the trees was palm trees are the world's deadliest trees. And like, yeah, because if the coconut falls from the palm tree, it could hit you in the head and kill you. Deadly. I'm like, well,
wouldn't
if
you
a
measure
Christmas
that by
tree-
deaths per year, though?
Yeah, and then I was just immediately like, well, then if any random tree in the woods falls over from old age or something and hits you, it's deadly. You fucking idiot. Like, what is this list? And then there are ones that were genuinely like, yeah, that's a good one. The strychnine tree. Yeah, absolutely. Very dangerous tree. I agree with you.
Anyways, yeah, with no morals or anything for making money on YouTube, one of the key things is to get as many videos out as possible, because that'll boost you in that's kind of how people like Oxhorn got big, I think, is they just put out a lot of videos, and there's very little quality control on them.
Yep.
Because the big famous one, the Brotherhood file, if you watch those kinds of videos from Oxhorn, they're very clearly just his Let's Play disguised as lore deep dive videos.
Yeah. And what's even more frustrating is the fact that people have figured out how the algorithm on YouTube works. If you do 5 or 6 videos a day, the YouTube algorithm will naturally start promoting you to more and more and more people because you're constantly giving content. And that's all the algorithm cares about. It doesn't care about what's in the content, it doesn't care about what you're actually saying, it doesn't care about the length of it, none of that. It doesn't give a shit.
But also, it has to be actual videos and not streams.
Yeah.
for some reason.
Yeah, streams. The YouTube algorithm hates streams. They just hate streams. They don't want to. They don't want to present streams to people at all ever. But that was
Wait,
the
why are
thing.
you guys now reading super chats while watching the vid? Didn't Kreese say from Stag Season 2 onwards he would read it after a video was done? Yeah, I don't know. This wasn't really a decision. It just kind of happened.
Yeah, I don't know. I like this better. I feel like it's more engagement and people are here for their super chat than when we get to the end of it at whenever time and you never know if the person's still there or not.
Yeah.
And I don't think we get enough super chats to really go to the end. Like, it's one thing to stop the tangents, but I don't know. I like the tangents.
I do too, but I need to point out that we're an hour and 15 minutes into the stream and we're a minute and 22 seconds into the video.
Yeah, fair enough. I will get this one, though. Just real quick. $5 super chat from Alex Hoffman. My advice to everyone seeing this, spend all your money on to ask random people on the internet questions. Do it now. Yes, listen to Alex Hoffman.
I mean, if you want to.
No. Remember, don't think, just consume.
Yeah.
I saw some people shitting on the story. I mean, if you were buying a Saints Row game for the story in the first place, then what the hell are you doing? What are you doing?
Being a normal fucking person, because people like the stories of 1 and 2, especially
Yeah.
2. The fuck do you mean?
Right,
Yeah,
that's the
it's
thing I was trying to say earlier, and I don't know how I got off track from it. Is there a name for the fallacy of, oh, why are you buying thing for the story?
Probably not, but it's...
Because
it would kind of be a no true Scotsman thing, right? Because he's saying if you're an actual fan of Saints Row, you wouldn't be buying for the story to begin with.
Well, no, he didn't say
true-
actual fan. He just said, who buys Saints Row for the story?
Which is by implication that only true fans would buy it just for the wacky, zany gameplay. Not
Well,
for the
no,
story.
it's not an implication of true fans would do this. It's like, this is so silly and dumb, why would anyone do it? That's what the implication is.
I think that's more what the exacting of it is, and then the implication is that an actual fan of Saints Row wouldn't ever do that.
I just don't see the connection to No True Scotsman there.
I do.
Because, again, the fan thing is you're a fan of this thing, whereas the statement comes across as why would anyone do this, which means not just fans, but anyone ever, you know?
Yeah. But I agree more with what Coolio System's saying. People who are used to the series, aka fans, would not buy it for the story. That's what he's implying. Like I said, I see the no true Scotsman in that statement.
Yeah. Either way, it's retarded.
It's terrible either way.
Yeah, because you obviously there's nothing to say that you wouldn't buy it for the story, especially from the other games. It's like, yeah, that's especially the older games. That was kind of the point, was the story, because the gameplay was okay, but you were mainly there for the story and the characters and seeing what happened in the game. You weren't really playing it for the gameplay loop.
Yeah, I actually cared about Johnny Gat. I actually cared about Shondi. I actually cared about Pierce.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Even when we were driving along and Pierce switches to classical music and Playa says, Pierce, when did you become such a pussy? And then immediately everyone in my chat goes, Set, you listen to classical music. I'm like, shut up. $5 from Alex Hoffman. Thank you very much. Feel free to always save mine for last. Best for last after all. Well, I don't know, because I feel like it also encourages people to actually do super chats more. Because I don't know, I guess it seems kind of cynical, but doing them at the end.
That's what I was thinking.
Nobody does them. Nobody does super chats as much anymore.
Yeah, I was having the same thought as well about that. Of like, I feel like we're probably gonna get a lot less of them if it's literally like, oh well, they're not even gonna read them till the end, and I probably won't even be here then, and
yeah,
all that kind of stuff. It's like, yeah, that's what I was thinking about before as well. Was people probably won't send them anymore.
Threadnut says, Setch, it's actually Pierce. When did you get a vagina? Oh, it's okay. I was close.
Yeah.
And like I said, that's a bit. Like I said, that's a bit of a cynical way to look at it, but it does. It's kind of that thing where it feels really good, and you feel like you appreciate everybody that does it, right? And it makes you feel good for doing the streams, everything like that, and going through all the nonsense stuff to just see anything. It doesn't have to be $100. Even just $1 comes in. It's like I think people way underestimate how good it is to feel somebody that even on Patreon just subscribes for $1. Like somebody cares about you enough to even send $1. That feels really good. Like it feels like you'd be incredibly grateful to people that do $100, $200, $300, whatever. But even this person that's like, here's $1. Thank you. Thank you very much for that. That is greatly appreciated. Like even though it doesn't seem like a big deal, the fact that you feel enough to even do a single dollar is incredible. I know. That's the thing I always get. Like I'm one of those people that's like, go ahead and grift all you want, do your grift. The thing I hate are the people that are like, you only gave me $1. Go fuck yourself. It's like, no. That person gave you $1. They didn't have to give you anything. They could have been there for their viewership alone. They felt inclined enough to give you $1. That's something. That's special. The person.
Oh, what? So you don't like the e-thought method of when people
No.
give you like a couple $100, they fucking scream at them and say "fuck you"?
Yeah, I hate that shit so much. Like how ungrateful. How ungrateful of a little brat you are.
Yeah, I fucking.
Somebody
hate
gave
that
you
shit.
$100 just so you could have both of your personalities on display. Go fuck yourself.
Yeah, I love that clip of they're like comparing one of the VTubers, Gura, to one of the e-thoughts on Twitch. And they show the e-thought who, like, I think the dude gave her like $500 or something, and she's like, "You really think that's gonna pay my rent? You really think that's enough to buy me? Yeah, fuck off, you fucking loser," and shit like that. And it's like, what the fuck? And then it goes to Gura, and she's like, she's like, she gets like $3, and she like starts praising him and stuff like that. She's like, "Oh, thank you so much." It's like, I'm so glad. Like, please do not send any more money. You do not have to send me
Yes.
anything at all. $3 is more than enough. That is plenty. Thank you so much. And it's just like, God, it's like, it's why is the VTube community so base and everything else fucking sucks? Like,
That
God,
was that.
e-thoughts suck.
That was the whole thing where that one e-thought was like, we've got 2,000 people here watching the stream. None of y'all gonna give me a fucking dollar at all. Bunch of fucking ungrateful pieces of shit getting all this content for free. And then they stopped the video right there, and then they went to another guy who was a guy who's woodworking. He's outside of his trailer and he's just doing woodworking, and a guy gave him $20. And he heard the message come in, and he comes over to the camera. He's like, "Oh, dude, no, you don't need to do that. How do I give that back? You do not need to give me anything. Don't give me anything. I'm just out here woodworking, chatting with you guys. We're just having a good old time." It's like, how much more like awesome is that, right? How much more does that make you as a person that gives a super chat to begin with? How does that make you feel? Like, as somebody demanding your super chat versus somebody that genuinely is like, no, you don't need to do anything. You don't need to send it in. You don't need to talk about anything like that, right? You don't need to do any of that stuff. You can just sit here. You can enjoy yourselves. We can have a conversation. We can talk.
Yeah.
Let's see. $5 from Alex Hoffman. Thank you very much. Yeah, but you also take a lot longer to cover videos. You guys should do just a rant stream. Yeah. £5 from Happy Nihilist. Thank you. Scientifically speaking, tree is a nonsense word that means nothing. It's used for wildly different species all over the planet kingdom. Hi, furries. Oh, there you go.
Not a furry.
kind of like the term furry is used for
Everything.
everything.
Yeah.
I have played all of the Saints Row games before this one, and I don't even know if I finished some of the stories. I just popped it in and started playing with it. That sounded fucked up, but you guys know what I mean. And I've only played.
So this kind of says a lot about you.
Yeah.
As far as your opinion on games goes. Oh, I don't pay attention to the story. I just pop it in, fuck around, and not pay attention. Like, you are the murder hobo.
Yeah. You're the one that the DM has to constantly like play around because you're the one that's like, oh, and the kingdom fell into ruin when this happened. Boring! I pull out my sword and I attack the king. You're one of those fucking losers. Oh, God.
Yeah. God, and the best way to do those kind of people is just like, okay, you attack the king, you get within, you don't even get within 5 feet before the guards skewer you. Your character is dead. You are out throughout the entire rest of the story. Okay,
Yep.
that's what you do to those people.
Yeah. Like, there's one thing to allow people to go wild in adventures. If you're a DM, you need to learn that balance. There's a time for the story and to set things up, and there's a time to let your player characters go nuts. Let your guy who's a level 11 wizard go crazy for a bit. You know what I mean? You're attacking a goblin encampment. Do you really need more story right now? Nah, let your fucking wizard cast like fireball rain from the heavens and shit.
Played a few missions so far, and I actually like the story. Like, it's goofy, right? All the characters are goofy. Some are annoying as hell, but so am I, so I kind of get used to it. And I don't mind the story so far. I think it's good enough to keep me wanting to play more. Like, it's
Please elaborate.
Yes,
I would like to know what part of the story you think is so good where it's like, yeah, it's enough to keep me. Well, you already said story doesn't matter who buys a Saints Row game for a story, so I can imagine that your criteria is so fucking low we'd have to dig to find it.
Yeah, absolutely. 25 Polish Lodi from Super Jazzy You. Thank you very much. Sometimes chats are context of the moment sensitive. Also, it's not like these three won't go on endless tangents to take the videos longer anyways. Keep them. Okay. Correct.
it's not fantastic. It's not horrible. It's just good enough.
No, it is horrible.
Yeah,
I
it's
will
absolutely
I will
shit.
plant my flag on the hill of it is absolutely horrible. It is
Yeah.
atrocious.
Yeah.
That's kind of what I expected with a Saints Row game, right? I didn't expect it to be like story of the year or anything like that.
Okay, hold on. Something. This is the thing that I've seen EFAB deal with numerous times, particularly with the Twin Perfect debate, which is fucking hilarious, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, well, it's not the best story ever. Yeah, I know it's not the best story ever. There can only be one best story ever.
Yeah.
This is very much the same deal.
Absolutely.
No one's saying that a Saints Row story has to be story of the year. But you know what it should be? Not fucking garbage.
Yeah.
The good to bad spectrum is fucking massive. And
again,
if you're on the better half of it, that's preferred.
Yeah. Saints Row 1 was not the story of the fucking decade. It's not the greatest story ever told or anything like that. It's serviceable. It's passable. It does the job to tell you why the gameplay is happening, and it does it well enough.
And
That's
it's
all we're
not
asking
bad, most importantly.
Yeah. We're just asking, just do it good. It doesn't need to be the greatest thing ever. It doesn't need to be some high art. Just give us a good story. Give us a reason for why we're doing these things. Give us motivations for what's happening. Give us actual characters. They don't need to be the most deep characters. Like, Marrow in Saints Row 2 isn't the deepest character. But he was still a character. You still got to understand him. You still understood what he was like. You still understood that, even though he was a hothead, he loved his girlfriend. He had friends, and he treated them well, and he didn't want his friend to be in the gang because he wanted his friend to continue his career as a rock star. Though he would give him shit and say, like, I think you should stick to tattooing instead of playing guitars. He's like, fuck you.
Yeah. There's a couple of comments here I like.
Yeah.
So Tyler McDonald, they said fuck 27 times in a row and I clapped. I love that.
Mine was balls. The voice I got was balls.
Yeah. Fun son, I expected a bad story. Do they see the issue here? Yeah, it's like if you knew that it's going to be bad and you don't really care for the gameplay, eh, that's an issue. You're literally just saying, I like things that are bad.
Yeah,
And keep in mind too, this guy has already said that he hasn't finished these games. He hasn't finished the story for them before.
yeah,
So that says something about the gameplay that if that's what he's going on alone, then he got bored of it before the end of the game. These
Yeah.
are not like super long games. These aren't 200-hour long RPGs.
Mhm.
These are games that take 10 to 15 hours to complete.
Oh, I agree with this, by the way, 100%. Chaotic Good says, and remember, a good story can carry a bad game. Yeah, he just pings me, such like Spec Ops: The Line. Bad story can kill the game right on. Yeah, absolutely. A terrible story can make it a drag to go through. Even if the gameplay's really good, a terrible story can drag the entire experience down. But Spec Ops: The Line is a pretty mediocre, and I'd say probably subpar game at best. But its story is so fucking good. There's one thing where people have an argument on like if it should have forced you to do a certain thing, and I'm like, I'm okay with them forcing that to continue because it's in service of furthering the story. But I also will admit I think they could have redesigned it better to get the player to do it on their own without having to force them. Like I think there's absolutely a way they could have made it to where the player actively chooses to do it and it wasn't a forced situation. I can kind of agree with that as well. Tyler McDonald says no story is better than a bad story. Is greater than a bad story. I can agree with that. Because there's times when getting a bad story just ruins everything. It pulls you out of the situation. It makes you go, hang on, that's fucking dumb. Something like that. Whereas if you didn't have a story to begin with, yeah.
Yeah, I can agree with that as well. Like, I'd rather just have a game with fun mechanics and no story than to have a bad story tacked onto that and potentially drag the whole thing down.
No, so Cantus Troopus says, personally, I disagree with the Spec Ops assessment. It's just subversive trash, in my opinion. Trying to make you feel guilty for enjoying simple escapism, for one thing. No, that's not the point of it. Like, it's trying to say, hey, you're doing this because you want to feel like a hero. And your character, he is doing this because he wants to be a hero. Again, his mission was to just recon, figure out what's going on, and then leave, report back so that higher ups can deal with it. But no, he wanted to be the hero. He wanted to play the good guy. He wanted to get his name up in lights. You, by extension, are what's furthering his delusions, and he's the reason, and it's why all the problems happened. Yeah, absolutely. Spec Ops: The Line is definitely a more of an adaptation of Heart of Darkness / Apocalypse Now. I agree with that. Also, FYI, the devs of Spec Ops came out as being super woke death cultists, so I strongly distrust any story they put out. Yeah, no, that's... I don't... it's not... I'm not going to say I'm going to trust anything they put out, but I think Spec Ops: The Line was fantastic. No, you're not being offensive. Again, Cantus, we're the people that are totally fine with counter opinions and everything. I'm just using you as the launching board because it's a good discussion, right? And we get to talk about something that's interesting. So I'm using you as a discussion, a launching board, not as like calling you out. You know what I mean?
Yeah, have you seen our Discord servers? We don't care about people being offensive.
Yeah. Well, so long as they don't break the rules.
Yeah, as long as they don't break the rules.
Place,
Yes.
like posting illegal shit and stuff like that. It's like, okay, yeah, bye. Just get the fuck out. Whereas we're not part of the fucking cancel mob that'll go after you for having wrong think or anything. We'll point at you and call you out for being dumb if you say something stupid, and then we'll laugh at you. But yeah, that's it. We're not gonna tell people to go like flag your videos or some bullshit. You know, we're not petty, spiteful pieces of shit.
What, you don't want to false report a stream and get it taken down so that person's YouTube channel gets nuked because because of bullshit?
Yeah.
But my Last of Us 2. I know. Yeah. Fucking
Yeah.
hell.
All right. We need Setch. Laura Hunter says Setch. We accept counter opinions. Creetosis says, no, I'm not a furry.
But I'm not, though. It's just the truth.
Yeah. And on that note.
So anybody kind of
Oh shit! It fucking stuttered. God damn it! All right, hold on.
expect it to be like story of the year or anything like that. So anybody that was kind of anticipating that, then I like I said before, I don't know what you were hoping for, because that's just not what Saints Row is about. Another thing I saw people harping.
So one, I did not expect it to be good, because I could tell from the trailers it was going to be shit. I did not expect the game's story to be good. However, when I buy a game and it has a story, I expect some level of quality.
I expect some competency at some point.
Yes.
Even if the point of the game is just mindless dumb action shooter fun, but it still has a story attached, there's no reason for the story to be bad.
Yeah.
But he's also saying this as if people don't like it because their expectations haven't been met, which is another common thing from these people. It's fucking irritating as fuck.
Yeah, the you expected perfection crowd. It's like nobody did that. Nobody.
No.
Most of the people critical of this game weren't expecting it to be good.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, my standards were in the fucking bottom of the barrel for this game. I just was like, if it can even be even slightly decent, I might give it a pass. And it couldn't even get to the slightly decent margin. It was that bad. It was so fucking terrible.
Yeah, it really was. Okay, I'll because I read that super chat, I will specifically do that for you, Alex. We'll wait for that discussion until later.
On was the glitches and bugs. Okay, yes, this game does have glitches and bugs. I've ran into quite a few in just the short amount of time that I played it. But
saying this game has glitches and bugs is like saying McDonald's is like a small mom and pop restaurant. It's like technically it started as that as an operation, and now it's a huge worldwide conglomerate. The number of bugs and glitches in this game is fucking astounding. And keep in mind, they intentionally delayed this game to August, when it was February. It was going to release in February, and they did it because they didn't want to compete with Elden Ring.
I mean, that's a joke anyways, because, like, fuck, this game can't compete with anything.
Yeah, no, it's one of those things like, so how bad was the game in February when it was originally going to launch, right? Versus what we got now when the game is awful in every regard and is a buggy nightmare. There's bugs everywhere.
Hey, Seth, remember when you had to play through that mission like 5 fucking times?
Yes.
That crashed at the cutscene?
Oh, God.
Remember when you tried to fly the helicopter and the camera was randomly zoomed in for no reason?
Yeah, and like, my character had such PTSD, strong PTSD at that time. Every time I got in a helicopter, he had the 1,000-mile stare. Only in this time, the camera realistically tried to recreate it. Holy mother of God! I would get in the helicopter, and my camera would zoom in on like a building that was 200 miles away. I was like, what the fuck?
God, that just reminded me of a clip. Someone shared a clip of their game, of their playthrough, and there was a fucking train going through the main headquarters of the Saints. There was just a train going through the world and the building and shit. It's just like, what the fuck?
Why was there a train there?
I don't know. It was just a random train just going through the building.
No, and here's a really autistic nitpick here. So I'm ready for this one. Why is it called the Third Street? Why is that called Third Street? There's no logical way that the church is on the third street. It's not the third street from left to right. It's not the third street from up to down. Why is it called Third Street? And it was done back in Old Town. The church was in Old Town, a part of this city. What? Are you telling me that every other that old town just knew it was gonna get big and it still hasn't? Like the reason numbers happened was for shit like New York, where there are so many fucking streets. I mean, you could always tell where you were. Like, what the fuck? What is this? Again, like I said, I will fully admit that that is incredibly tistic, but it's one of those like, how in the hell is this church that is at the end of a cul-de-sac at the top of a fucking like a mound overlooking the water? How is that 3rd Street? What the fuck? And it was, the writing is so painful. Like, oh, we found this old church. It's on 3rd Street. I'm like, you can feel how clunky it was. Name was chosen by voting. Wouldn't surprise me. And it's just one of those things like, okay, so streets aren't just named willy-nilly for like like just because. A lot of times, like, why is it called Main Street? Well, it's the main street of the town. It's usually where a bunch of towns and cities get started from. It's their main thoroughfare. So Main Street, right?
And keep in mind too, as a town grows from a small little town into a big city, what was once Main Street might not be like the actual main street anymore, but it still might retain that name.
Yeah, and oftentimes cities, to distinguish that, will put an E at the end of it to be like Main. And it's like, okay, fine, you know, it used to be that. Main Street is a psyop, only Americans believe in it. Man, it's just one of those things. Like I said, I will fully admit that is incredibly tism. It's still a problem, but it's very like a very specific level of tism to think about it that way. I will fully embrace.
But I mean, what game doesn't have glitches and bugs the first day now? Like, I'm gonna tell you guys, the last year or 2 years, I've only bought a handful of games day one. Cyberpunk 2077, that game had a glitch every 10 seconds, I swear to God. And then what else was there? Dying Light 2 I bought day one. That game was filled with glitches and bugs. You had, I mean, I can't think of another, especially an open world game. You're bound to run in.
Well, now you keep shifting the goalposts in your own statement over and over again.
Yeah, and you shouldn't excuse this shit. Like,
yeah,
it's a problem. Just because it's becoming the norm doesn't mean that you should accept it as that. You should still have the same level of criticism for it as we did back then.
Yeah,
this is part of the problem, is people just accepting this shit and being like, well, it's just part of the culture now. It's fine. No, fuck off. This shit is a problem. We shouldn't be getting such buggy riddled messes just because it's a day one launch. Fuck off.
Yeah, absolutely. It's like, why? Stop accepting and normalizing shit behavior. Stop accepting and normalizing laziness. Stop it. Tell them to do their fucking job. He's no longer licking that boot, he's throating it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree.
Into a few there. As long as it's not game breaking.
My
Seth,
dude,
did you encounter any game-breaking bugs? Like the kind that would prevent you from flying a helicopter, or the kind that would make you replay a mission over and over again?
Oh,
Did
absolutely.
you encounter any?
A fucking bunch.
Oh. I mean, that can't be true, though. This guy just said this game doesn't have those kinds of bugs.
Yeah, he said, so long as it's not game breaking. Well, my brother in Christ, Saints Row 2022, has game breaking bugs everywhere. Fuck, I had to redo the one mission because the fucking RPG wouldn't spawn correctly, so I could put it in the fucking can. Oh, God, I need to talk about that sequence. What the fuck? There's a moment where you're locked in a basement, and there's just a cannon, an old war cannon that's double-barreled for some reason. Like, what? I don't. Okay, whatever. It's a double-barreled cannon for some reason. You're locked in a basement. You're like, okay, how do I get through this door? This door is locked. I need to get through this door. I can't go back the other way. I gotta get through this door. So you find an RPG, an RPG 7 that's been damaged, the tube. So you pick up the rocket, and then your character smacks the nose of the rocket and throws it down the cannon, and it fires out of the cannon and blows up the door.
That is fucking retarded. Holy shit.
Yeah, so rockets and mortars don't go off when you hit the nose cap. Like, they don't ignite their propellant with the nose cap. The nose cap is the detonator, you fucking idiot.
Yeah, he would have just killed himself from doing that.
No, he wouldn't have. Here's the other problem with it. There is a minimum arming distance
Oh,
for
right.
RPG
I forgot about that.
7s. For
Yeah.
all anti-tank, man-portable anti-tank weapons, there is a minimum arming distance for the rockets, so you don't kill the operator. So all that rocket would have done was, if he had actually ignited it somehow, which I don't know how he would have ignited it, but let's for sake of argument say he manages to ignite it in this cannon somehow. It would have shot out the end of the cannon, went to the door, went thunk, and stuck in the door, and then done nothing. Because the arming distance wouldn't have gone off. You need to be at least 400 fucking feet away for the safety distance to turn off.
Yeah. Even Jim Sterling admitted in his well, he doesn't like the game, so I guess it wouldn't really be admitted, but he showed that like he was getting game breaking bugs where the fucking missions wouldn't even, like, he couldn't even complete the mission. Like, he would do it and then he couldn't like turn it in or get it to start or whatever. Like, they just wouldn't work. So he literally couldn't complete the game because the missions just wouldn't start.
Yep.
It's like that is the definition of a game breaking bug.
Yeah. God, I just that part in the fucking museum is so fucking annoying. I hate when people that don't know anything about guns do shit with guns, and Saints Row 2022 is terrible at that. They don't know how any guns work. They don't know how any rockets work. They don't know how fucking swords work. Oh God.
Oh god, I forgot about the fucking sword.
Yeah.
God,
You
that
swing
was
it like
so
a fire
stupid.
axe.
Yeah.
I'm
Oh.
gonna hold the sword by the blade and swing and slide my hand up and down the fucking blade.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ugh.
And then of course we got sledgehammers with ammo.
Yeah.
Mm.
And it's like, okay, so what happens if you hit something with it? Well, you lose ammo when you hit something with it. Okay, so you can say some bullshit method if you're hitting things so hard that you break the sledgehammer or whatever. Fine.
Yeah, durability. What
Yeah.
happens if you miss, though?
You still use ammo.
Oh.
Wah, 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 wah. So your character, even if you're just swinging it, if you swing it 5 times, even if you don't hit anything, you swing it 5 times, your character just fucking shot put throws it away. And is like, oh damn, I lost my melee weapon. You fucking dumbass.
I think we might have said this before, but this game is not very good.
Yeah. It's really bad. It's really, really fucking bad. You know, I will say, and I didn't have any like fun bug glitches or moments in Saints Row 2022. There's nothing like what happened in Saints Row 2 when I was in the mall hunting down the general on a little fucking quad. little quad in the mall, and I'm just driving along and I accidentally take the ramp wrong, so the player hits his head. I get bounced off of the four-wheeler. I'm like, oh fuck, and then I land down on the ground right in front of the four-wheel. My own four-wheeler runs me over and kills me instantly. That's funny. Because that is like some Rube Goldberg nonsense to get me killed. For me to kill myself somehow.
The black man in front of the lightning is very pleased with that clip.
Yeah. Oh god. It was so perfect. It was like if I hadn't gone off the ramp at that exact specific angle and speed, it wouldn't have happened. Yeah, I never had anything fun and amusing like that. When you're car surfing on top of it and they give you rocket launchers, doesn't matter how close the enemy vehicles are, you can't hurt yourself with it. So even if they're like right up against you, they're literally grinding up against the car while one of your chuckle fuck idiots is driving, and you shoot them with a rocket at point blank range. Well, one, again, arming distance on rockets, but two, the car detonates, the rocket explodes, and it does nothing to your vehicle at all. And you don't lose any health or anything. Those sections are just a monumental waste of time. That's all they are.
Damn. I've been trying to find that clip of the train, but I just can't find it. I don't know where it went.
Right.
You know,
then I don't see the problem. Like, you know what's going to happen, especially with an open world game. There's going to be some bugs, there's going to be some glitches. If it's not breaking your game and it's not completely messing things up, then I don't... Yes, it's annoying, of course. And
okay, so you made this the day you had to make a defense video because you are so, like, upset with people having criticisms for anything, people not liking something. You had to make this the day this game was released, and you started making all these wild claims like, but it's not game breaking, and if it's not doing any game breaking stuff, it's just annoying. Like, I don't understand why you got to complain about it. This game is notorious now for game breaking bugs everywhere. This game is about as buggy as fucking Cyberpunk 2077. And Cyberpunk 2077 might as well have been called Bug Riddled Mess 77, because Jesus fucking Christ. Stop criticizing, you bigot. Yeah, I don't see the problem. Yeah, these fucking weirdos.
Cope video? Absolutely.
Yeah, there's some hard cope in this fucking video.
Especially when the arguments so far have mostly amount to, oh, who plays Saints Row for the story?
Or as Deus Volt Infidel says, that what it's basically amounted to is what Deus Volt Infidel has said, which is, if you don't have standards, you'll never be disappointed, forehead.
It's not even a matter of being disappointed, because we had a strong feeling this game is going to be shit.
Yep.
It's just, because it is shit, the shit is annoying.
Oh yeah, it is orders of magnitude. Like, I thought it was gonna be terrible. I remember in Muller's Discord when I was going through it, and people were like, "No, you can't say that." It's like, guys, it's looking like it's gonna be pretty dire. Vindicated, absolutely vindicated. There's one particular guy, I can't remember his name, but he always does that thing. He's like, "Well, I saved screenshots of your things because I'm gonna throw it back in your face when it turns out it's good." How'd that work out for you, dipshit?
Yeah. God, and I'm tired of this fucking, like, this weird idea that, oh, well, you can't have any sort of preconceived notions based on a trailer. It's like, no, you absolutely fucking can.
That's the point of trailers.
Yes, like, obviously you shouldn't definitively say something like, oh, well, this proves that the show is just bad. It's like, well, we haven't seen the actual show yet.
Yeah.
But you can absolutely say, based on this trailer, it looks like it's going to be shit. There's nothing wrong with saying that.
And a very good example of that is actually House of the Dragon and Rings of Power.
Mm.
The trailers for these things came out, and people were not positive about them. And then both shows came out, and what happened? One is really well liked because it apparently has some actually pretty good fucking writing to it, from what I've heard.
Yep.
To the point where Mahler, who was completely uninterested and probably wasn't going to watch it, and wasn't too enthusiastic about the first episode or two, is getting really into it and is having these long discussions with during streams with numerous people after each episode comes out.
Yep.
Like, it seems like he's passionate about it. It's same with it's a stream he's doing with Nerdrotic and Shadowversity and other people they have on, and these are all people who are very cynical about the trailers because of the way season 8 ended. And now they're all really enjoying it.
Yeah.
Then we have Rings of Power, similar situation. Trailers came out, a lot of the pre-release material came out. It did not look good. People did have preconceived notions. And what happened when it came out? people watched it, and oh, it is fucking garbage.
Yeah. Like, and it gets worse. Every episode just gets worse and worse.
The point of a trailer is to give you an impression of what this thing might be. If the trailer gives a bad impression, then less people are going to watch or play your thing.
Yep.
And if it turns out to be good, despite a bad trailer, then hey, maybe they'll bring people back, which is apparently what's happening with House of the Dragon, by the way.
Yeah, House of Dragon
Apparently,
is gaining viewership, not losing it.
yeah. Whereas something like Rings of Power, it started off not so good, and it's getting worse and worse.
And allegedly, because again, Amazon are doing every shady trick in the book they can, but allegedly they've already lost 70% of their viewership or something. And
Which is pretty dire when you
yeah.
consider that it wasn't super high in the first place.
Yeah.
Because their whole thing of, oh, we had 25 million viewers, that was actually 25 million samples.
Yeah.
So that's not like actual views. It's probably people who saw the trailer on the Amazon homepage or whatever, and they're counting that as a view. Because if they put that out there, 25 million views, that looks good.
Yep. And again, there are absolutely times where, like, oh hey, you're super excited and interesting. The trailers did its job. It got you super excited and interesting. You play the game and it's actually shit. That happens all the time too. Like, you shouldn't definitively judge something based on the trailer, but the trailer's job is to get you excited. And if a trailer fails at that basic premise of getting you excited, if it looks terrible and you're just left going, oh no, that does not bode well for what the final product is going to be.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the whole point of this is, it's not a guarantee that the thing will be bad if it has a bad trailer, but
Yeah.
it very well could be. And it does happen quite often.
That one surprised me, PTRD 41 says, if I recall, there was 25 million views for the trailer, not the show. It wouldn't surprise me if Amazon was doing that shady nonsense, because we already know that they're intentionally removing bad criticism and stuff like that so that they can artificially inflate the numbers.
Yep, they've removed bad criticism of Rings of Power on IMDb for the first 2 episodes. I haven't checked since then. On Amazon's own site, Amazon Prime, you can't review a show unless you've watched it on Prime. So people who have watched it there have tried leaving reviews, only for their reviews not to be approved.
Yep.
As from Heel versus Babyface mentioned this on Friday Night Tights, where he had watched it, he had put in his review. He had even gotten an email saying his review had been approved. They went to look for it and couldn't find it.
Yep.
Pretty fucking suspect.
Yeah, and they're doing the same thing on IMDb. People knew that it was going to happen because Amazon owns IMDb. They knew this was going to fucking happen. Of course, you've got Rotten Tomatoes that's doing the same thing with Woman King, where they're intentionally forcing all the user reviews and the critic reviews to be ludicrously high. And that is one of the most racist, like, whitewashed bastardizations of history I have ever seen in film. Oh boy. God,
it shouldn't happen.
We just live in fucking clown world. And thankfully it's getting better, but we still live in clown world.
But it's going to happen. It's going to happen. Nowadays, that's just what happens when games come out. So yeah, that's definitely a thing. There is glitches and bugs. Okay, you can shit on that. Okay, I'll give that to you. Sure.
Oh, how generous of you. I hate people that are like that. I'll give that to you. How fucking generous of you, you piece of shit. It's like, no, it's either accurate or it's not accurate. That was the thing in the Dead Space video. He had 2 points that were actually accurate. All the rest of them were fucking ludicrous nonsense and stuff that just wasn't grounded in reality at all. But he had 2 points that were genuinely accurate. One thing talking about the Twitchers, if their stasis module is going with the Twitchers, why doesn't it slow them down? Why does it speed them up? It's like, okay, yeah, that's a valid criticism of Dead Space 1. Why does it do that? They don't really explain it. They don't explain why the Twitchers act that way, like why it does the opposite of what stasis has always done or has been shown to always do. What was the other one? He had one other one that was valid.
I don't remember.
Yeah, fuck. I can't remember either. It's like that's not a. We're not
Oh, the
giving.
blood on the floor.
Oh yeah, Isaac not mentioning the blood on the floor at the start. It's like, yeah, I agree with that. I agree that Isaac should have said something, or he should have opened up a comms to the commander and said, "Hey, there's a lot of blood on the floor, and I don't want to let her know because she's already not handling the situation well." You know, that would have made sense. Isaac would have talked about all the blood on the floor, and the reason that you're not talking about it out loud is because you already know that she's freaking the fuck out and she's not handling this situation well, and she almost just got us all killed by trying to make us abort the landing. But again, that isn't us giving him like, oh no, we'll allow you that. It's like, no, you're right. It's not us being the divine arbiters of what's right and wrong. You were genuinely right there. Why doesn't Isaac mention that? And it's because he's silent protagonist, and that does undermine Isaac as a character. Him being silent protagonist, it undermines the situation. Isaac originally said PMS, am I right? But they had to cut that out because of woke culture. Well, it was 2008. The woke disease hadn't really like spread at that point. It was still when those people were infecting the HR departments and the PR departments and everything. So it wasn't really that time yet. Do you guys have any faith at all that the Dead Space remake will be any good? It looks really good, and I think making Isaac voice was actually a good idea, honestly. Because like I said, one of my criticisms for Dead Space is the fact that because Isaac isn't voiced, it doesn't feel as much that he's the one that's in control of the situation. Like when they tell him to go fix the engine, if you're paying attention, by implication, when they say, hey, we need you to go fix the engines, they don't tell him how to do it. Isaac just knows how to do it. Hence why the objectives are taking you exactly where he needs to go. But it can feel like that it's your rig, it's your suit that's telling you and guiding you through everything. Having Isaac talk, having Isaac be the one of, okay, to get the engines back online, I need to go here, here, and here. And then him, like, programming it into the rig, that would be so much better for his character. Because Isaac is supposed to be a really good engineer. Yeah, it does look good. There's one thing. Hopefully they'll fix the sound balance. Because my last stream of Dead Space, we ran into a room where the sound balance was completely fucked. And it was, like, ear-shatteringly loud. You go in from outside from a vacuum where it's really quiet and muffled. You go into this room that's all this machinery going off, and it is so ungodly loud that it almost blew my eardrums out. It was like, oh, Jesus fucking Christ. In the remake, I hope they fix that so that doesn't happen. Remember, I had to
What if they make it worse?
Oh, if they make it worse, that'd be awful. Again, it can always get worse. Don't make me like say I'm sprayed on sunshine or anything like that. It can always get fucking worse. But I don't know. Even if they just fix the mouse controls, I'll be like, that's a huge improvement over Dead Space on PC, because Dead Space's mouse controls on PC are notoriously bad.
As far as like the gun
Oh, yep.
I was just gonna say we get to continue.
Yeah.
play mechanics and stuff like that, it's a little bit on the weaker side. It does kind of get repetitive shooting some of these enemies. They're not very different from each other. It's just endless amounts of gang members running at you and you're shooting at them.
Oh man, it's too bad this game doesn't have any kind of story that would make that more tolerable.
Yep.
The gunplay is a little bit outdated, but it's still fun. There's enough variety and
Again, fun is subjective. Fun is incredibly subjective. There are people that genuinely get enjoyment out of watching paint dry. That is entirely subjective.
eventually in the game you get powers and stuff like that and especially the executions. The executions in this game are incredible. I love that.
Really? Really? The executions in this game. The most limp-wristed, barely connected, choreographed bullshit is really good. Man, you know, I am way more happy that I showcased Godfather 2 to people in my stream to show you what an actual execution looks like. Like in Godfather 2, when a guy is dazed, you can run up to him and execute him, and it'll change based on the weapon. And two of my favorite executions, one's the shotgun, the other's with the Tommy gun. One with the shotgun, you run up to them, you kick them in the chest while they're on the ground. They start trying to struggle. You put your foot on their chest and push down. You aim the shotgun barrel down into their head and blow their fucking brains out. That's an execution. When you've got the Tommy gun, you run up to them, clock them in the stomach, and then drag the barrel up as you fire. You're just going... Just drag it up their body, and they're just getting riddled with bullets, and then they fall over in front of you. That's an execution. This like, horrible choreographed dance nonsense that it happens in Saints Row 2022 is awful. The executions I find charming are the ones where you're LARPing. Those are amusing, because they put more work into those than they did the actual execution. But that gets into its own problems when it comes to Saints Row 2022. The LARPing is... They were so lazy, they just made it to where if you had certain weapons out, it just LARPed. And then everybody was in on it. Oh, God. $5 super chat from Alex Hoffman. Thank you.
Thank you.
Money for the Owl God. Pellets for the Pellet Throne. Down with all other furry gods.
Not a furry.
Oh, God. The cars being in on it was... I remember Pagan and Cree were in chat with me. We were all talking about this. And I had noticed out of the corner of my eye during the first gunfight when we were doing the LARPing section. And I stopped. I stopped talking, and Pagan and Cree were talking, stuff like that. And I said, hang on a second. And I went back and I was like, guys, you need to pay attention to this. And then I went and I showed them. Because in that gunfight, I had noticed I had fired a round and it had hit one of the tires. And you're firing out little Nerf darts. Okay? Little Nerf darts. And so then I went to another tire and I shot a Nerf dart and it popped the tire and I was like, oh no. So I shot the cars a few times, the car caught on fire and exploded. And I was like, oh my God. The fucking cars are in on it.
The whole city is in on it, guys. It totally makes sense. It's totally not lazy by the fucking developers.
Yep.
To fucking...
You see EMT paramedics working on a guy who's literally laid out on the street bleeding to death. Run up to them, shoot them with one of these guns. They'll overly dramatically fall to the ground and then drop their money for you to pick up. They're in on it. You see an officer chasing down a suspect, shoot him with one of these things. He'll overly dramatically die, drop his money and his gun. He's in on it. You're trying to fight the big bads that are trying to kill you. They are actively there. They need to murder the boss. They want you dead. You shoot them with a gun. They overly dramatically fall to the ground. They drop their money and their gun. They're in on it. You shoot the fucking attack helicopter trying to strafe you. It explodes because it's in on it. I hate it. I hate it so much.
That aspect. Yeah, the gunplay is a little bit weaker, but it's okay. It's definitely cool. Moving on to the custom.
It's diagram from... I don't think we need to hear it. I think he was just saying it was serviceable, I think. So...
Customization, which is one of the things that Saints Row has always been known for. Endless customization in this game, whether it's your vehicle, your character. You can make your character look like anything and everything you want it to be. Visually...
Bullshit. Bullshit. You can make it like anything and whatever you want it to be. Bullshit. You absolutely cannot. There are limitations in this. Don't start making bold claims like that. But also, I don't know. Like, I guess that's a Saints Row 3 and 4 thing where they became more wild and wacky about customization. Because that wasn't really what Saints Row 1 and 2 were known for. Saints Row 1 was known as a good GTA clone. Like, that's what it was. It was supposed to be a GTA clone, but that's what it was known for. It was a good GTA clone. Saints Row 2 was just a really good fucking game that had the most memorable moments. What it was known for was Aisha's death, the funeral, Carlos's death. That's the things it was known for. $2 from Lantern's Glow, thank you very much. Don't question, just consume, Forehead.
Always consume, never question.
Yep, absolutely.
Thinky feeling make my head hurt.
Yep. Yeah, but there's a difference between them advertising it and then what the game becomes known for, right? So you can advertise whatever you want, but your game will become known for whatever it becomes known for. Whether it becomes known for the kooky craziness, which was what Saints Row 3 and 4 were known for. The kooky, crazy, over-the-top nonsense, like the fucking dubstep gun in 4. Oh, the fucking dubstep gun.
Remember how Saints Row 4 started up with you being the president for some reason?
Yeah.
And then, like, 10 minutes later, aliens blow up Earth?
Yeah. Whereas, again, Saints Row 2, what it became known for was that those serious, dark moments that, brought a tear to the eye versus the wackiness. It was a good contrast. It was the contrast between those two extremes. This is what Saints Row 2 was known for. And specifically, as I said, Aisha's death, the funeral, Carlos's death, the Amaro's girlfriend's death, that stuff. Most people don't talk about the voodoo magic. I just thought it was, because it only happens at that one time. I'm like, you could make an argument that the boss was high on Playa was high on drugs again, but they don't really do like the camera setting for anything like that. So it's just like it's just voodoo magic, just for Sunshine, just for Mr. Sunshine. He's the only one that does it. It's never brought up again. There is no other magic again. It's just Mr. Sunshine and his voodoo doll.
That said, I do think it would be interesting to have a Grand Theft Auto clone game that's similar to Saints Row but does have actual magic in it.
Yeah, that could be interesting. Like, maybe that becomes part of the point. Like, you're just a normal street gang, and you get bigger and bigger, and then you start uncovering this layer underneath that society, or I should say the powers that be, have kept hidden. Like, your gang is just a normal street gang, and then suddenly you start going into where actual magic exists. That could be interesting. Granted, then I would just be thinking about playing Secret World again, so, and I really do love Secret World, so. Laura Hunter says, Setch, you farm tool. When a game makes a few jokes, it means it's always been a wacky and gonzo. Yeah, no. No. I hate it.
Don't you understand? A stormtrooper bumped his head in 1977, so any amount of stupid, retarded bullshit is perfectly fine.
Yeah.
Star Wars has always been silly. This thing has always been silly.
5 Canadian Maple Leafs from Adam Riley. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Saints 3 was when they decided to stop being a GTA clone. I wish they didn't. If the OG team stuck with it, I bet it would be better than current GTA. I absolutely believe that too.
Yeah.
Like, that moment too, like, of just something you won't get in the Saints ever again, especially not Saints Row 2022, where Playa confronts Julius in Saints Row 2. And they're talking about how, like, Playa always wanted to be a gang. And Julius was like, no, motherfucker, we were doing it to get rid of the gangs. And Playa's like, I didn't. I was doing it to gain power, asshole. I wanted to be a gang. I got a taste of the life, and I liked what I tasted. I wanted it was all for me. And they have the back and forth of, well, I guess we're even, because, I saved your life, and, you've saved mine now. And then Playa just, without hesitation, just casually pulls up the pistol and blows out Julius's brains. He's like, no, not really. Fucking ruthless. And you don't get that kind of characterization in Saints Row 3 or 4 or especially not Saints Row 2022. Oh god.
Yeah. I do think that moment is sad too, because I do really like Julius. Seeing a character you like die like that, kind of sad.
Yeah. But it was fitting for their personalities. What Julius wanted to do versus what Playa wanted to do. It's like, oh damn. It also kind of showed you that Playa was in it for the game. He was in it now. He got a taste of the game and he liked the flavor. He wanted to be a gangster.
Do I even have to say anything? You guys are seeing the gameplay on the screen. This game looks breathtaking. Whether
No.
God, I need a picture of the fucking demon cat.
You also happen to say this when you're swimming through fucking Jello.
Yeah. This game does not look breathtaking. What is wrong with you?
At least try to get some footage that looks good and not whatever the fuck this is.
Yeah,
Seriously.
I'm not gonna say it's the worst looking game ever, but breathtaking. Are you fucking kidding me?
It
No.
certainly fucking has the worst cat I've ever seen in 3D.
Yeah, like I said, I just a picture of that fucking cat. Holy shit, that demon cat where it's like they didn't know what a cat looked like. It's like, what is this?
Let me get let me get an image of the cat because it is horrifying.
Yeah, please do.
I'm just trying to find a good one. Well, I mean, there is no good one because it's the Saints Row 2022 cat. But
This game is breathtaking because it strangles you with all its crap. Yeah, it literally takes your breath away.
the only time in the entire game where the cat looked good was when it was that stupid board game piece and not an actual cat.
Yeah.
There surprisingly aren't many images of it, like, super up close and good quality.
Probably because people don't want to focus on it because it's horrifying.
Probably because barely anyone is playing this dog shit game.
That's true too. Alex Hoppin with $5. Thank you very much, sir. Says, I never liked GTA except for the one in Library. I assume Liberty City. Autocorrect is a bitch. I loved playing as a big muscled hot Russian man. But Nico wasn't a Russian. He was Slavic. I actually liked Nico as a character. I know people didn't like a lot of things, but Nico was a bad guy and he knew he was a bad guy. I enjoyed that about him, but he wasn't like evil. Nico was Serbian. He wasn't Slavic. Oops.
You fucked up.
Yeah, I fucked it up.
I did like Nico. He was a pretty good character. I like when he actually talks about his past and all the shit that was going on and why he left and all that stuff. That's when it starts to get really interesting. Oh god, that fucking cat. Jesus Christ.
Hang on, chat. Yeah, see, this is the demon cat. Right here. Oh, I'm sorry. Wait, no, that's just Ethan Ralph's Gunt. Hold on. I'm sorry, chat. I apologize.
Oh my god.
To be fair, it still looks better than the Saints Row cat. That is a better depiction of a cat than Saints Row 2022.
Just look at it, chat. Just look at it. It doesn't look right.
Look at it. Look at it. Do you see?
Look at it. Do you see? No. No.
You do a good impression of the Cartman voice.
No. No.
I will say that I think the
do...
games.
Go ahead.
I was gonna say that I think the game's art style and graphics, I think it's not bad. It could have been like it could have worked for a Saints Row game
Mm.
if it was actually good, but I wouldn't say it was, like what he's saying, breathtaking and amazing. Like no, it's serviceable, it's
Yeah.
decent enough, but the glitches really make it look ugly a lot of the time, and the story is terrible. The characters are absolutely unbearable to listen to. I fucking hate them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is that a fucking gremlin? Yes, don't feed it after midnight.
Yep. And whatever you do, don't let it get milk. What was it? What was it? Milk or was it something else?
Don't let it get wet.
Oh, wet. That's right. Yeah. $5 super chat from Alex Hoffman. Thank you very much. Slovak, Russian, Serbian, same thing. Oh, do not let them hear you say that.
Don't let it get Maker's Mark or Trash Burgers.
Alex, they're gonna fucking Slav squat all over your corpse. It's gonna be their version of teabag, and they're just gonna Slav squat everywhere around you. Just be, yeah.
You're gonna walk out into your farm one night, and you're just gonna see someone slap squatting on top of one of your cows.
Yeah. And he's gonna be wearing Adidas track pants with a bright yellow jumpsuit, and he's gonna have a Ushanka on his head. He's just gonna be staring at you.
With a bottle of absolute vodka. It's like a bit.
Whether you're on the new Xbox or the PS5 or even on last gen, I've seen some gameplay on Xbox One and PS4. It still looks very good on those platforms. So, I mean, visually, why isn't anybody talking about this game and how good it looks?
Because it doesn't. Again, it was all bullshit. Night City in Cyber 2077 is visually breathtaking. If you have the hardware to actually make the thing fucking run at that level, it looks gorgeous.
I can't really say much about it besides what Pagan has already said. It's serviceable for the most, but like, yeah, fix the demon cat or get rid of it entirely.
Yes.
But otherwise, it's just like, yeah, they are graphics that do the job of portraying a world.
Yeah.
Breathtaking, no. Stunning, amazing, no.
Yeah, you want to know what's fucking breathtaking? And again, these aren't like the greatest graphics of all time, but in Elden Ring, the first time you go into the capital, you have that talk with Melania, and then you go out and you open the doors and you look out over the city itself, the gold rooftops shining in the light and everything like that. That is breathtaking. And it's not the most like high fidelity thing you've ever seen, but it looks fucking gorgeous. That's because they knew how to use their art style.
This is how they style on you after they kill you.
Oh no.
They just do that over your body.
Black Pigeon says, I can safely say that the Saints Row 2022 devs have never gotten laid because female breasts are uncensored and oh ball, they look cursed.
Well, I'm glad I never saw those then. Jesus Christ.
Oh hey, that's Boris. Yeah, I know that YouTube channel. Sure, it's faster at this. I want to show this real quick.
Uh-oh. What are you putting on screen?
This is all that Alex Hoffman's gonna see in his field one day.
$5 from Alex Hoffman, thank you. He can have the cow. It's used anyways.
Oh god. Oh.
Yeah, you're just gonna see someone sitting like that, like squatting like that on top of one of your cows.
Yeah, and his head will just be following you everywhere you go. Like, he won't move his body at all. You'll run around the other side of the cow, and you'll see that his head will have magically turned like a fucking owl just looking at you.
Who?
What? What do you mean who? Hoot? Hoot hoot? Yeah, that's Boris. That's the YouTuber Boris though, where he goes above and beyond, like accentuating all the stereotypes of his Slavic roots and everything, and it's funny as fuck.
Oh.
Especially when he does like cooking with Boris. It's like, oh no. Or him trying to feed his cat. Oh, God. Yes, Life of Boris.
It looks great, and obviously that's not the whole point of a game, just
It looks great. No, it doesn't. Okay, anyways.
the visuals, but we gotta give credit where credit's due, right? This game looks great. Something I forgot to mention.
But it doesn't! Stop saying give credit where credit's due. It doesn't look great. It looks serviceable.
It's always funny to me when someone says give credit where it's due, and then they proceed to immediately not do that.
Yes.
They either
Yeah.
give it too much credit or too little.
Yeah. Oh, God.
God, just like fucking miniature nerds video. Guys, you gotta give Fallout 3 the credit it's due. It's actually really good. But Fallout New Vegas, that game fucking sucks. It doesn't deserve any credit.
Yeah. It's like,
Well,
they
it
just
wasn't quite
copied-
that bad, but
It's basically what he fucking says. Like, it's what it boils down to. Like, they basically just copied. They just took what they had from Bethesda and just made a game out of the assets of it. It's fucking shit.
Yeah, oh God, yeah. And yeah, that's what we're getting at, General Rancid. General Rancid says, why should I give credit to a game in 2022 that has average graphics? Should be expected for the graphics to look good. Yeah. And again,
Yeah,
if you don't
exactly.
go for high fidelity, go for art style. Saints Row 2022 doesn't do either. It's just there. It exists. That's what you can say about the graphics. They're okay. God.
Mention what the story is. The mission designs in this game so far, I've only played a few, but even the opening sequence in this game near the end of it, the design is awesome. Like the mission designs, there's a
No. No, 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 no.
Somebody-
The mission designs in this game are fucking atrocious.
Somebody's actually praising Kree. Somebody's actually praising the hanging from the VTOL, having to shoot all of his bad guys part.
I mean, that was stunning and revolutionary gameplay for arcades like 40 or 50 years ago.
Oh my God, dude! I can't. The
Just
thing was so fucking annoying. It was like, okay, just get this section over with.
Very much like I am referencing that for a reason, because watching this clip, it very much looks and I guess sort of feels like it would be something you'd see in an on-rail shooter from an old arcade game. Like for those of you who have never seen or played these old arcade games, your character would be like walking around on their own because you don't control them, or you'll be in like a cart on a ride or something. Ross Scott did a video on Carnival. If you want to see what the gameplay of one of these games looks like, where there'll be movement as you change from backdrop to backdrop, but then once you land on that backdrop, you stay there as enemies start coming in or throwing projectiles at you, and you have to shoot them and shoot the projectiles. Like they'll throw an axe at you or something, and you have to shoot out of the air so it doesn't hit you. And then once you take care of all the enemies there, or you're on that screen long enough, it goes to the next one and same thing happens. That's what this part of the game looks like.
Yeah. That's kind of what it was, too. That's all it was supposed to be. And again, this actually directly goes counter to the Nawali's character. Because the Nawali will say later that he never had friends because there was nobody he could trust. But you have all these gang members and they know your hideouts and they know where you sleep and you give them guns. And, like, what do you mean? What do you mean you couldn't trust anybody? What the fuck are you on about? How did you run a gang, you idiot? Anyways, $20 from Chris Ellinger. Thank you very much. Why is it always the bad games in a series when it gets released? People make these arguments. Remember when people made that argument for Dead Rising 4? Can't watch the stream now. I'll have the VOD later. Love you, vids, Creed. Oh, well, there you go.
Thank you. So people make these arguments for the bad games because you don't need to make them for the good games. No one is ever going to say, just trying to think of, oh, here's one. No one is ever going to say, oh, well, Soma isn't about the story. Just enjoy the gameplay because Soma is largely about the story. And it's a good story.
Amnesia isn't about the horror atmosphere. Just play for the gameplay.
Yeah, exactly.
It's like, but that is what Amnesia's about.
People only make these arguments when something is actually really bad, and they need to find a way to defend it. And defending it means finding a way to nullify or defeat your criticism. So that's why we often see stuff like, oh, well, who cares about the story in a Star Wars movie? It's a movie about space wizards intended for children. Why care about this thing? It's just fiction. Oh, you're just nitpicking. Shit like that.
Yeah.
It always comes up when people are trying to defend something that is actual fucking garbage. Because if it's good, you would be able to point out why it's good. You'd be able to give those references.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, the story of Saints Row 2 is done really well because you have this escalating tension with the Brotherhood where he offers you a deal that you think is fucking garbage because the Saints deserve more respect. So you take toxic waste and put it in his tattoo ink. So they take Carlos and drag him across the streets and torturing him.
Yep.
So fucked up that you have to put him out of his misery. So you kidnap his girlfriend, lock her in the trunk of a car, and have him run over her because he doesn't know that she's in the car at a monster truck derby. Trying to find information, you fuck over his friend who's in a band by setting off pyrotechnics on his arm so he can never play guitar again.
Yep.
Like, the escalation is so well done.
Yeah, and it all makes logical sense too. That's the thing. Each of the escalation and the back and forth between the gangs, they make sense. Like their rising tension and their one-upsmanship over each other, and the Saints eventually come out on top. Even the Ronin, it all makes sense because the original leader of the Ronin, not the father, I'm talking about the son. The original leader of the Ronin in Stillwater is a whiny, spoiled piece of shit who doesn't know what it means to be a gang leader. He was just given that position because his father's the one that built the Ronin. And so he'll do petty, spiteful shit like snitch on his own bodyguard because his bodyguard decided to save his father's life and is now only listening to his father and won't listen to him anymore because the bodyguard can't stand the spoiled brat of a son. So the son rats him out to the fucking Saints so the Saints can kill the bodyguard now. And that makes the father mad, and then to make himself look better in his father's eyes, he attacks the Saints at the funeral for Aisha. And then because Johnny Gat and Playa throw his ass in a fucking casket and bury him alive, the father now has to get revenge because honor demands it.
I was going to say, that went very well for him too, didn't it?
Oh, yeah,
I also really like the funeral one because, the funeral mission, because they wouldn't have done that to him if he didn't come over to fuck up the funeral.
Exactly. Dude,
Yeah.
Johnny Gat even tells him, he goes, tomorrow, next week, next month, I'll fight you and I'll kill you then. But not today. Just not today. And then the son has to just start shooting up the funeral. Has to. And fucked over Aisha's funeral. And
but also notice, too, how it's this really sad moment where Johnny is mourning the loss of his girlfriend. It's not treated as pathetically as a new game would. Yeah. Don't die at the stupid Battle Royale island because you're our friend and we'd miss you.
Yeah. It's like, that's so dumb. Oh yeah, after Gat broke his leg, Gat shattered his leg, and then he's crawling along. Gat walks over to a casket, dumps out the body, and picks him up. And he realizes with horror what Gat has planned for him. He's like, oh no. He starts screaming and bawling like a little baby, like, not that, anything but that, just fucking kill me. Because he knows, no, Gat's gonna bury your ass alive. You earned this.
Yep. Yeah, Shogo was a little pussy.
Oh, he was. What's amazing is that the Ronin probably would have struck a deal with the Saints because the father was very level-headed. He probably would have struck a deal with the Saints and been like, hey, you leave us our territories, you can have all the rest of Stillwater. We don't care. Leave us our protection rackets, leave us our casinos, and we're totally golden. You can have all the rest of it. Because remember, even his father, it's shown that when the Saints come to go kill the old man, and the bodyguard, I keep wanting to say Kurosawa, but that's not it. Jesus Christ. When the bodyguard goes to the plane, all the rest of the father's men decide that moment there they will sacrifice their own lives so that he can get away. It's like,
Oh,
damn.
are you talking about Juichi?
Yeah, Juichi. That's it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Go Kurosawa. You idiot. That's the movie.
But yeah, the overall point is if something is good, you don't need to defend it with shit like it's not about the story. Why do you care about the story? You're nitpicking all this other shit because you would have those references. Same goes for Lord of the Rings and Rings of Power. Same goes for the good Doctor Who and the bad Doctor Who, and
Yep.
Star Trek and Star Wars and everything else. When people start making arguments this fucking shit, you know they're defending something bad. Or
Yeah.
maybe they're just inept, but odds are they're defending something bad.
If you're giving them the best faith possible, they're defending something that's terrible. If you're not giving them any credit or faith whatsoever, then yeah, you're just saying they're inept. And we've dealt with both sides of that, where somebody they just love the game for whatever reason, and you can have any reasons why you love a game. I love Ride to Hell Retribution, and it's a dog shit game. It is objectively a terrible game. I love it though. There are all kinds of games like that where they're a guilty pleasure for you. That doesn't mean they're good.
$5 from Alex Hoffman. Thank you. Well, I spent my funny money, but who needs to eat? I guess you need to eat?
Yeah, you do. So stop spending your money, you goober.
Love the vid. You guys are great. Even you, pagan. We'll be listening as I milk my cows. Oh, well, thank you. Glad you're enjoying.
Even you.
Even you, pagan. Wow. Okay.
It's probably because you haven't been talking so much today. It's like, oh yeah, pagan is here too.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I've been very out of it recently. It's hard for me to
Yeah, understandable.
talk a
Shit
lot.
happens.
10 pounds from Thief. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Currently on stag number 29. Saw the notification for this. Thanks for the responses last stag about RPG mechanics. Since you didn't know last time, Cree, I pronounced my username as Thief. Hi, future me.
Oh.
Chase sequence and you're handing off an aircraft with one hand, shooting at enemies with your pistol, and then you get yourself into a cutscene where you're fighting the villain, I guess. Hey, he looks like Captain Hook on crack, but...
The villain, I guess.
Well, I mean, actually, he's not wrong about that. The villain, I guess, because this game doesn't know what the fuck it's doing.
Yeah,
It ends up being an ally for most of the game until it's like, oh, no, he's a bad guy now.
Yeah, until he goes cartoon villain crazy. All those fucking vents. Oh, gee. Please show the pistol getting kicked into the vents, because, oh boy.
Yeah, the pistol would not fit into those vents.
Yeah.
At least not horizontally.
Yeah, not the way that it gets kicked into it.
I have to give that props. And this is the type of game where you're not going to uninstall it from your console. I can see myself going back
Oh god.
Oh man.
Fetch, how fast did you uninstall?
It wasn't fast enough. But I uninstalled it and I purged my system of Epic Games as well. I used Revo uninstaller, which actually goes into your root systems and gets rid of all the like root files and everything too. Holy shit. I fucking scorched earth this game off of my system as best I could.
The villain, I guess. What an amazing game where you say that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, man, the Master in Doctor Who, he's the villain, I guess.
Yeah.
Darth Vader and Emperor Palpatine in Star Wars, they're the villains, I guess.
Saints Row 2, the General is the villain, I guess. God, that doesn't even get into the whole thing about boss. The Panteros boss, Sergio, is one of the most pathetic things I have ever seen. I thought the collective was bad, but thinking about it more with Sergio, the fact you only see him 3 times in the entire game, and the 3rd time you see him, he gets killed in the cutscene by the Nawali. It's just... oh.
Don't you love how the cutscene makes it look like he's gonna be this epic boss fight? He jumps from the helicopter and he's just forced to be. Oh, the Nawali is slapping. Why is the player lying in the background taking a nap all of a sudden? Because Sergio didn't even touch the player character. And the Nawali's there, and I guess Sergio is dead now.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sergio's just dead. What? But he was the leader of the gang. Yeah. But we didn't know anything about him. What was his intentions? What did the gang actually do? What is their criminal activity? What's going on here? Oh, you saw him 3 times. But the 3rd time he died. That was enough, wasn't it? No. We don't know anything about him.
Yeah. In the first 2 Saints Row games, not all of the main antagonists' intentions were 100% clear, but they still functioned pretty well as antagonists.
You could understand their
Crowley's-
organizations and what they were about.
Yeah. The Canales were drug runners. The Vice Kings, they were a street gang intended to end other street gangs, which is what the Saints were too. But funnily enough, in both cases, that got out of control of the original leaders. The West Side Rollers were kind of the weakest in that regard, because you don't know what they're really about aside from cars, and there's some mystery about, like, okay, well, they're trying to steal these special car parts, and they've got some customer they're working with that we never find out about. That's about the extent of it.
Yeah.
But Saints Row 2 really ramped that up, where the Samedi were obviously selling a new kind of drug, and the whole deal with that is you move in on their territory, you find out how to make their drug.
Yep.
Um,
And then you take out their manufacturing capabilities one by one.
yeah. Dealing with the Canales at Saints Row 1 is a very similar situation. You take out or take over their manufacturing capabilities. He's a villain, I guess, and Linus is just some guy. Yeah.
Yeah. You see, Sergio likes destroying random cars that people have an emotional attachment to. Duh, that's what activity his gang does. Yeah, but how's that make them money? You know, how does any of the structures on any of these just don't fucking work?
Yeah, that's another thing that the developers of this new shit's Row 2022 don't understand. The point of a gang is to make money.
Yeah.
The point of a gang isn't to shoot people. I mean, that ends up happening as a result quite often.
Yeah, because you're trying to protect the money that you're making. You're trying to protect your money-making operations. But again, this new Saints Row also thinks that gangs operate like normal businesses, where the leader of the gang pays his subordinates. And it's like, fuck no. It's the opposite, you idiot.
And
Well, it's
that
worse
if
than
you
that,
don't own
Satch.
the
Oh, go ahead,
yeah, you
Dagan.
think they and they think that like they can lose their like license for being a gang.
Oh,
Oh no! Marshall officially owns our illegal street gang now. What are we going to do?
yeah. Yep.
Oh my god, he's right. It's in the contract. Fuck off.
Yeah, it's like, you're a fucking criminal organization.
But
Why do you care?
as for paying the gangs goes, though, Satch, it gets worse than what you described there, because the game actually has a mission where your
Yep.
gang members knock over an armored truck, and you go over to collect your share of the money.
Yep, they even tell you, yeah, we've all got our shares. We set your share aside, boss. And that's the whole thing where, again, these gang members just magically know how to be criminals, because your character doesn't do any of this, anything like that. Like, did you check for cameras? Yep. Did you wipe prints? Oh yeah, we did it 3 times. We got all the fibers and everything. We collected all the brass and stuff like that. It's like, this is all stuff that your characters are shown not to do at all. So when did they learn this? When did your random gang members learn this? Like, what the fuck? How did anybody in the Saints learn to do any of this when the leadership of the Saints actively doesn't do any of this? They
Well, that
robbed
is
a
something-
fucking Payday Advance without masks or anything in broad daylight, and one of them had no shirt on, so you could see all of his very specific tattoos that only someone like him would ever have. Lanterns glow with $5. Thank you very much. Effort is anathema to this company, much like it is to Bethesda. It says much love, but I assume much like it is to Bethesda as well. Yeah, no worries,
This game
Lantern.
for
I figured that's what it was.
a year or even 2 years down the line. It's a game where you don't know what to play one night. You can just, start it up, free roam around, wingsuit across the map.
I recommend to every single person on Earth, if you've got one of those nights where you're bored and you don't know what to do anything except for play this game.
Absolutely.
You could play any other game you have. You could do something productive.
But
You could fucking fap until you fall asleep. Whatever. It's better than playing this.
But what a
listen to
shit
the way he
defense
said-
this is.
Yeah. Listen
Like
to-
this is such a shit defense. Like, oh yeah, if you have nothing better to do, I guess you could throw this on and just free roam around with your wingsuit for a bit before you get bored.
Yeah.
Wow, that's
What?
all there is to this fucking game to you. It's like, and you're defending it this hard, dude. You know it's shit. Just say it's shit.
Subconsciously, he knows this is a terrible game. He knows, but he just can't. It's just, oh my god. That's fucking incredible. That's just incredible.
It's a beautiful game to look at, like I said before. Lots
No.
of things to
No, it isn't.
Oh,
And thank you for
hold on.
showing that pistol kick. The thing that makes
Yes,
no
I
fucking
want to show
sense.
that again. Because that is so dumb. Hold on.
Slow that shit down. Slow
Yeah,
that
I am
fuck-
slowing it down as slow as I can go.
It's a
Watch this pistol,
beautiful game
This is so
to
stupid.
look at, like I said before.
How?
Oh my god, it's even worse.
The pistol actually shrinks. Not only does it clip, but they shrunk it in size as it was sliding too.
No. It's worse. You can see there's like a metal rim
At the bottom.
that goes all the way along the bottom of the
Yep.
vent. It would have hit that and stopped. It literally clips into it and disappears.
Yeah, but watch, they also shrink it down so it'll fit between the fins
It's
too.
a beautiful
Watch as it
game
magically
to
shrinks.
look at, like I said
goes.
Or
Oh, it did shrink. What the fuck? It turned into like the size of a coin. What the fuck?
Even though it's that close, it would not shrink that much.
It turned into a coin-sized gun and then clipped into the fucking metal rim at the bottom and like went into a solid object.
Yep.
Good fucking god.
A beautiful game to look at. Yep. This is about what the pace his brain normally works at, I'd say.
I feel you're being generous.
Probably. Alright.
lots of things to do. Even when you're not doing the main story, there's just side missions. I think they're called side hustles. So
You think they're called side hustles. By the way, they are. And there's not lots to do. There's like, some of them have 6 missions. Most of them have 4. And one of those is them talking to the owner to complete it. And that's it. Like, fuck off. There's lots to do. That pistol have, did that pistol have 2 barrels? Okay, so there is a funny thing where, pistols, like the new high power, the new FN high power, has 2 holes in the slide, but it's because they overdid the slide spring to make it more powerful. So the slide spring actually has to push out of the gun as the slide recoils back too. So it technically there's nothing wrong with that, because one of them could be for the slide spring. Yeah, I'll show a picture of that after we finish this video. I'll show you a picture of that, but then before we go into the Star Wars video.
Isn't there a 1911 with 2 barrels?
There's one where it's an actual double barrel 1911. Yes, that
Yeah.
is a thing that exists. It's really fucked up. I don't know why, but it exists.
Yeah, because I remember seeing that a while back and I was like, but why? Why would you do that?
Yeah.
so much things to do. You can cause chaos. You can grab a monster truck and just mow down cars and people for hours.
For hours.
Man.
You are so entertained with the monster truck. He said you can just climb in a monster truck and mow down cars and people for hours. Like, for hours? Really?
Man, I would get bored after like 3 or 4 minutes of that.
Yeah, especially when you find out that the monster truck just has an aura around it, that it flattens everything around it in an aura. So you don't even have to... The vehicle can be parked stationary, and you can slowly, like, reverse a vehicle into it, super slowly, creeping it like a fucking granny in the shopping mall parking lot, and then it'll just... Suddenly the vehicle just goes bleh and gets flattened.
Yep.
God.
Yeah, entertained by hours is a weird because I used to play a lot of Grand Theft Auto San Andreas and a lot of Saints Row 3 back when they were new. And, I'd do the typical thing of going around, blowing up cars, causing mayhem. But it's not something I could do for hours at a time.
Yeah,
Like, maybe,
absolutely.
fucking 20 minutes or so. And then you just get back to the rest of the game because there's only so much blowing stuff up before it gets monotonous.
Yeah. Again, you need peaks and valleys. You can't just keep having peaks the entire way, because then it's like, okay, well then that becomes the new plateau. And that's the new normal, so now it's just kind of dull.
Yeah. Creetosis, today you use Doctor Who especially often as an example. Do you have any Doctor Who channels that you'd suggest? It's mega annoying that most YouTubers that cover Doctor Who are commie SJW. Not Doctor Who centric channels, no. I know Nerdrotic talks about it from time to time. I think he said he was going to cover the witch burning, which I might actually do too. But besides that, I don't know.
Well, JXC did the one breakdown with the one female doctor.
Oh yeah, that 5 hour that was a good video.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But again, that's not a Doctor Who centric channel.
Yeah, exactly. That's the problem, is finding Doctor Who centric stuff. It's the problem with any channel that's specifically dedicated to anything. They kind of have to ride the wave, the shit wave, right? Because you've built your channel to be that one thing. That's why I don't want my streams to ever be about one game. I want multiple games. So if a game series or whatever, or the game developers turn it to shit or whatever, no big loss. I'll just move on to a better game. When you pigeonhole yourself, like those poor guys that are like Circumflexes, he is one of the best World of Tanks players there is. But then that's all people ever show up to his channel for, is World of Tanks. So if he ever tries anything else, his viewership, he gets like 1/10 of the viewership.
Yeah.
It is insane because he's pigeonholed like that. Luckily, he started to crawl his way out of it, because now he's doing lots of War Thunder and stuff like that on the side, so it's tangentially related. So people are kind of like, well, he's really good at World of Tanks, maybe I'll watch his War Thunder stuff too. Stuff like that. But it is very difficult to get yourself out of a hole, so a lot of people will just ride whatever it is. Like, well, come hell or high water, I'm a Halo channel, so I've got to talk about the Halo TV show, stuff like that. So it's just like, oof.
Yeah. That's why I got a bit concerned when people kept saying that I was a Fallout channel when that was never the intention.
Yeah. Especially because you were already doing videos for Star Wars and stuff like that too, so it was just weird that you were the Fallout channel.
Well, to be fair, it was largely Fallout at first, but
Yeah.
yeah.
Well, I mean, when you first start out the channel, you're obviously gonna have a, well, I'm interested in this, and this is what's gonna push me through to do the video editing and stuff like that. So it makes sense that you were passionate about talking about Fallout and everything, but it does suck that you get kind of pigeonholed really quickly, even though you want to spread out to other things. That's why it was happy to spread out a lot on when it came to STAG, doing multiple different things.
Yeah, because we were kind of stuck on mostly Bethesda for a while too, even on these streams.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
it was some. I still think we need to spread out a bit more to the subjects we cover, but that's also a matter of us having to consume different types of media to do it, and sometimes not having the time to do all of that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the tough part for Cree, is just his work schedule. His work schedule really does, like, kind of fuck all this around. It's why we can't just do STAG every single Sunday.
Yeah, I would prefer a regular weekly schedule of, okay, it's every Sunday, not Sunday then Monday then Sunday then Tuesday.
Yeah. You know, we gotta play the hand we're dealt. We can try to get a better hand, but for now we gotta play the hand we're dealt.
Like Asmongold with WoW. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just a blast. So I think this game does have flaws. There's no denying it, but do I think it's as bad as some people are making it out to be? No. I think this is the game that you should actually buy. Whether you want to wait for it to drop down a little bit in price, or maybe it'll be in Game Pass in a few months, but I do think it's worth it. Like, gaming is dry as hell right now, guys. There's nothing coming out. Like, there was Elden Ring earlier this year, and then what have we had since then as far as like AAA titles? There's been nothing.
So why do you need to play AAA titles?
Yeah.
Why not AA or indie?
Why not go back to old classics? Like, that's the thing I've been enjoying a bunch about Spooktober, is going back to play some of these old classic spooky games, like Clive Barker's Undying. It was never like super big or amazing or anything like that, but it's fun to go back to these old classics. It's fun to play this game.
I really enjoyed playing Amnesia: The Dark Descent again.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Granted,
When
your YouTube didn't.
Yeah. When the well dries up, that doesn't just mean, okay, well, now you must consume shit. It's like, no, you go find water elsewhere.
Yeah. There's nothing that stops you from going back into Elden Ring. There's nothing that stops you from playing Half-Life 1 or Half-Life 2 again. There's nothing that stops you from playing StarCraft. There's nothing that stops you from going back to these things.
There's also nothing that stops you from looking into games you might not have played.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, hey, I heard this one game was pretty good. I never played that. Let me go try that out.
I heard a
Looking
lot about how good Stardew Valley was, and I didn't play it for years. And then once I found out that they were no longer published by Chucklefish, therefore Chucklefish wouldn't be getting any money from buying it, I went and bought it. And I really enjoyed the fuck out of it, even though at that point it was a bit of an older game.
Yeah.
Terraria is what? It came out in 2008, didn't it? It is still getting updates. It's still a good game.
Terraria getting its 15th final update.
It's kind of like how some bands like The Who have like endless final concerts.
Yeah, they just can't stop. Or like how Final Fantasy never fucking ends.
Well, that one I give a pass.
No,
That's a
I
little
just find
different.
I find that funny because that was like their last gasp to do Final Fantasy. So they we're just gonna name it the Final Fantasy. This is our last effort, and then it was successful. And then they just keep calling it Final Fantasy.
This fantasy is the final one, we swear.
This one, yes, this one. Oh, Chucklefish are terrible developers and publishers. They're really bad, especially. Oh god, especially. Oh, thanks, Brain. I wanted to say Space Engineers. No, Starbound.
Starbound.
Jesus Christ. Yeah, especially Starbound. Starbound is really bad.
Yeah, I will. I still intend to do the Starbound video at some point. It's just not a priority right now. But that game still pisses me off. I'm still reminded of shit like, oh, you could land on a planet that has lava for rain, and you'll come across people with wooden houses whose houses get burned up by the fucking lava rain.
Yeah. Shit, that just reminds me of the aliens and signs coming to Earth. Like, the place that should be like we should be Lovecraftian monsters to these fucking aliens. All right. Anyway.
Yeah.
Nothing. The Harry game Hogwarts was supposed to come out. That's been pushed back. There has been no big titles in the last few months, at least none that I know of.
Oh.
So, I mean, what else are you waiting for?
By the way, if your big argument for you should really play this game, if your big argument is, there's nothing coming out right now. This game has been delayed. This game came out months ago. Like that is just
Yeah.
fucking pathetic, dude.
That is incredibly pathetic.
Well, there's nothing else out right now. I might as well play this dog shit.
There's nothing new shiny. I need my new shiny.
Oh man, there's nothing in my fridge beside this this very moldy fucking sandwich. I guess I'll fucking eat that.
Yeah.
This is a game to buy and play. I think you'll have fun for at least a few months, if not longer. Don't listen to all those people out there trying to say that this game is horrible. Like, I don't think it's horrible. I'm not saying it's the best game ever. I definitely think it's higher than like a 6 or...
Don't listen to all these people. Don't listen to all these people criticizing the game because they don't find it fun and they're finding all these issues with it. Listen to me. I'm not saying it's the best thing ever, but don't listen to them. Listen to me.
Yes, listen to me. Just me.
You have not made a good case for why anyone should listen to you and not listen to those critics.
Absolutely. I'm getting that because we're near the end of the video, so I was going to show that to people.
Whatever IG this game, I think it's like a 8, or even if you want to say a 7.5, I think that's still reasonable for this game.
No.
I don't think it's as
This-
bad.
No.
This is absolutely, chat. Saints Row 2022 is absolutely what a 1 out of 10 game looks like.
Yeah, it is 1 out of 10. Fucking Angry Joe gave it a 2.
Yeah, which is, again, shocking to me. Okay, so Chris Ellinger for $5. You know what? We'll do this right at the end of the video. I'm going to show the thing. I need to go to the bathroom too, but well, this is very interesting. So I will do this once the video's over with, Chris, but I'll say this right now. Chris Ellinger with $5. Thank you very much. Setch, if I forced you to defend this game, how would you do it? Think like it's a lawyer. Think like it's a lawyer in court. Like I'm being a lawyer in court. Yeah, let me think about that. How I would go about this. How I would go about defending it, and yeah, we'll finish up this video. I'll show the new FN high power, and then I gotta go to the bathroom.
The way you'd have to defend it in court would be you'd have to play the side content and only show the side content that you enjoy.
Yeah, but you have to defend this game, right? Like,
Yeah, but it's like
he's not saying as if he's not saying that it's going to be in court. Just try to think of it like a lawyer. Like, how would I be a zealous advocate for this game?
that's what I'm saying is there's nothing in the main story to defend it on, so you would have to look at something you might possibly be able to draw positive out of. Because if you're defending like a murderer on trial, you don't say, yeah, my client fucking butchered those orphans because he thought it was fun. You say, no, he went there with the intention of donating these toys to the orphans, and through a comedy of errors, accidentally fucking killed them all. You know?
Yeah, there's definitely ways to spin and stuff like that. But I'm trying to think of like here, how would I defend this? I guess I would harp on the be your own boss thing. It's terrible the be your own boss lecture in this, but be your own boss. You get to make the character that you want, design the way you want, vocal system the way you want. Choose what criminal activities your gang gets up to, because that's technically accurate. That is accurate. I couldn't be taken to court for that statement. You know what I mean? That's not a statement of malice that would actually work. So you can choose what criminal activities your gang gets involved in. Collect multiple different vehicles, allows you to get distinct visual upgrades and designs for them. Some of them can be rather wild.
You could customize your vehicles, you could customize your character, you could customize your gang, you can customize your friends.
No, the last one you can't.
Yes, you can.
No, but I mean, you can't make Kevin put a shirt on.
No, but I mean, there's still a degree of control over, like, the outfits that are available to them.
Fair. God, yeah, I don't know what else I would, like, go into, because, like, you can't say, I guess there's multiple diverse gangs. Doesn't mean there's any depth to them, but I guess there are. There's multiple diverse gangs. There's one that's a generic South American gang. There's one that's a really shitty leftoid NPC gang, and then there's the cowboy western gang, and then there's marshal, I guess, paramilitary who wants to be cowboy police. And by the way, the cowboy western gang is the Nawalis gang. Yeah, I guess you could say do battle against multiple gangs. That would be a true statement. I'd make no arguments on the quality though, but you could make that claim. That's an actual accurate statement.
And as long as you don't say that you take down the heads of said
yeah, exactly, because you can't say that claim either. Tyler McDonald, that's basically what this has come down to. It's not the worst game ever, 8 out of 10. There's nothing else to play, 8 out of 10. That's this video. That's this video in a nutshell.
As people are trying to make it out to be, that's just the way society works nowadays. Everything is shit if it's even a little bit bad.
That's not
the way society works. You
God,
fucking
I fucking hate
shit.
people who say this shit. Because this is not the first time we've dealt with this exact kind of garbage. Oh, if it's a little bit negative, people say, no, fuck off, kill yourself. That's not what the argument is. The argument isn't, oh, there's a slight thing wrong with this game. That means it's a 0 out of 10. The argument is, look at all this shit that's wrong with this game. Look at all that shit that's wrong with this game. Look at all the problems overall this fucking game has. This is why it is dog shit and you shouldn't play it.
Yeah.
Fucking little issues. Fuck off. God, shit pisses me off so much.
These are the consumers. These are the fucking consumer brain. Don't think, just consume. Remember, his whole thing of like why this game is good is that there's nothing else to play right now. So we were literally talking about one of the most entitled consumer brain morons that we've dealt with yet. $5 from Rage vs. Emil. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
One of my friends asked how much money it would take to 100% the new Saints Row game. I'm thinking about saying it's priceless because screw that.
Fair.
Yeah, that's a good idea, honestly. Thanks for your input, Seth Goodman. As this company's PR director, I will follow your example for our new promotional releases. Oh, damn.
How did you run out of games to play? Yeah, that too. There's literally thousands upon thousands upon thousands of games out there. You should never be at the point where you've run out of games to play where you're like, you know what? That Saints Row 2022 game, that sounds like a good idea.
Yeah.
Because it's not.
Alright.
Or has a few problems, it's fucking horrible, right? It's just not the case with Saints Row the Reboot. Leave a like on this video. Tell me what you think about this.
By the way, for him doing the leave a like on this video, 2,000 up dudes, over 10,000 down dudes.
Why do you call them dudes?
Because that's the new weird lingo, the fucking, that everybody does. That goes, I gotta get my up dudes.
So why are you going with the dumb lingo?
Because I'm doing it to be more insulting to this guy. He was going for the up dudes, and all he got was the down dudes.
Fair.
Hello there, my fellow kids.
Exactly. I'm gonna show up at a I was gonna say show up at a middle school, like wear a backwards hat with a skateboard and everything. What up, my fellow youth? Immediately get escorted off the property. Okay.
Oh no, L plus ratio plus ran out of games to play plus must consume else I die, sad face.
Yeah.
Yeah.
By the way, I officially want to stop calling it Gen Z. I want to call it Generation Snowflake. So that's what I'm going to do from now on. It's not Gen Z, it's Generation Snowflake from now on.
Alright.
This game, are you planning on buying it? Are you skeptical? I'm sure you are. Maybe you don't give a shit about this game. Let me know down in the comment section. Leave a like on the video, subscribe if you're new, and I'll catch you guys in the next one. Peace.
Alright, that's it then.
Yep.
Thank God that's over.
Yeah,
What a dog shit video.
That did not go well for you, did it? And now I wanted to get this. Pagan is trying to show me what I think is a cursed image. It's a real gun, but it's a cursed image. But I'm going to get this one because it's the one I first said I would. I'm gonna let you guys look at it for a little bit. I'm gonna go to the back.
See, he says that it's cursed, but I wonder if he's taken into account the Glockenballs.
There you go, chat. This is a thing I'm switch over to STAG. But you see, that's the new FN high power, and again they increase the recoil spring for the slide, so they increase the slide spring. So in order for the slide now to properly cycle all the way back for the round, they actually had to pop open where the slide spring would go out. So technically this has two barrels now. So, yeah. Or I should say two holes, right? Because the bottom's not really a barrel. That's just where the slide spring actually pushes out the front of the slide. And then let me get the curse gun.
$5 from Alan Hoffman. Thank you. Sorry, Alex Hoffman. Thank you. I am not a snowflake. I am not a merry man. God, I love Worf. It always makes me so happy when Michael Dorn shows up as voice acting for games too, like Marcus in Fallout and Fallout 2 and Fallout New Vegas, and Mayro in Saints Row 2.
Yeah, alright. I'm gonna go to the bathroom and then I'll show Kree's cursed gun. But I do agree with you. I do agree that I like seeing Worf show up in more places.
Yeah.
Yeah. Kree,
What?
have you ever seen the Glockinator?
No, what? What the fuck are you about to show me?
You've never seen the Glockinator?
No.
Hold on.
What I'm about to see is either going to be amazing or terrifying. 64 rounds in 1.5 seconds. Did he tape 2 Glocks together?
No, so it's an actual system that you could put your gun into, that you could put 2 Glocks into, and it basically turns it into a single weapon with an aim. It has a sight in the middle.
So he taped 2 Glocks together.
Basically,
That's
yeah.
amazing.
It's basically just 2 Glocks tied together.
We'll have to get Setch to show this when he gets back, because this is amazing. I love the little laugh he does at the end too. Glockinator.
I had a feeling you'd like that video. Yeah, that laugh is great. God,
Alright, I'm back. But yeah, that's the
So-
double barrel 1911.
Before you show the Glocken balls, show the Glockinator.
Okay, yeah, I've seen that one. Yeah. This
yeah, I
one's
was
really
like,
fucking-
Kree. I was like, Kree, have you ever heard of the Glockinator? And he's like, the what? I posted the video and he was like, what the fuck?
It's an amazing video.
Oh, it's so good. I fucking love it.
Yo, chat, prepare for the Glockinator.
Glockinator.
This is what happens when you play too much fucking Escape from Tarkov right here.
That is amazing. That is fucking great.
Should accidentally have the STAG copyright shield on. Oh well, I mean, that doesn't matter.
Oh, well.
But,
How the fuck did you do that?
well, because I have the button, so I think I actually probably hit Control 8 at the same time, so probably got that up at the same time. Damn, that dude is fucking annihilated. Yep.
Yep, the Glockinator, for when you need to put 64 bullets into someone within the same fucking second.
And this is, by the way, there are so many cursed gun images from history and everything, right?
With the Glockinator, you could blow all 64 of someone's lungs out at once.
Fucking dumb piece of shit.
Now do it. Show the Glocken balls.
Yeah, I'm working on them, getting the blocking balls.
I'm sure most people have seen it anyways, but it's still an amazing image. I love how there's just one comment here that's just nut.
Yep. No. There you go, chat. There's the Glocken ball. And that's a beta mag. I just love the fact that it's called a beta mag. It's a beta mag going into a full auto Glock.
Just the visual image of someone holding one of those. Like, I want to see this in a game or a movie or something where someone is just casually wielding one of these.
God.
Ima- Imagine if it's like a movie about street gangs. You see someone holding one of those sideways.
Yeah. Oh God,
Jesus.
that reminds me of that fucking joke. What was it? Was it on The Office? Like, oh my God, he turned it sideways. Kill shot. That's a kill shot. God.
Yeah, turning it sideways activates its powers to be more lethal.
Yeah, this is one of those things that this just reminded me of back in World War II. There were so many fucking cursed guns. And Australia had the Owen gun, which was like a Sten. It was a stamped sheet metal gun, right? So it was
Oh,
really
I
good.
know what you're talking about.
It had 2 barrels, and it had 2 magazines.
That were on the top,
That
right?
were on the top of the gun.
Oh my
Yes.
God, I fucking hated that thing.
Now, here's the funniest thing about this, though. The funniest thing about it. So, in World War II is when they started understanding the concept of the light machine gun, the squad automatic weapon, for stuff like that, for moving elements and everything like that. So, you have the Germans, who had the MG-34 and the MG-42. Those are their light machine guns, though. MG-42 light machine gun bullshit. Anyways, the designations also changed for each country and everything like that. So some countries would classify the MG-42 as a heavy machine gun, which, yeah, you know, let's just, I absolutely think it should be a heavy machine gun. Anyways, you then had like all these different countries trying it. We had the BAR, and it was awful. The 30 cal, the Browning 30 was way better of a light machine gun, but we had the BAR, which is supposed to be our squad automatic weapon, our support weapon, and it was a terrible, terrible fucking gun. The BAR, it was too much round, too much cartridge for its intended purposes, and it only held 20 rounds. It was ludicrous gun. The British had the Bren gun. The Bren gun was way better. Holy shit, the Bren gun was amazing.
Yeah. Love the Bren.
Like, it's top-mounted, sure, but the sights are offset, too, from the side. But it is such a good fucking weapon. Holy shit. And then you had the Russians with the DP-28, which was an awful, awful gun. But that's mostly because of its magazine. A lot of people don't understand that drum mags are horrible. They are horrible, because... Okay, in a normal magazine, what do? You load it, and the spring will slowly force the bullets up to help feed the gun. Or you have it the other way, where the spring just keeps tension on it from the top, and you let gravity feed the gun, right? The problem with drum magazines is you need to be able to get the bullets to go around the entire drum, which requires you loading it in a very specific way and winding the magazines. Winding drum mags is fucking awful. Oh, it's the one downside about drum magazines, is that winding them is so fucking bad. And then if anything goes wrong, like if you accidentally overdo it and you break the springs, oh, because you can't just have a normal spring. A normal spring to go around your entire drum mag, that won't work. You have to use a clockwork, like, winding mechanism to do it instead. So there's a reason why drum mags don't ever really take off. Like, they're not really like that. They're not really that sought after. That's why you get the really hilariously long banana mags for like the Russians and a lot of the Slavic countries. They'll just use the 60 round super long banana mags instead. Or coffin mags. Coffin mags are fun.
Anyways, should we move on to the next video?
Yeah, sure.
Because I do want to get this done as quickly as possible, just for the sake of finishing off this video and getting it rendering. Because I can't really do the editing I need to.
Yeah.
Even though I'm mostly done, I do want to check over everything just to be sure all is well. Yeah.
After episode 3 of
Okay, hang on a second. I just wanted to get that on the screen. Now let me pull everything back up so we're in position.
So I previewed a little bit of this video. It's one of those fun ones where it's like, why does everyone hate everything nowadays? I just don't get it.
The big Nana mag. Yes.
Of Obi-Wan, I made a grave mistake that I'm happy to say I tend not to make as much these days. I looked at people's opinions on Twitter, and after about 5 minutes of scrolling, I thought to myself, the title of this video, why do Star Wars fans hate everything?
Turn off the flash,
They don't.
you fucking moron! Yeah, they don't.
Yeah, Star Wars fans don't hate everything. But they're just tired of getting shit all over. Finally, a lot more and more of the fandom is realizing that they're being used as nothing but sentient wallets. That's it.
Yeah.
Yep. Especially
Yes,
after,
the baiting is... Huh?
I was gonna say, especially after Boba Fett and Obi-Wan,
Oh, God.
people really are
Yep.
starting to realize, yeah, they really don't give a shit.
Yep.
Yes, the baiting of straw man through pretend ignorance. Yep.
Yep. Sentience is relative. For some of these consumers, absolutely. I'd be like, I don't know if you are actually sentient.
I love that video. Turn off the flash, you fucking moron. Yep.
Yeah.
Also, I don't know why he would use this clip to be his example of Star Wars hate everything when it's like a genuine thing. You're in a dark movie theater and someone took a picture with a flash in their camera.
Yeah.
$3 super sticker from Dry Complimentary of the Happy Doggo saying how it's going. Or how's it going? Thank you.
Yeah.
Oh, and he said hi Rags after that because the dog does kind of look like Rags.
Yeah, it does.
It's going well.
Yeah, and again, it's not a Star Wars thing. It's somebody has a flash on in a fucking movie theater. Yeah, turn that shit off, dumbass.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure it wouldn't be any different for any other movie. Flashes in cinemas are annoying as fuck. Yeah.
Yep.
Now obviously this is a generalization, focusing on a small but very vocal sector of Star Wars fans. I know there are many, the majority, I would assume, who just watch the movies and shows and like and don't like what they like and don't like, and carry on with their days. But there's definitely a piece of that fandom that gives the impression that they hate everything. So today, I want to
Well, now I'm
Not
gonna
being
need some...
bad faith from the start, eh?
Yeah, being absolutely bad faith. But now I'm gonna need some fucking evidence. You've now made a very bold fucking claim. I'm gonna need your evidence.
Small, dude, it's a whole side of YouTube. That too.
Yeah.
There's a lot of people who had, like, if it was small, Mahler's fucking Star Wars analysis or critique videos wouldn't be getting millions of views.
Yep.
Neither would any of the other people being highly critical of these movies. Like ER or Nerdrotic or that Pawn Story Games guy.
Yep.
Like, these videos wouldn't be getting these kinds of views if it really was a small minority.
Yeah, it's looking more and more like this is what the majority feels, especially as the revenue for these movies goes down and down and down, and they're losing money over and over again. They've actually managed to lose money on merchandising for Star Wars.
And movies.
Yeah.
Well, movie. Solo wouldn't have lost money if it was a minor part of the fan base.
Yep.
Disney has successfully taken one of the most popular intellectual properties in the world and made it unprofitable. Now
Yeah.
that is fucking talent.
Yep. Yeah, again, like, profitable was in there, but yeah, Star Wars was one of the most profitable cash cows ever. It was so ludicrous. There's an entire joke, an entire bit dedicated to it in Spaceballs. It is insanely profitable. And now it's not.
Spaceballs the cereal. Spaceballs the action figures. Spaceballs the flamethrower. The
Yeah.
kids love this one.
You just reminded me of the actor, the black guy who this scene where he says like, yeah, or
We've got the blips, the bloops, and the something else.
God, there was a clip. I'm trying to remember what it was exactly because it's the guy talking about the fact that he's like, they talk about all this stuff he's done, and he's like, and the only thing I'm remembered for is one scene in Spaceballs where we
Oh,
were told to
that!
comb the desert, and all I said was, "We ain't found shit."
Oh, it's such a good
That is
line,
such
though.
a great scene.
Yeah, he's
It
like, all
is.
these movie credits, and the one thing I'm remembered for is saying, "We ain't found shit."
I mean,
love
that's
the
a good
fact-
thing to be remembered for.
Yeah,
I know, it's just so funny to me.
I just love that, comb the desert, and everybody naturally knows the thing, but then they just take it hyper literally. They have just a massive fuck off comb. It's just so good.
But not just that. It's not just. It's the way he says it too, because he doesn't just say we ain't found shit. He says it with like attitude to the Darth Vader of the movie. We ain't found shit.
Yeah, he just looks up, sweat on his brow, and he just says, "We ain't found shit."
Wait, that guy played Tuvok?
Oh god.
No. No way.
Fucking Tuvok. Ugh. Police Academy's great as well. Holy shit. If you've never seen Police Academy, that's a fantastic movie.
To try to explore what has led to this culture that can be seen with lots of franchises these days, but especially around Star Wars, and why the discourse can feel so intensely negative. Okay, first things first, Twitter sucks.
Okay, well, I agree with you there, but I'm just gonna spoil this for anybody. The reason the discourse is so intensely negative is because all these things are shit. Their quality has gone down so much, they're literally just farming this out. They're trying to make a Star Wars movie every single year so they can ring you for every penny you have.
Well, that's what they were trying to do until it failed miserably due to the terrible writing.
Yep.
Making a Star Wars movie every single year wouldn't have been a good idea, even if they were all 10 out of 10s, because you'd still encounter that fatigue of,
Yeah.
oh, it's the yearly Star Wars movie.
Even when the MCU was at the height of its writing, which wasn't long, mind you, but even when it was at the height, people were getting tired of superhero movies.
Yeah.
And now, of course, they can't make money on those anymore because the movies are fucking terribly garbage written trash. Oh, God. It's like, guys, if you stop making terrible movies and pumping them out like they're going out of fashion, then the discourse will stop being so fucking negative. It's just not hard science.
Just as a ground rule.
You know about Twitter?
If you want to be in a bad mood, go on entertainment Twitter. It's people arguing, and then people being dicks, and then people arguing about people arguing, and then people being dicks about that, and it's an endless cycle of frustration and annoyance, and God, it makes you happy for the ability to close your computer or turn off your phone and just go do something else. My point is, I'm aware that toxic movie culture is amplified on Twitter because it's just an awful social media, but I do...
Well, yeah. Again,
So, it's an important question to ask at this stage. What is toxic movie discussion? Is it people being critical of something bad? Because that's what a lot of weirdos on the internet seem to think toxic discussion is. Spoiler, people saying something is bad isn't necessarily toxic.
yeah. Again, it's these people, they just can't dissociate that. Oh, you're being negative, therefore you're being toxic and hateful. It's like, no. Again, the reason that people get so passionate about this is because they actually give a shit about these franchises.
Yeah.
That's what's the most insufferable part about this. It's like, oh, you just hate Star Wars. Like, no, I love Star Wars. That's why it fucking hurts to see it getting dragged through the mud like it is.
It is very irritating when people see criticism as purely negative, and that automatically equals hate. And
Mm,
because criticism is a negative thing, that means you're being negative. That means you're bad or something. It's just so fucking tiring.
yeah.
Do still see these kinds of overwhelmingly negative Star Wars opinions elsewhere as well. The thing that fascinates me most about Star Wars fandom in general is a shift in attitude towards the films as time passes, and more specifically, as people get older. When the Star Wars prequels came around, people who'd grown up on the original Star Wars trilogy saw them and generally hated them. They were a weird bastardization of a lot of things they loved, they were poorly written and acted, they added unnecessary lore, they had this character, garbage, we hate it. And there was an intense
By the
Well,
way,
that's largely true. There's still like good aspects that people have been able to pull out of them over the years, after analyzing them for years and looking at them for years.
yeah. It's again, this is not a situation where now suddenly everybody thinks the prequels are really good movies. They don't. But they look like fucking desert oases compared to the dog shit that Disney's pumping out.
Yeah, it's essentially people are appreciating the good parts of the prequels, which are few and far between. The good parts of the prequels due to how bad the Disney movies are. It's not saying these are suddenly masterpieces or flawless or anything like that.
Yep.
Maybe there are some weirdos out there who's saying, "Oh yeah, the prequels are actually great now," but no, most rational people are like, "Yeah, the prequels they still suck, but I can see what George was going for. I could see a through line. I just wish they were written better than what they were."
Written and acted better than what they were, for sure.
The prequels set up the situation and explains how the Empire rose. That too, like I said, there's the through line where you see
Yep.
Palpatine coming into power. He's making all these plays to get into power and create his empire. There's that through line. The Disney movies don't have that through line. It's just shit happening.
Yep, for no apparent reason whatsoever. And of course, a Mary Sue character just navigating it flawlessly at all times, and even when she makes mistakes, air quotes, it actually is to the benefit of her and everyone that's her friend. Instantly.
Yep. A character such a Mary Sue that she redefined what it meant to be Mary Sue.
Yeah.
Her worst fuck up results in people's lives being, well, the good guys' lives being saved and the bad guys getting fucked over.
Yep.
Yeah. I fucking love that the term Mary Sue has become so associated with her because all those people who are like, no, Ray's not a Mary Sue. You can't call her a Mary Sue. Stop calling her a Mary Sue. Which she was like the definition of a Mary Sue. And now it's become so ubiquitous with her that she's just like, that's what you think of when you hear Mary Sue. That's just so
Well,
funny to me.
she probably is the actual worst example of a Mary Sue. Worst example is in the best example. Like,
Yeah.
she is such a Mary Sue that she's the best example of this really, really bad writing trope.
Yep.
Yeah.
Daisy Ridley thinks Mary Sue is sexist too. Well, she's a fucking weirdo from Hollywood. She doesn't know what the fuck she's talking about.
Yeah. If you see anybody say anything from Hollywood, you should immediately be like, well, you're probably an idiot because you're in Hollywood. So.
Yeah.
intense backlash in the following years, that was one of the first famous examples of extreme fan backlash, leading to real.
Okay, I needed to pause it here because he only flashes this for a second, leading to real world trouble stuff or whatever he's about to say. Star Wars, Jar Jar Binks actor Ahmed Best considered suicide. So there's obviously a lot of criticism over Jar Jar. You know what wasn't super big back then though? The internet.
Yeah.
You know where a lot of the criticism he probably saw and faced was? The media.
Yep.
So this is another thing these disingenuous cunts constantly do is they try to put this onto the fans. they always try to put this shit onto the fans when it very rarely ever is. It's very rarely their fault. I just had to stop on this screen just so people saw it because it does go by pretty quick.
This character, garbage, we hate it. And there was an intense backlash in the following years that was one of the first famous examples of extreme fan backlash, leading to real consequences for actors involved and showing that Star Wars fans could be a little too intense about their fun Space Wizard movies.
Again, stop being a dismissive, disingenuous cunt. I'm gonna say that right off the bat.
He actually did the Space Wizard thing. Are you fucking kidding me?
Yep. This is what you fucking loser ass people that have to deflect criticism, like, oh, it's just for children, it's meant for the little kiddly winks. So it can't be good? It's not meant to be good. At all, right? Because it's meant for the little kiddly winks, right? It's a movie about magic and space wizards. It's not supposed to be good or make sense. Or leave you emotionally attached or tell a good story. How pathetic. How
Absolutely fucking pathetic.
Yeah.
I didn't get this far in previewing too, so I didn't see the Space Wizards land before. The fucking moment you unironically do the Space Wizards thing, you lose all credibility.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You just shut it off. You're done.
And it's just so annoying because it's like, one, I wouldn't really consider Star Wars to be children focused. Like, it's definitely meant so kids can watch it, but I wouldn't say it's like a children's film.
That's another thing these people get fucked up all the time is there's a difference between something meant for everyone and something meant for children, okay?
Yeah.
Something like Care Bears is meant for children. Something like Star Wars is meant for everyone, where anyone can sit down and watch it, but odds are kids are probably going to get bored by it. I shouldn't say odds are. There's a possibility that the newer generation of kids are going to get bored by it. I found it fascinating when I was a kid. I loved the movies when I was a kid.
Yeah, same. But
Um,
secondly, I think it's ridiculous that the idea that something being made for kids is automatically bad, especially since I think that children's media should be more scrutinized than adult media.
Yes.
Absolutely, because their minds are more impressionable. And that's
Yeah.
currently what we see being abused right now.
Yes. So this idea that something being for kids means it's totally fine if it's trash, you shouldn't criticize it, is absolutely retarded to me because I think children's media should be more scrutinized than adult media. So it's just ridiculous to try and defend a movie based on that concept.
Yeah.
Like what you like, don't like what you don't like, critique what you want. Don't harass actors because you don't like their performance, though. You know?
Who did?
Okay, who's harassing actors? Show them to me.
Yep.
Provide examples.
Because trust me, if you're going to go for the Jar Jar Binks one, you're going to have to show a lot of mainstream media.
Yeah. I'm sure he might have gotten some death threats because I think I remember him saying something about like he got like written letters calling
I don't
like
believe
telling him
that.
but I don't think he ever proved that. And it's far more likely that you wouldn't really be as influenced by randos saying kill yourself than you would by media conglomerates saying that you're terrible, and which everyone's going to see and believe because it's the mainstream media. It's like that the mainstream media has a lot more power behind it than some rando fan saying kill yourself.
Yeah.
Especially back then. If I was an adult in the year 2000 and I got a letter in the mail saying kill yourself, okay, that'd be weird. That might be a thing you go to the police like, yeah, I got this weird fucking letter. This is concerning. But if I had all the media companies saying, oh, what a piece of shit this person is, they're terrible for acting this part, blah, 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 it'd be like, yeah, that's going to be a lot of stress on you because it's the media that are fanning the flames on that.
Yep.
They're bringing everyone's attention to it.
$5 super chat from Lantern's Glow. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
The OG trilogy is loved for being memorable. The new trilogy is bad because the first was good, but then juggling directors messed everything up.
I have to disagree there. The Force Awakens was
Force
really
Awakens
bad.
was terrible. Yeah, Force Awakens was really, really bad. A lot of people, like, I don't know, give it a pass because it was a drop of water in the desert. And I mean this as in a true desert where there was no Star Wars media at all. Like, it was the first Star Wars, proper one that came back. And it's just so fucking bad. Holy crap, it is not a good movie.
And God knows Rise of Skywalker was fucking awful as well, so it definitely wasn't the director like being he's a good director. The other one was bad. It's like, no, he made the last one and the last one was fucking terrible.
Oh god. Just reminds me of all the problems in Force Awakens.
And Black Pigeons in chat says, I could say Adam Driver, the actor of Kylo Ren, got harassed by the Reylo shippers to divorce his pregnant wife and date Daisy Ridley, who played Rey. I have heard that before. Is there a source on that? Because if that really did happen, that's super fucked up.
Yeah, I don't think I don't know. I think there might have been some people posting some of the stuff about it and showing some of the weird Reylo forum things.
Yeah. There's a reason Jeremy for DC Gamers always says Reylos are weird, because they fucking are.
Yep.
Yeah.
Shipping is one of the weirdest fucking things I've ever seen on the internet. I do not get it.
Yeah, it will taint fandoms. Oh my god, it will taint fandoms so bad. And especially when the fucking TV shows start pandering to them. Oh my god.
Yeah.
Like,
What,
I don't want to bring up
What, Pagan, you're not a spylight chipper? I was trying to randomly put those words together.
No, but god, because fucking that was one of the things that really brought down MLP in the later seasons was fucking the shippers, and then the show deciding that that's the fan base they want to focus on and pander to fucking ruin the show. Like, that was definitely part of what ruined the show. It
Same
fucking
thing happened
sucks.
with Supernatural. It was fine for the first couple seasons, then they started pandering to the fucking retarded Tumblr crowd, and the show just went downhill from there.
Yeah.
$5 from Johnny Off 14. Thank you.
Yeah.
You see, it doesn't matter that this show was literally just Nazi propaganda, because it's just a kid's show. This guy's logic.
Yeah, that's basically what it is.
No, pretty
God.
basic rule.
I just remember the fucking Rose Tico thing where she claimed that she got chased off the internet
Well,
because
hold on.
of fans.
Hold on. She never actually claimed that. It was everyone else. She deleted her, I think it was her Instagram and Twitter, and people just started claiming, oh, it's the horrible Star Wars critics who chased her off of social media, and yet they never had any receipts to back that up.
Oh, see, I didn't even know that. I thought she said that and she didn't have any receipts to back it up.
In fact, I expect that to come up in this video.
Probably.
Yep.
Rule to live by. However, you know who did love those movies? Kids, who didn't write film reviews at the time. And as those kids have grown up, and as a byproduct gotten more vocal, the love for the Star Wars prequels has increased online. Now to the point...
Okay,
Not
so...
really. So...
No, well, there's two factors in here. I could say increase, but if it goes from 1% to 2%, that's an increase.
Yeah.
But there's a reason why this happens. Nostalgia goggles. So, again, you need to start thinking critically about it, because you were talking about how there's all these kids, and they loved it, and now that they've grown up, they're bringing that love forward. It's like, yeah, but...
He's actually going to get into that a bit, because I did skip around when I previewed this.
Oh, okay.
But the other thing to consider, too, is what about those of us who were kids back then and are adults now, because that's how time works, who are still very critical of these movies?
Yeah.
The aspects I like about these movies are stuff that have come out not because of nostalgia, but because of analysis of, oh, hey, you know, again, Palpatine has a plan. There's a bit of a through line there. It's just not executed very well. And here's the plethora of issues these movies have.
Yeah, even when I was a kid, like, I saw the prequels when I was a child. I didn't hate them, but I definitely had some criticisms for them even when I was a kid. But being a kid, it was hard for me to voice exactly what it was I didn't like. I just knew that there was something about them where it's like, I don't really like this. I don't know why, but I don't really like this. There's things about this that suck. And then as I got older, I was able to like formulate why I didn't like it more and more as I got older.
Yeah. All right, but he said he's going to get into that, so let's hear it.
Point where they're seen by some to be better than the originals, which for the record, if anyone has been on the internet since before the new Star Wars films, the idea of the Star Wars prequels being beloved is crazy. They used to be the easiest punchline on the internet.
They still are.
Are the prequels? Well, they're not the punchline of the internet, but are they beloved now?
No.
Because I
No.
haven't really seen that sentiment anywhere. There's some memes, of course, but making memes about something doesn't mean it's beloved.
I think the most like praise I've heard of them recently is somebody saying stuff like they're delightfully camp, and that's about it. And it's like, okay, I wouldn't really call that hard praise. It's just
Also,
they
they're
like
not really camp. Like, Pagan was there for when we watched the Evil Dead series. We watched The Evil Dead 2, and Army of Darkness. That's camp. Like,
well, the prequels were definitely a bit more silly.
Yeah, there's definitely silly aspects to them with the Trade Federation droids being all
oh yeah,
jokey and weird.
and having personalities, which that leads to some really dark ideas.
I'm wondering if maybe this guy doesn't just see memes and just thinks, oh well, people, that means people like it. And it's like, no, people just find aspects of it funny and can turn them into memes. It doesn't mean that they like the source content.
Yeah.
I think he's conflating that because God
Maybe.
knows the prequel memes like exploded a few years ago and became super popular. And
Yeah.
but I wouldn't say that that means people love them.
Anyway, at first this started in a bit of an ironic way, lots of meme templates being used,
there it
but
is.
slowly the narrative has shifted to, unironically, these films now being beloved.
No.
No.
Again, I
No.
haven't seen that anywhere.
Where?
So
You need to
I
provide receipts.
Yep.
I think I was right. I think he's conflating people, making these memes super popular because they were really funny. And he's conflating that with, oh, well, that means that they love the prequels. See, they love it now. And it's like,
Well-
no, they're mocking it. They're making fun of it. They're making jokes at its expense.
Yeah. I don't. You're gonna have to show me where the fuck are these things beloved at? Because I have never seen them be like, oh no, there's. I've never seen like a big group of people like, yeah, they're amazing. So like, I've never seen it.
Mainly from younger people who grew up with them, now getting older and having more of a voice about films. And I think this may be an element of, when you love something as a child, in this case entertainment-wise, in your older years you stand by it. You almost treasure it and protect it because it's something personal to you.
Yeah, which you shouldn't do. By the way, you should never do that.
Exactly. You should be critical of the media you consume, no matter what age it was from,
Yep.
because maybe something you thought was good years ago might not be as good now with a different perspective.
Yeah. Like, I still love Army of Darkness, but watching it again, a lot of the CGI is rough as shit. Because it's not really CGI, it's rotoscoping, but it's rough as fucking shit, and it stands out like a sore thumb, and it does take away from a lot of the experiences. But I still love that movie. Oops, I accidentally scrolled down on the fucking watch together, damn it.
Rip. Yeah, I used to like Fallout 3 because I first played it when I was in high school. And it was my first Fallout game. I really, really liked it. There was a time where I liked it better than New Vegas. And then I got a more critical eye to the media I consumed. And I looked back at it and other games and realized, oh, some of these things aren't quite as good as I thought they were. Especially Fallout 3, obviously. So imagine arguing that, oh, you should defend it because you liked it as a kid and it should be protected. Like That's just bizarre to me.
Yeah. And you shouldn't protect anything. It's like I remember liking it as a kid, and then you go back through it. It was like CD11. He just did a video on the game The Suffering, and it's like I liked that game back then too. But he went back through it, and he's like he remembered liking it too, and he's like, Jesus Christ, I didn't realize how bullet spongy and tanky all these enemies were, and it's actually getting kind of tedious. And like, yeah, times change, and when you go back to think of it critically, I'd still
Nothing is sacred.
yeah, exactly.
Even if you can see flaws with it, you go, that movie is goddamn awesome, because it was part of your childhood and you have a connection to it. To a certain extent, I think that's how some fans acted with the original trilogy as well, ignoring some of its flaws because it's attached to childhood memories of theirs, and they end up promoting these movies to this godly status of film. I'm guilty of this too, of course.
Yeah, but okay, what flaws? I mean, again, the contrast is how many flaws were in the original trilogy, how many flaws are in the prequels. There are a lot less flaws in the original trilogy than there are in the prequels. Like, that's the measuring stick that you should go by. How bad is something?
It's not necessarily that people are ignoring the flaws, because you've definitely got things like criticism of the Empire being beaten by teddy bears and stuff like that. But it's the degree of flaws something has, and like how many and how impactful, because one flaw can be particularly impactful. But if you've got a bunch of little flaws, then it's not going to be nearly as bad as any of the shit that happens in the Disney movies. For example, Rey, the Mary Sue, who speaks numerous alien languages of creatures she probably never would have encountered, despite living on a barren desert planet with hardly any interaction to anyone. She knows how to fly a plane. She knows how to shoot both a regular gun and a turret. She knows how to fight with a lightsaber. She learns how to use the Force, not just the Force, but the Jedi mind trick, the same day she learned that the Force exists. Like, all of those are way more impactful than well, I'm just trying to think of a major flaw from the original trilogy besides the Empire being beaten by teddy bears, of course.
She knows how to
Oh,
sail a boat despite living on a desert
the
planet.
no. The design of the Death Star is one of the things that annoys the shit out of me the most. Why?
I was going to.
Why the fuck did you build a trench that leads all the way? These massive trenches that lead all the way to the one weak spot, and your one weak spot is only protected with a void shield, and not any like grating or anything like that. Not at all. You just expect that the void shield will be up at all times, so it'll stop any debris going down here, because any debris going down here will cause the engine to overheat and explode. What the fuck? What is this design? Why would you lower if you know it's the flaw? Because they know it's a flaw because they put turrets in these fucking trenches instead of just having them just be trenches. Why does the trench exist? Why did the turrets exist in the trench? So they have to know it's a flaw then. They have to know it's a weakness to their design of their vessel. But then why would you put it in a trench so that all the turrets above can't shoot at people? Like, what the fuck?
Yeah. Another flaw. Why does Boba Fett fly close up to Luke Skywalker when he has a ranged fucking weapon?
Yeah.
Like, sure, Luke can deflect them, but you know what's not going to help? Flying into someone who has a fucking laser sword.
No, Thread, I'm talking about the trench. The trench in and of itself. Why they need the trench to go up to the vent, the exhaust vent, is... I don't get it. Why are you giving the people a safe passageway to go to the weak spot of your vessel? I just don't understand. And again, the whole problem could be solved if they literally put a grate over it. Just a normal grate over the vent, the exhaust vent.
I love that joke from a long time ago where they're like, God, are they really not just going to put a piece of plywood over that? Like, nothing, really?
Yeah. And it's again because they say it's got void shielding or whatever on it. They specifically say the type of shielding. And that's why they're using photon torpedoes, because it'll go through said shielding. But it's just like, okay. But then also, why didn't you just, you know where this is, you know where the trenches are, triangulated it from space, and then just dive bomb straight down to it? Why do you have to do this trench run? Why? And again, do they do it because it's cool, right? And it builds tension, but logically it makes no fucking sense. You're attacking from space. Ray shield's what they call it? Okay, well, there you go. But again, it's one of those things like, so you're just gonna rely on the fact that the ray shield will never ever go down ever for any reason whatsoever. I just that kind of stuff annoys me.
But Setch, Star Wars space is different from our space. You can arc artillery and drop bombs.
And run out of fuel because you don't continue forward momentum for some reason. Like, what? There's nothing stopping your fucking momentum in space.
Pain.
He's talking about the really, really shit Rian Johnson movie where they're chasing them and they're literally arcing artillery shells. It's just,
Yep.
It's just so fucking dumb. It's so dumb.
It is super dumb. I hate it so much.
One example would be the National Treasure movies. I can admit are not masterful works of art.
I'm gonna steal the Declaration of Independence.
And yet I'd still vehemently defend them because I loved them so much growing up. And I'm sure everyone can think of films like that. Also, side note, I also think it's
Which you shouldn't do. You should not.
You shouldn't defend something purely just because you love it, because that thing you're defending might actually be flawed, and the criticism it's receiving might actually be justified. And if you defend something that has justifiably been criticized, you might look like a bit of an asshole.
Yeah.
You might look like a bit like one of those dicks you're talking about on Twitter for saying, "Well, I like this thing, so your criticism is wrong."
Yeah.
No, Thunderstruck. Thunder says, at Setch, it's not the arcing of artillery that's the problem, it's the arcing of the laser. Nothing would arc in space.
Yeah, if
Well,
you
no,
fired it up, it would just go up.
No, I think the point he's getting at is that a laser wouldn't arc on Earth anyways, and it's still arcing in space.
No,
so it's like double bad.
A laser would arc on Earth, but that's just because of refraction and everything. But no, it just would not. Yeah, artillery and stuff like that does not arc in space either. It doesn't matter what it is. Wherever you shot it, it is going in a straight fucking line from there.
Yeah.
It was guided by space magic. Why isn't the space magic guided on target?
Fuck, I was gonna say something. I forgot what it was. Is what we were talking about a second ago. I forgot what we were talking about. Shit.
Well, that's the weird thing, because people would have tried to say the gravity well and stuff like that, but there's no gravity well. They're in space. There's no planets nearby.
Really interesting how meme culture and film or TV meme templates shift as the younger fans of something get older. We saw it with the Star Wars prequels.
Sorry, I didn't mean to actually pause that. Sorry, there's nothing here to say. It was just dumb.
I remember now.
Oh,
Yeah, it was literally just there's plenty of things as a kid that I liked that when I went back to, I realized, it's not good, but I still like them, but I could still admit they weren't good. That's the thing these people have a problem with, is they can't just admit that the things they like can still be bad. It's like, you can like bad things, it's fine.
Yeah.
And by the way, don't worry, Thunderstruck, because it's not so much the laser arcing naturally, because it's not like gravity is working on it, but it's just the way that the Earth's atmosphere works. It's why you can sit on one side of the Great Lakes, and then on certain days, depending on the temperature and the density of the atmosphere, like moisture content in the atmosphere, you'll be able to see Chicago, like the ground level of Chicago, perfectly from where you are, even though by logic you shouldn't be able to because of the curvature of the Earth. But here you can because light is slowly bending because of the atmosphere and everything. So now you can see it. It's a very rare phenomenon. It's a very cool phenomenon.
Would that apply to shooting a laser blast out of a gun, though?
It'd be the same thing because the laser would be affected by the same atmospheric pressures and everything.
All right. Yeah, the point he's making here about the memes just kind of seems like a random thing that might not necessarily be true. I think it's more of a thing of people going back and watching these old movies and then making meme templates out of them. Because you see a lot of modern stuff getting memed too. It's not a matter of people grew up with these so they get memed. It's people make memes out of anything they can make a meme out of.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think some memers literally just went back, watched some old movies, happened to watch the prequels, saw a bunch of a gold mine of fucking
Not
meme material, and just decided, yeah, I'm gonna make memes of this shit.
not even necessarily that, but just to use the Spider-Man example, we're paused on different frames, such. But the I'm something of a scientist myself. I'm not actually on that frame, but Spider-Man's on my screen, so that's why I'm doing that.
Yeah.
That was probably someone who does do memes and then saw that and didn't necessarily think, oh, this will be a huge meme, but thought, oh, this is something that could be used as sort of like a joke thing that, you know, oh, I'm something of a I don't know, an FPS player myself when it's someone who's actually really, really fucking good at it, you know?
I should have clarified. I don't mean that the person watching it saw like, oh, this is a gold mine. I'm saying it was a gold mine.
Yeah.
I just want to make that clear.
Yeah, people are talking about too. It would depend on the wavelength of the laser and everything too. It's like, yeah, fair enough. There's a lot more nuance to the beaming, a laser arcing as well in atmosphere, I should say.
I need to grab a couple comments in chat.
Okay.
We don't need them around to foster their memes anymore. That's some good facts, Senator, but I would need you to back them up with a source. My source is that I made it the fuck up.
Nice.
I always love seeing that pop up.
Yeah.
The original Spider-Man films, tons of DreamWorks movies, all of these are from the same era, in case you didn't notice. And now breaking...
Okay, so what about the stuff, like, Smiling Friends just came out, like, less than a year ago, and it's being memed. That one really crusty image of Pym, where he's, like, dead inside because of what Mr. Plinkett said.
Yeah. Oh, God.
You see that a bunch.
What about...
Fuck, there's others I just can't recall off the top of my... Game of Thrones stuff gets memed.
What about fucking...
Give me something for the cringe and let me die.
What about the laughing Mexican guy, right? That wasn't like... People, like, children didn't grow up with that. It's just people randomly found it one day. And they're like, oh, this is amazing. He has such a fucking awesome laugh and everything. And now that's been turned into a huge meme.
Same with Hide the Pain Harold. That became a meme pretty quickly after those images were put online.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Rest in peace, laughing guy. Your laugh was too pure for this world.
Absolutely.
Ahi! Ahi!
Yeah, the ahi. That's the funny. It's like, ahi! 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 Like, oh, God.
So fucking good. And the funny thing to me was he looked like a fucking, like, I don't know who he was, because I've never seen any...
Spanish, apparently.
And I've never seen any, like, English subtitles, so I don't know what that story was of, but he looks like a he looks like he looks like a gangster, like a mob boss or something,
Mm.
like the leader of a cartel or something. And I just imagine he's telling this like horrific story about how he tortured and killed someone. And
Yeah.
he's just like, and when we said we'd let him go, we chopped his legs off. Ahi, ahi.
My favorite part is when he gets it together for a second. He's like, no, my God, go, and then he just starts going, and he says one more thing, and he's just like, I was like, oh no.
People in chat are bringing up other examples too. The Trollololol song was a very old song before it got memed. Same with Rick Astley's Never Gonna Give You Up. The Doctor from Treasure Island. Most people on the internet are not from Russia. Yeah, that looks like a cartoon that was from like the 70s or the 80s.
Dude, the Dr. Livesey walk. The most Chad walk of all time. That was an old Soviet Union cartoon for Treasure Island, and it's just so good.
Yeah, I fucking love the Doctor Lives the memes that have been being made.
Yeah.
That fucking
Yes.
exploded, and it's so good. The fucking Chad walk and the creepy smile is just so fucking good.
The Banjo-Kazooie one was one of the best ones I've seen.
Yes, I fucking love the Banjo-Kazooie
The
one.
Left 4 Dead 2 one was fantastic as well. With Coach. Coach being Dr. Livesey was so fucking good.
Yeah. Shit.
Elden Ring got a lot of memes in 2022, by the way.
Absolutely.
No maidens. So yeah, I think we've made it clear already that this point is just fucking dumb.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, people, the things that are memed are from the older generation who grew up with this stuff. It's like, no, everything gets memed. Nothing is safe from the memery.
Yeah. Oh, God. Oh, you're approaching me? Yeah, that's a fucking big meme. Aw, shit, here we go again, is another huge meme.
Oh, you know another thing that, or other things that were memed pretty much instantly? Ain't nobody got time for that. And, hide your children, hide your wife, and stuff like that. Like, again, just anything can become a meme.
Yep.
Breaking Bad, as people like me who watched it when, let's be honest, they were probably too young to be watching it, have gotten a bit older. I don't know, I find it very interesting, and it can affect the discourse around films. The Raimi Spider-Man films were always well liked and not as controversial as
What a way to
Oh
know what
boy.
you're talking about. A
Oh,
lot of people really fucking hated Spider-Man 3.
yes.
A lot of people. It's the reason why there wasn't a Spider-Man 4.
Mm-hmm. Dude, his bad boy emo phase was so painful.
Yeah, it was pure cringe.
Oh, you don't like Bully Maguire?
Yeah.
Oh, God.
God.
Literally just people who think it's like it was written by people who think they know what a bad boy is supposed to be, but they don't actually know at all. It's like
Yeah.
the virgin's like expectation of what a bad boy is. It's just so it's so painful.
Some of the World War II propaganda cartoons legit look like modern day shitposts. Really do.
Yeah, they
really
do.
Fucking do. The Donald Duck working at the Nazi factory,
Yes!
and he has to keep pulling the lever, and then he sees a picture of Hitler come along the assembly line, and he has to go, "Hi, Hitler!" And then he keeps going, and then another one shows up. So then he's stuck in the pose where he just keeps his hand going. And he's like, "Hi, Hitler! Hi, Hitler! Hi, Hitler!"
I like the one where he's in bed and he sees the shadow that looks like the salute, and he jumps up and starts to say it, and then he sees what's casting the shadow, and it's like just something benign. So he stops.
Oh God.
Yeah, oh my God. That shit was fucking hilarious. Oh.
Oh, good God.
the Star Wars prequels, but they've ascended to god tier movies as of late because kids who grew up with them are now older
No.
and the ones having the film discussions online. I
No,
guarantee
no,
you.
No.
Yeah, I'm sorry, but
You keep
I-
saying this, I want some receipts of this happening.
Yeah, you need to provide evidence. But also, look, I haven't seen the Raimi movies in a long time, but I do remember liking the first two. They've got flaws. They are absolutely flawed. Especially if you've seen Southpaw's video on Spider-Man 2. It's a really good video.
Yeah. $2 super chat from Alex Hoffman. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Pagan, can you be my bad boy? Wink, wink, smooch.
Sure.
I didn't expect you to sell yourself for so cheap, Pagan.
Yeah.
Hey
$2.
man, I'm a cheap kind of guy.
Actually, I think we missed a super chat from him earlier, didn't we?
We did. There's a few that he said he wants us to do later, though.
Okay.
Yeah.
God, Tyler McDonald's comment is making me think of that clip I saw earlier. He's the gosh, Donald, I didn't know you used to be a Nazi, the goofy like, goofy thing. And there was a fucking clip I saw earlier of some soldier doing the goofy voice, and he does it way too well, but he's doing all of the like military jargon and stuff and call outs and stuff, but as goofy. It's fucking
God.
hilarious.
That does sound funny.
That just reminds me of Goofy the Mass Murderer, and they're like going try. We gotta stop him. I'll fucking do it again. What?
Yeah.
Like, oh no.
Oh god. Here's the video for later when we end the stream, so you guys can check it out.
All right.
In a few years, the Garfield Spider-Man films will have a similar ascension, and then the Holland.
No. Not at all.
I don't like this argument because it's just assuming that something being criticized now is just going to be looked on positively in years from now, when that's obviously not always going to be the case.
Two tangos, yuck, frag out.
$2 from Alex Hoffman. Thank you.
I just saw that.
Yes, I win. Now I could die happily. Oh.
Give me something for the pagan and let me die.
But yeah, it's just an absurdly silly assumption to make that the Andrew Garfield Spider-Man movies will be beloved in a few years. I certainly wish they were written better. I do like the bit of redemption he gets as Spider-Man in No Way Home. But to say these movies will be looked back fondly in a few years, no.
No. Yeah, no.
No.
Holland Spider-Man movies like 15 to 20 years from now. Anyway, I am getting off topic here. The kids who loved the prequels growing up are now teens and young adults, and they now see that as the benchmark of Star Wars film quality.
No, they don't. Do not assume that at all, you fucking nonce. They probably got to see the original trilogies as well. They see that as the benchmark. Fuck off.
Who saw the prequels as a kid is going to be a teen right now?
When was this video made?
Let me check quickly. I thought it was fairly recently, but I could be wrong. June 6th. Stop playing. June 6th, 2022.
When were the prequels made?
So, The Phantom Menace was released in 1999. Revenge of the Sith was released in 2005, and
Who the fuck?
Attack of the Clones would be somewhere in between, obviously.
So, at minimum, no, it can't even be at minimum. If you were 1 year old at Revenge of the Sith, you'd be 17. What the fuck? Who the fuck are teens?
Yeah, we passed that threshold. As horrifying as that is to come to terms with. Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
No one who watched the prequels when they were a kid and were old enough to even fucking remember them are a teen anymore.
God. So whenever Setch says call somebody a nonce,
Yeah.
it makes me laugh because the fucking definition for nonce. Like, I know what you mean by it, but every time I hear it, it just makes me laugh because it just sounds like you're saying this sex offender dares to say.
God. $2 from Alex Hoffman.
Thank you.
I will be bottom. Well, there you go.
Well, perfect. That works out perfectly for me then.
And that is where I think some more of this hate is coming from now for this modern Disney era. In a kind of similar way to how the prequels were over-the-top hated for years, it's different from the thing I liked growing up, and for that...
No, that's not why they were hated, you fucking idiot.
You disingenuous... Fuck, God, I hate this shit. No, people don't hate... Okay, maybe there's a couple weirdos out there. I always have to make this distinction. Maybe there's a couple weirdos out there who do hate it because it's different. That's not where most of the criticism is coming from. Most of the criticism is because they're poorly written. Believe it or not, this is actually a big factor for a lot of people who care about their media being good.
For that reason, it is bad. Now again, I'd like to stress, I am talking about a specific sector of Star Wars fans who are very toxic and see...
What is toxic to you? You need to define what's toxic to you.
Yeah, because as we've seen in past stags, toxic can be something as simple as criticizing something that you like.
Yeah. And even in the most milquetoast way possible, too. Like, I was really looking forward to this, and now I'm just kind of really depressed that it's not very good. Toxic! It's like, what? That's not toxic.
Oh, yeah, Bad Company Sarge, the Toxic Fallout fans video.
Yeah. Holy shit.
God, that was pathetic.
Yeah,
It
that
really
was really bad.
almost determined to feel negatively about the new Star Wars stuff. There are some people who just didn't like the new movies, and obviously, that's fine. It's when people are so angry and hateful about it that it perplexes me, and why I wanted to make this video. And that's an interesting shift also with the pre...
What is the difference between someone who just dislikes it and someone who's so angry and hateful? Like,
yeah.
How do you distinguish between the two? What's your definition of the two?
Yeah.
'Cause
what's your definition of toxic?
Like, let's say someone goes out and makes a multiple hours long analysis or critique of these movies, talking about why they're bad. Is that someone who just doesn't like them, or is that someone who's toxic? And if that is someone who's toxic, then why, by your definition, are they toxic? Are they toxic because they spent so many hours talking about this thing being bad? Because what if all their criticisms are justified and correct? And accurate, of course.
Yeah.
In that case, how is that toxic? Is it just the whole you're criticizing this thing too much type deal? Like where's the line?
Yep.
We are about a third of the way into this video, and he's only been using vagaries and not going into anything, and I feel like that's what most of this video is going to be.
Yeah, that's what it feels like, for sure. It feels like there isn't going to be any examples. There isn't going to be any, like, concrete proof or anything anyway.
That way, you, the audience, can draw your own conclusions on what toxic is, so he doesn't actually have to point to anyone and face any repercussions for saying anyone in particular is toxic, but people who already think like him will already have the people picked out as, oh, these people are toxic, so he must be talking about them.
Yeah.
Because he's not drawing any lines, he's not defining anything. And it's just going to be, oh yeah, these people are terrible. Did you know that they almost made the Jar Jar actor commit suicide? Because they did.
So
this is toxic and horrible.
Cool. Yeah, we know the mainstream media are evil people.
Well, no, what I'm getting at is he's trying to associate it with the fans.
I know, but I'm saying, like, when he says that, and then you just respond with, oh yeah, the mainstream media? Yeah, they're terrible people.
Prequels, which the one-dimensionness of it I'll talk a little bit more about later. The prequels went from the worst thing ever created to the best movies ever on the internet.
When?
No.
Where?
You need to provide evidence for that, because no one seems to
that be... That does not happen.
This is like the third or fourth time he's claimed something similar to this, but this is the most extreme of them. I've never seen anyone say the prequels are the best movies. Like,
yeah.
even among Star Wars fans, I haven't seen anyone say, "Oh yeah, they're the best, they're flawless, they're perfect."
I would love any evidence whatsoever that this is true, because bullshit.
Actually, it works out that I read that Metal Gear Rising Revengeance quote earlier, because that's what this entire video is turning out to be. My source is that I made it the fuck up.
Yeah, it truly is.
Internet
Fuck this
since like
revisionist bullshit, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
2013. It's kind of nuts. And even with this new Star Wars saga, it's been fascinating to watch the public perception of it evolve as well. When Force Awakens came out, it was beloved. Everyone was like, oh my god, Star Wars is back. And then within just a few years and some film choices, it's like, these are the worst movies ever.
Yeah, it's because, again, it was a literal drop of water. Okay, not literal. Okay. It was a metaphorical drop of water in the desert. Only this time it was a desert through absence. There was no good Star Wars media. The Star Wars media wasn't really coming out. It was
A
all
lot of
just marketing, all more toy lines, stuff like that. People were desperate for a new Star Wars movie, so they
not
got
just
one.
that. Not just that, but there's this perception that had grown by that point that, oh, the prequels relied too much on CGI. The prequels had too much politics in them, and this new trilogy would be avoiding them both. There's going to be practical effects. They're going to be avoiding all the politics. The problem is, we kind of need both those things. Well, they do have CGI in these movies, obviously.
Yeah.
But also, we do need a bit of the political aspect for it to work. The
Yeah.
issue with the prequels' political shit isn't that, oh, there's fictional politics in my movie. It's that it was done fucking poorly, like pretty
Yep.
much the rest of the prequels. And with this perception that these movies would be moving away from those things, that new creators would be in control. George Lucas wouldn't have his grimy hands over Star Wars anymore. It'll be a new company doing something, revitalizing it, bringing it back to life, making awesome new movies. Because why the fuck would Disney pay $4 billion to fuck a franchise into the dirt? Well, they did fuck it into the dirt, first of all.
Yep.
But when people got that first movie, they were in the honeymoon period. They thought it was good. They thought it was fine. There's a lot of things surface level to like about it if you don't look at it too deeply, if you don't criticize or analyze it in any way. But then the cracks started forming when people had time to mull it over a bit more, to look at it a bit deeper, to really dig into it. And then The Last Jedi came out and made it worse. And then Rise of Skywalker came out and made it even worse.
Oh boy.
And that's that fandom mentality that doesn't just apply to Star Wars, but it is a great case study for it. Something's either the worst thing ever or the best thing ever.
No.
Who the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah, please. For once, you need to show your evidence. For fucking once.
I genuinely don't know what he's talking about here, unless he's being super generalized about the entire thing, which even then I think it's inaccurate.
He did say he was being general earlier, and he keeps trying to be like, oh, I'm not talking about everybody. You know, he's trying to deflect constantly. This just seems like a weasel, a snake.
Yeah.
Also, before you come at me, that does just make for a good title and thumbnail, alright? The Last Jedi did some controversial stuff with the lore, and then Rise of Skywalker wasn't great. Now this whole new Disney era is garbage, as opposed to when Force Awakens came out, and it was the best thing to ever happen. To elaborate...
Well,
no.
It wasn't the best thing that ever happened. Again, people are in the honeymoon phase.
Yeah, and there were people like me that pointed out that, no, The Force Awakens wasn't that good. It was a fucking repeat of what came before, and not well.
Yeah, it was a bad reboot or retelling of A New Hope.
Yeah. Good God, man. Good fucking lord.
On a point I made earlier, it is obviously fine to like or dislike movies and to talk about why you like or dislike them. That's literally my job. It's this pattern of hate mixed with nostalgia, mixed with shifting emotions around Star Wars, and a simplicity of this is the best thing or the worst thing ever that
Oh my god, shut the
You
fuck up.
haven't
This is like
proven
the
any of
third or
this,
fourth
you
time you
idiot.
said this when they're a 2-minute span. Move the fuck on.
Can you get to an actual point at some point in this fucking video? And can you please have some evidence to back it up for once, you miserable fuck?
How many more times do you think we're going to hear, oh, it's either the best thing ever or the worst thing ever before this fucking shit video ends?
I don't know, but hopefully his fucking YouTube career ends before then. Jesus Christ.
it just seems exhausting, and why I tend not to read comments or look at tweets anymore. All of these films have flaws. In my personal opinion, the original trilogy is good and fun, and I think people maybe take them a bit too seriously because they're fun, goofy space movies that definitely have silly parts to them, but they're enjoyable. I think the prequels aren't very good, but have some fun stuff in them, but are poorly written generally. I think the new trilogy started really strong and had some interesting ideas.
It did not start really strong, by the way.
Not at all.
No.
It started really bad, and that was not a good sign.
Also, what do you mean by people take the original trilogy too seriously? Because that could be interpreted in numerous different ways.
Yeah, if you mean that, like, they take it to be what the baseline of everything is going to be, yeah, it's what started the entire Star Wars everything. So you kind of have to use that as the foundation, right? God damn, man.
And Rise of Skywalker was then pretty bad. And you can agree or disagree with any of that, and that's totally fine, but it's preferable to handle it in the way of these are fantasy movies.
Oh god, here
Well,
we go.
Here we go with the fucking deflection. By the way, agree or disagree, you can like or dislike anything you want. Absolutely, absolutely. That's a true statement. You can like, dislike, whatever you want. Something being good or bad is not up for debate. Those are objective qualifiers.
Well, they are up for debate. It's just reaching that endpoint of that debate.
That's what I mean. I guess that's what I should say. Once you get to the endpoint, once all the evidence is provided, it is either good or it is bad. Or I guess there's more, or it is neutral. It's meh. It exists.
It's a spectrum.
Yeah.
And
But
we're
with-
all on it.
Yeah. Oh god, that's the thing I always hate about like autism being a spectrum. Like, therefore, by definition, everybody's on it.
Them pretty bad. And you can agree or disagree with any of that, and that's totally fine, but it's preferable to handle it in the way of these are fantasy movies that can be fun to talk about, rather than this movie was disappointing, and that is an affront to your very being. Now I get the
Who's saying it's a
Who?
God, this is
Who
so
are these
fucking
people?
irritating when people do this. What if Star Wars is a franchise you really, really like, that maybe it's your favorite franchise ever, and when you get a bad entry in that franchise, you find it annoying and disappointing, so you want to talk about how bad this thing was because it frustrates you.
Yeah.
I don't know, it seems pretty logical to me, but I guess that's me just being a horrible, toxic hater fanboy.
I have no fucking idea. Because he still haven't defined what the fuck toxic means or what disliking and liking means.
Yeah. We've both said it at this point, but he's not going to define anything. It's just this Weasley bullshit where he uses vagaries, and
This is
that's
what it
it.
looks
This is
like.
going to be 13 minutes of nothing.
Probably. But this is what it looks like to be a fake person. This is what it looks like to not actually have, like, concrete foundation, not to actually have morals and everything. This is what it looks like. You always speak in vagaries, because you have to be able to easily walk it back, walk away. Oh no, I wasn't talking about you. I meant those other people. What other people? Oh, you know, those other people. What other people? The other people. What other people? You need to give us a foundation, you fucking idiot.
I'm talking about the toxic, hateful fans of Star Wars.
Alright, who are the toxic, hateful fans of Star Wars? You know, the toxic ones. The really hateful, the spiteful ones. Alright, who are the toxic, really hateful, spiteful ones?
I'm not talking about people who dislike the movie. I'm talking about the horrible ones. Okay, who are the horrible ones?
Yeah.
There's never going to be an answer.
Yeah, this is what having no principles looks like. He stands exactly. Third not says such. He stands for nothing, so falls for everything. There you go.
Bad people are bad, and I'm going out of my way to not say anything controversial. Yeah.
Yeah.
Being over the top and whatnot when discussing movies can be fun, or you can slip into that. Honestly, if you listen to the Poorly Planned podcast, Freddie and I do slip into that rhetoric of, this is the most boring movie I've ever seen in my life, and that kind of stuff. And it can be fun to nitpick, like when Freddie and I talked about Doctor Strange 2 and went over how dumb some little moments were. That can be fun to do. Or like,
Did you go into any depth on how dumb those moments were? Because it's
Yeah.
quite possible those moments were dumber than you realized.
Like, when you're talking about Doctor Strange 1, I assume you would do that at some point on your podcast. If you're talking about 2, you would mention 1. You talk about how fucking stupid it was that the ghosts will randomly gain the ability to interact with the real world on a whim. It's completely arbitrary. Like, but they're spirit ghosts, and they can go through anything. Yeah, but then he hits the tray and he knocks the tray around. But how'd that happen? Oh, it's because he bumped into it. But he's a spirit ghost. They go
After
through
we've
walls.
seen ghosts walk through and get thrown through walls.
Yeah, and nothing happens. It's like, oh, don't think about it. It's a cool shot.
when the Weekly Planet talk about the Harry Potter films and spend most of the time talking about how dumb little details of that world are and how many plot holes there are, those are some of their most hilarious episodes. Obviously, film criticism is a normal thing, and it's fine to be a bit over the top or nitpicky on plot holes at times, and this is not...
What is
Okay,
nitpicky?
what is
nitpicky to you? What's your definition?
Yeah, I was going to say, what is your definition? Because at this point, everyone has a different definition of what nitpick is, and I'd argue most people are fucking wrong.
Yeah.
A nitpick is a criticism of a genuine flaw that is inconsequential to the plot or characters of the movie. For example, the levels of water in a glass changing between shots when that water isn't actually used for anything important.
Yep.
What isn't a nitpick is stuff like
What is a nitpick is if you have a character who constantly has the person get them new water because it isn't fresh enough. And then you see at the end of the movie that water is used to defeat some sort of, I don't know, alien invasive force. And there are hundreds and hundreds of glasses of water that these fucking planks of wood just left out. Instead of dumping the water out and getting new water in the same glass.
yeah.
That is no longer a nitpick. That's a fucking problem.
Rey shooting 3 TIE fighters out of the air with a single shot, her first time riding in a turret on a spacecraft, Millennium Falcon, of course. That is not a nitpick. That is a testament to her being a fucking Mary Sue that is good at everything she does.
Yep.
Without experience of working in these things.
It's when you thoroughly look through someone's hair for criticisms to eat.
When people always compare EFAP to CinemaSins, all they do is nitpick. I really fucking despise that criticism so much.
Same.
EFAP and Mahler, what they do is not CinemaSins shit. It simply is not. Because CinemaSins is, here's a dumb joke, or here's an observation I'm probably getting wrong. Ding!
Yeah.
Mahler goes in on the details for why something is fucked up.
Yeah.
This is
And again,
bad because it affects these characters this way, and this plot in this way, and this doesn't make sense for these reasons. This is the impact it has on the world overall. This is why this power is destructive to the stakes of the world and the story that is being told.
yeah.
That is not, oh, there's a thing. Ding!
Yeah. And again, we're not saying that Mahler and EFAP are infallible. Again, I thought their coverage of the new Dune movie was pretty fucking dire. But they hit more than they miss. And that's what you want. You don't want to be perfect at all things. Oh god, that'd be fucking terrifying having to be perfect at all times. It's fine to make mistakes and to miss things and forget things. That's entirely fine. Especially because EFAP is a live stream thing. That's the thing that a lot of people don't get is doing this live incredibly fucking difficult. Because we don't have the time to sit there, listen to it, go back through it over and over again, get the wording exactly correct, then have all this time to go back and get all the sources and get clips and everything. We have to do this off the top of our fucking heads on the
Oh
spot.
yeah, that actually reminds me. Remember that little video I made on Vincent claims I'm a liar?
Yeah.
The thing he claims I'm lying on is actually from a stream where I think I get something that he thinks I'm wrong about, but I'm paraphrasing from Miniature Nerd's video because I hadn't watched it in months at the time. Because
Yep.
why the fuck would I? And he claims this is a lie when that's not what a lie is. A lie is an intentional misrepresentation. Canada is in the southern hemisphere of Earth. That is a lie.
Yep.
Not knowing or getting something wrong based on a not so great memory is not a lie.
$5 super chat from Alex Hoffman. Thank you very much. Exactly. Some mistakes even turn out beautiful, like my kid. Also, stop giving us money, you weirdo. Get some food. You already
I do
told
appreciate the super chats, but you have spent a lot on us today.
Yes.
That's a
and
lot of money to throw out.
Yeah, and you told us that, who needs to eat. It's like, you need to eat. Stop it.
Are you talking about the fallacy clown who knows nothing about fallacies? That I
Yes.
am.
Yes, we are talking about. He's not. Again, spoiler for what the video is going to be called. He's not just a clown, he's the whole fucking circus.
Yeah. The hope is, if all goes well, we're premiering the video tomorrow at 2 p.m. Eastern.
Yeah. If everything goes well.
I am so excited. I'm so fucking excited.
Better than the foul Usi clown. $2 from Alex Hoffman. I'll just eat the kid. That's why they exist, right?
Sure.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, no, go with that.
Not me just trying to cover my ass if people come and say, well, you talk about things being the best or worst thing ever on the pod. Because sometimes, yeah, I could definitely tone that down. I'll own that. You get caught up in the conversation. And also the pod is inherently a bit over the top in a jokey way by design. But anyway,
I hate people that do that. Oh, we're supposed to be over the top. Oh, Cinema Sins could be jokes, it could be valid criticism. It's either or, you'll never know.
Yeah.
Piss off.
point is, it can be fun to do that, especially if you're having a conversation with a friend or you're trying really hard to express how something made you feel or whatever, especially if you're a bit self-aware of it. But why does that have to be a constant state when discussing films and media in general? Like,
So you can
Is
find
it?
out. Well, one, I'd argue it's not really constant because we see so many fucking consumers. Feeking consumers, nice. See so many fucking consumers around. But why would that be a bad thing if it was constant? Because, hey, you want to figure out what works, what doesn't? You want to actually think more critically about your media, so maybe you'll think more critically about other aspects of your life? That seems like a good idea to me. Fido Super Chat from Alex Hoffman, thank you very much. Please don't tell my fiance about this, I will die.
Rip.
$5 from High Speed Tacos, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Also, such I barely saw you asked what my 1911 was. It's a Gerson 1911 S Blasphemy. I know. S. Blasphemy, I know, but it was brand new and the only 1911 new that wasn't $1,500. Well, fair enough. And again, as long as it works, that's the thing is, this is the thing that sketches me out when people say, I bought a budget gun. And I'm like, okay, what type? And then how little did you spend on it? And then they tell you, like, oh, it was a pistol and it was like $80. And I'd be like, I would not trust that. But again, if it works for you, if it works and it's gonna do the job to protect you, then hey, whatever you spent on it was worth it, right? So it doesn't matter. Maybe it's ugly. Maybe it's not a proper, true cult. But hey, if it does the job of protecting you and your family, then it's worth it. It doesn't matter if it's a piece of shit. Well, that's good. They said it's a Turkish company and a Turkey company. I assume Turkish. It's a it's a Turkey company, and a lot of people say it's a great, reliable brand. Well, there you go. I just know do not trust Turkish shotguns, though. I don't know why. I don't know what it is about Turkish shotguns, but do not trust Turkish shotguns. Holy mother of God. They are really bad.
Like that constant, this is the worst thing ever, or that constant nitpicking of tiny details just feels so exhausting. Like I saw.
Again, what's your definition of nitpick? Because now you're saying nitpicking of little details. Sometimes those little details are very fucking important. Right?
Not just that, but sometimes these people conflate little details with big fucking issues.
Yeah. Like, if you see a detail where a character is in a prison cell and there's no way for them to get out of it, and then suddenly, oh no, better one, an actual proper example. The Rings of Power, not Sauron, walks up to the sea captain and gives him a hug, and we see him step back and both of his hands are completely empty and it's fine and everything. He even moves his arms and hands and rubs at his brow, and then it goes to the very next scene and suddenly he has a dagger in his left hand.
Yeah, he's hiding it. Keep in mind, he's not hiding it from anyone in the room. He's hiding it from the camera, so you'll be surprised, even though it's obvious he's holding something. Yet everyone else in the room, the people he's supposed to be hiding it from, would be able to see it because he's hiding it behind his arm, and the back of his arm is facing towards the people in the room, including the queen, who is not happy these people are here.
Yep.
And this is the hand he had just seconds ago scratched his face with.
Yep.
Even though he had the knife before he scratched his face.
Yep. Now that's a little detail. But that little detail is fucking massive in problems. And yeah, as Threadnought says, as such, the Earth Kingdom prisoners in The Last Airbender. The really, really awful movie. In the show, Avatar The Last Airbender, it made sense. Part of the Fire Nation mocking them, because the Fire Nation can make fire on its own. Because it comes from the warmth of their body and the breath in their lungs. They can create fire. Earth Nation needs Earth to bend, so they imprisoned all the Earth Nation prisoners on an oil rig out in the middle of the ocean. There is no Earth for them to bend. There is nothing they can do to escape. They've been neutered. They are made inept. In the movie, the Fire Nation keeps the Earth Nation prisoners in a fucking quarry. You might understand why this is a big fucking problem.
Are you telling me people with access to powers that relate to the Earth would be more dangerous in a place that's used to mine for rocks?
Yeah. I just... Oh, that whole movie is so bad. And then the fucking dance choreography, because it didn't look like earthbending at all. It didn't look like any bending was going on. They just did dances and then weird magical special effects would happen. But it looks like, because of how fucked the camera is, you have 6 earthbenders going like, hoo-rah, brr-rah, do-rah, rah, and then suddenly this little tiny rock floats by, so this one guy can go like, wah-yah-ta, and shoot it at a guy's head. It's like, so it took 6 people to lift that one rock. It's not actually what happened, but it doesn't, it looks like that's what happened.
Also, get ready for this.
Oh my god, that movie is so shit. That's all I said.
But anyways, get ready for this guy to make another useless reference to Twitter and how bad it is. and not define anything further before moving on to talking about how things are either the best thing ever or the worst thing ever again.
Yep.
Saw a thing about Obi-Wan on Twitter that was like, they really made Obi-Wan Kenobi wear goggles in the scene. So, there's no criticism there. There's nothing.
Wait, yeah, I need to read both of those. Hold on, because Obi-Wan wearing snow goggles, fist-fighting thugs instead of using the Jedi mind trick. Did Deborah Chow even watch Star Wars? Yeah, so it wasn't the fact that he was wearing goggles, you fucking idiot. Thanks for, like, misrepresenting that argument.
Yeah. I mean, it is sort of a genuine question. Why are you wearing snow goggles on this planet that very clearly doesn't have snow?
Yeah. Jillian Brunson with $5 says, can you read my comment? YouTube won't let me send it. Yep, don't worry. We'll jump up. Gentlemen, behold! Pagan is still wearing blackface. Gentlemen, with my IQ of 42, I can now say safely Pagan is still homophobic, and now a stone-cold racist.
Oh!
How's it feel to be promoted, Pagan?
Oh, it feels great.
Yeah.
So yeah, this guy focuses on the little thing. It's still, again, it is weird that Obi-Wan is wearing goggles. That's more of a criticism for the costume design, I guess.
Mm.
But I don't see how it's, like, wrong or invalid. And it's a little thing. And notice, too, how this isn't a super popular tweet.
Yeah.
This isn't something that has hundreds or even thousands of likes and retweets. It's got a couple dozen.
Yep. It's actually been ratioed a bit, because it's got more comments than it has likes.
Yeah.
Not by much, mind you, but still. But again, and then the main point of it's like, he's wearing snow goggles on a planet where there's no snow, and he's fist fighting people instead of using any of his force powers at all. Or just talking to them, like Obi-Wan does.
He focuses on that first detail because he needs to attack a straw man. Yep,
Oh, yeah,
exactly.
So, there's no criticism.
Also, I'm aware there was other stuff in the tweet about Obi-Wan not using mind tricks and whatnot. I just thought it was bizarre and random inclusion that him wearing goggles somehow makes that scene worse.
Well,
it does make it worse. Even, again, if you go from 99% to 98%, that's still worse. It's not a crippling death blow, but that is still worse. By actual fact, it is worse. It is, the scene is lesser. It's just how much lesser, what degree of lesser is it?
Just to give an example, these snow goggles being on in a place where he doesn't need them is almost as out of place as wearing, I don't know, a big winter coat on a desert planet.
Yeah.
Or, you know, wearing a bright yellow and red polka dot sundress on fucking Hoth. It's like, yeah, that stands out as being a bit fucking weird and distracting. Especially since those goggles are taking up a big portion of his headspace.
God damn. $5 super chat from Alex Hoffman. Thank you very much. Don't worry about me. I make plenty from my farm. About $1,500 is my take home every month. I have never made this much before in my life. There you go. Well, remember though, $1,500 is your take home every month, but you're also going to be spending a lot because you need to do tons and tons of seed and crop and everything like that. So you're spending a lot of money too. Alex Hoffman runs a farm, a little emu farm.
Wow, look at this guy nitpicking, who I cherry-picked. Twitter is so mean and you shouldn't use it, by the way.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd argue what this guy's doing is worse than the people he's at least the one single example he's provided as someone from Twitter, which wasn't I am getting Bad Company Sarge vibes from this. I know I mentioned him earlier, but like, it's the same deal. This is a comment that isn't super popular, doesn't have a ton of likes to it. You're highlighting this as an example of this horrible, terrible, awful criticism that should go away. Okay.
criticism there. There's nothing funny there. You weren't trying to have an interesting conversation. It's just a slight detail that you personally seem to not like for some reason. Maybe Ewan McGregor doesn't pull off those goggles in an aesthetic way, in which case I'm sorry you feel that way.
No, you
No, it
fucking
just doesn't-
idiot.
What
Oh
if he
my
was
God.
wearing a fucking snorkel and swim mask to go diving and flippers? Would
Yeah.
you take an issue with that, or would you say they're just nitpicking as well?
My God, man. My fucking God. We've had disingenuous people before. We had disingenuous people a lot, but this is a special level.
It's
Yeah,
just
of all the things
weird and
he's-
distracting when people are wearing something it doesn't make sense for them to wear in the location they're in.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I mean, of all the things he could pick out, and this is the one thing he nitpicks out of the fucking myriad of fucking problems with that fucking show.
Yep.
It's like Kenobi is a fucking absolute shit show. Like every single scene has some sort of criticism to it because it's all so bad, and he picks one thing about goggles.
Yeah.
And he's so laser focused on the comment about goggles that he doesn't even include a line referring to the rest of the criticism. He has to put it on screen in text.
Yep. That's really small, by the way, because we don't actually need to see the fucking scene. So he like tried to have it there. He's like, oh, but I did correct that and say I mentioned the rest of that. And it's, yeah, a little fucking tiny text, you idiot. $10 from Alex Hoffman. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
That's just what I take for my experience. The farm makes $3,000 a month, and it costs about $9,000 for feed, and $500 for vet, $1,000 for fuel, $3,000 for loan payments. Well, there you go. Yeah. So again, as long as you're keeping aware of your financials, and you know that again the farm is going to take a lot of money to keep going too. Like you're not doing the crazy thing of like, oh, I made all this money, I'm just going to spend it all right now. It's like, yeah, but you're going to need that money for the crops and feed and everything. It's like.
Yeah, we just want to make sure you're not spending all your money on us, because still, you take $1,500 home a month. That's not a lot. And you've already spent a huge chunk on us today.
Yeah.
It's very much appreciated, but that's a lot of money to be throwing at us.
Yeah. A lot of that money tends to go back into the farm itself.
Yeah.
Which is why we don't really do it anymore. That and because we just don't have, my grandparents are too old. They can't do it. And now that I live here by myself, basically with no one else who can really help, it's like, yeah, no, I can't do it all by myself. So we don't run a farm anymore.
Yeah. $5 from Adeptus Fantasticus. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Here's a friendly reminder that Cadia fell before the Guard did. The Emperor protects, and the Guard serves. All hail the Man Emperor of mankind.
Oh.
I love that the 40k community has started adapting to Man Emperor of mankind. It's so great. Because that was the meme from Text to Speech Emperor, was he specifically was anti-religion, not because all of the religions were inferior and he was the one true God. He's like, no, you fucking idiots. It's because religion is stupid, duty, poo-poo head bullshit. It's superstitious nonsense. I hate religion. I'm just a man, you fucking idiot. Oh, God. So now he's referred to as the Man Emperor of mankind instead of the God Emperor of mankind.
But also, why are you so mad about it?
Some more tweets from the same account.
Well, yeah, and you flashed by
Obi-Wan
the
was
one instantaneously. Hold on.
Reason, maybe Ewan McGregor doesn't pull off those goggles in an aesthetic way, in which case I'm sorry you feel that way. But also,
Rematch of the Century is the worst lightsaber fight I've ever seen. Worse than the sequels. Looks like a fan film.
Okay, so that one's correct, though.
Yeah.
Because sorry, is this the first or second battle between them? Because the first one, Obi-Wan runs away a couple times, then doesn't really fight Vader, and then gets dragged through some fire without actually getting damaged by it. Then a robot picks him up and walks away.
Yep. $5 super chat from Alex Hoffman. Thank you again.
Thank you.
I've only spent $330 so far. I usually have $500 I just invest and $500 saving. I feel you, pagan. If I didn't have my family and my fiance, I would be done. Yeah, that's the thing with farms. That's why I would love if places like stuff that has really built up farming. Like here in Indiana, I wish we would focus on like giving tax breaks to family farms, stuff like that. Yeah, that's just me. Alright, hold on.
Why are you so mad?
Obi-Wan was a cool, confident, resourceful uncle who uses the Force when needed. He isn't a defeated, insecure little man who turns down people who ask for help.
Okay, so again, how is that a nitpick? How is any of that wrong? It sounds pretty accurate to me.
Yeah, and again,
And why are you going after this one account so much?
Yeah, and he's flashing
if
through
this is-
these quickly because, again, these are all valid so far.
Yeah, both of these.
Well, even the goggles one was valid.
Well, yeah, true. Yeah, first of all, flashing through them so quickly. I just want to see this at normal speed very quickly.
Yeah.
Because I didn't even see that first one the first time.
Yep,
Personally
that's why
seem
I
to
caught it
not
and I was
like for some reason. Maybe Ewan McGregor doesn't pull off those goggles in an aesthetic way, in which case I'm sorry you feel that way. But also, why are you so mad about it? And my final note.
Oh, you only had
two? So
You-
you showcased 3 of them, and all 3 of them were accurate things that are problems. You fucking idiot.
But the point I was starting to get to is why are you gunning for this one account so far? Like, I thought the whole problem was that this was a big widespread issue that a lot of people were talking about. Not that, oh, this one guy on Twitter is saying things I don't like about the show. He's being mean to the poorly written TV show.
Yeah. Oh, good lord.
Detail that you personally seem to not like for some reason. Maybe Ewan McGregor doesn't pull off those goggles in an aesthetic way, in which case I'm sorry you feel that way. But also, why are you so mad about it? And my final note here.
But also, why are you so mad about... Okay, you idiot. Because this apparently needs to be explained. When consuming entertainment media,
Beer back
the
on.
point is generally to be entertained. When people aren't entertained, largely due to bad writing, people tend to get annoyed. When people get annoyed about this bad writing, there's a large chance that some of them are going to talk about it. What do you mean? Why are you... It's your argument here, just don't think about it, forehead, just enjoy slop?
That's what it sounds like. Like literally, if you talk about it or criticize it in any way, you're just mad, bro. You're just mad. You're just mad, bro. Calm down.
Not just you're just mad, bro, but why are you so mad? Why are you mad at this? It's fiction. Why are you mad? Like, shut the fuck up. If people
Yeah.
are annoyed by poor writing, they have a right to call it out. What do you mean, why are you mad about this? It's because they put in their time to try to enjoy this thing. It's probably because it's something they've watched and enjoyed for years and they want it to be good, and when it's not, they get fucking annoyed by it.
Yeah.
Did you hear his voice crack when he said, why are you so mad about it? I think he's laughing at his own asinine joke. This guy thinks too highly of his own asinine takes. Seems like it. Because a random nobody on Twitter is an easy target because he is a coward. Probably not wrong with that one.
Yeah.
So what about the actual criticism of Kenobi? Like, why did the show try to make me care about Reva, a terrible character that should have been anyone else? Why did they do anything in the show they did? Why does Obi-Wan not know that Anakin is Darth Vader when he knew it in fucking episode 3? Revenge of the Sith. Why is Obi-Wan rescuing Leia? And that's not only someone else's job, but, like, he's supposed to be in hiding. And now the Empire knows, he's still around, and he's attached to the Organa family because he saved Leia. It's so dumb.
Alright. Did you get that super chat?
Not yet. I'll grab that right after this comment. I don't even want something to be good. I want something that doesn't suck. Yeah, exactly.
Yep.
$20 from Alex Hoffman. Thank you. Yeah, family farms usually have 5 to 6% margin to play with, and people forget we don't own most of our equipment or even cattle and land. Loans that use them as collateral. Loans used to get the cattle or farm equipment.
Mm. It's expensive to be a farmer.
Yep.
There's a reason that farm families tend to have lots and lots of children. It isn't just, you know, so...
Because it's slave labor without having to buy the slaves.
Exactly. Yeah, you figured it out.
Yep. Yeah, unfortunately, most of my family are a bunch of lazy ingrates who won't lift a finger to help anyone else, but then the second they need help, think that everyone should drop what they're doing to go help them.
Mm.
So it's really fucking annoying.
10 Australian didgeridoos from Dileocon. Thank you very much.
They're dollary dues, you fuck!
No, they're didgeridoos.
Hello,
STAG. I remember you 3 or 2 talking about VTubers a year or a few months ago. Just curious, who are your favorite VTuber? UB Dog Best Girl.
I don't really have the time to watch too many streams. I can't even watch most of the, like, media criticism streams I want to. Like, I catch Friday Night Tights, EFAP, Real BBC, and other streams when I can, but sometimes there just isn't the time.
Yep.
So there's very little time to watch VTubers on top of that. I don't even watch Vinesauce streams anymore, even though I would like to. But if I was to pick a favorite, it's going to be the only one I really know of, and that's Pippa.
Yep.
Yeah. I don't know about favorite. There's a few I really like. Pippa's definitely up there. I like Shy Lily. I love how fucking passive aggressive she is about Twitch. She fucking hates Twitch. It's so funny. And I like Iron Mouse. Those are probably the top 3. Yeah, I'd probably say those are my top 3.
I don't really watch VTubers at all, so I only just know them from the spicy clips that get posted every now and then.
Pick one.
Well, I have to pick Pippa then because of the fucking the gunt. She goes hard on smashing that gunt.
Yeah, that stream is fucking great.
Do you see the clip where she's explaining to another VTuber what the ATF is and how they shouldn't exist?
No.
It's fucking great.
All right.
And this one might be a bit controversial, but it's about the modern era of fandom and movie TV culture and how invested and obsessed people are with these properties. Now, I'm not here to fan shame or nerd shame anyone for being really into a certain TV show or movie franchise.
But you are, you idiot. You've already just said that they're being obsessed with it, that they're bad people, that it's toxic. You are shaming them for it.
You literally brought someone's tweets up as, like, the thing to reference as being terrible when they were actually completely accurate in their criticisms.
And then
Yeah.
accuse them of being mad.
Yeah.
So, yeah, you are literally partaking in the very thing that you're saying is awful and terrible and that people shouldn't be doing.
Yeah.
So
Again,
fuck off.
don't fucking lie and do this two-faced bullshit. I mean, you've been two-faced this entire fucking video. But this is why people shouldn't take you seriously. When you lie and are two-faced like this. When you're a fake person. When you're just a snake.
Or whatever. Because A, that'd just be a dick thing to do, and B, it'd be the most ironic thing in the world, considering, you know, all of this. I now pay for the roof over my head and my food by being so interested in movies that I started making YouTube videos about them when I was 12, okay? Well,
wait, you pay for the roof over your head at... I'm sorry, my dude, at 4,000 views a video?
Is that how much view?
Hold on. Yeah, look at his view count thing that he was showing.
I'm bringing up his page now.
Look! My
Oh,
my
God.
brother in Christ. How?
Yeah, so I just brought up his YouTube page. Not even what you have there. I'm looking at his most recent stuff. Better Call Saul review 1 day ago, 847 views. The Psychology of Jordan Peele 2 weeks ago, 2,000 views. Elvis mini review short, 966 views. DC Continuity Explained, 3.4k views 1 month ago. 3.2k views, 5.3k views, 4.4k views. Oh, there's one that gets the one that broke 10k has 18k views from 4 months ago. The video we're covering right now.
Oh God, of course.
Of course.
Now again,
You know,
I'm not saying that, like, oh, that's terrible. How dare you do this? This is one of those, like, how? How did you do that? How are you paying for it with so little viewership?
Yeah, I don't know.
yeah. Either he's got a Patreon where he has extremely exorbitant prices, and people for whatever reason are agreeing to it and giving a lot of money for something, which I highly doubt. Or it's the other thing, which is we're finding out now that a lot of these well, a very specific type of YouTubers are actually they come from rich families
Yeah.
and then pretend to not be rich, and they pretend to be poor, and like, oh yeah, I'm just like you, I'm a middle class earner and all that kind of shit, and then it turns out no, they actually come from a rich family and still live with them and still have all their money and
Yeah.
pretend to not be, which is what I'm thinking this guy still lives with his parents. They probably are very well off, and this is just a side thing he's doing.
Yeah, because trust me, dude, if it only took round average 6K views per video, round average, and your videos are 11 days, 5 days, so you got like 6, 7 day windows between 4 weeks ago to 11 days ago. Yeah, so you have like massive gaps between your videos as well. If that's all it took for people to pay their way, my God, everybody would be doing YouTube. Everybody.
Yeah. And I'm looking through some of his videos here. Hardly any of them crack 10k. Though he does have a couple that are way up there. So
Yeah, he's got a short here that's 120,000. He's got the Scarlet
Yeah.
Witch Wanda's MCU thing, which is 165,000, 64.
It's actually the Scarlet Witch one is actually currently at 397,000. But that's like the exception and not the rule. Because scrolling down further,
Yeah.
his next one that breaks 10k, 22k views 9 months ago. Iron Man's MCU journey in chronological order. Then it's back to the regular, most less than 2k, but all less than 10k.
Yeah, that's really fucking, like I said, I'm blown away that you can make that claim for that little, because that would be like, what, from YouTube, just from ad revenue, that's what, $20 a fucking month?
Well, it also maybe no, because
Because
it's not like
he wouldn't have any special deals or anything. You wouldn't have
yeah.
you wouldn't have a network like going to bat for you. You wouldn't be getting the special rates or anything. So you'd be getting about like 0.01 cent for each.
And his next video after the Iron Man one that broke 10k, I just scrolled down quite a bit. Spider-Man No Way Home, What We Know So Far, from over a year ago. So before it even released.
Yeah, that's just weird. That's
Yeah,
weird statement.
I don't know how you're making money. Enough money to live off this channel.
Yeah. Anyways, Scorcher Cast with $5. Thank you very much. Kree, he's not a furry. He's not a furry. It's a cover, a rogue, a psyop. What he really is, what really likes, it's Epstein. Oh, those are Epstein's last words. Wow. She's trying to let us know. He's trying to let us know about Kree. And then, yeah. Yeah, that mysterious accident in his cell.
All right, so I pulled up his Social Blade on, his channel on Social Blade. His daily views aren't spectacular either, though he does have over 26 million views overall. But that still doesn't contribute. Like, okay, he has 383 videos. And he's been around since 2013, so of course he would have millions upon millions of views. But his daily view count isn't spectacular. We're talking a range in the past 2 weeks of just over 5,000 to as low as 1,700, which is like a couple dollars a day, pretty much.
Yeah.
Like, that is not money you can live off monthly level.
Yeah. Light of the Twin Lamps with $10 says, stressing about farm life? Sell your land to Bill Gates. The Gates will pay 200% of your land's market value. Brought to you by the World Economic Forum. Diversity is our strength. Consume ethically. Yeah. Ugh. Fuck the World Economic Forum.
Yeah.
You want to know who the true enemy of our time is? It's the World Economic Forum. $5 from Alex Hoffman. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Last one. Creetosis is now rich after this stream. I will be back next stream if I get to it. Only $100 for next time, though. Well, you don't have to. Again, you don't have to do anything for any of the time.
Yeah,
We
but it is
appreciate you,
appreciated.
All of this. I now pay for the roof over my head and my food by being so interested in movies that I started making YouTube videos about them when I was 12. Okay?
Welcome to BHL Hudson, and these are Captain America, The Winter Soldier, predictions.
I am not here to nerd shame. I would lose that battle handedly. I do think there is something to be said for the unhealthy investment and obsession some people have in entertainment franchises that leads to genuine anger and ruining of their days when a movie or show does something they don't like.
So, God. So when someone invests a lot of their personal time into a franchise or series, and then that series goes bad, that tends to be annoying for them. It tends to be understandable that when you put a lot of time into something and it turns into something you can't enjoy anymore because of how bad it's gotten, that people are going to be annoyed.
Yeah.
You said something else there that I wanted to talk about it that was bugging me.
There is something to be said for the unhealthy investment and obsession.
Right, unhealthy investment. This is another thing you need to define. What do you consider to be an unhealthy investment or obsession with something? Because is every waking moment of your life Star Wars or whatever? Then yeah, maybe that's you could probably make a really good case that that's an unhealthy level of investment or care into something. But what if you're someone who does make long videos criticizing something? Is that an unhealthy amount of obsession or investment in something? Because I don't think so.
Oh, was the
You enjoy a
patrician's
thing, it's gone bad, it makes sense to talk about it.
was the patrician's 12-hour video about oblivion and unhealthy obsession? No, I don't think so. I think it was a very well done video that was very informative.
Some people have in entertainment franchises that leads to genuine anger and ruining of their days when a movie or show does something they don't like. And I get being disappointed by a movie you were really excited for, or being annoyed a franchise you're super invested in did something you think is dumb. If in the next Creed movie, Adonis dies in the first 5 minutes and the rest of the movie is Rocky carrying his corpse around Weekend at Bernie's style until he somehow wins a boxing match, I would be pissed. Probably more so confused, but pissed. But there is this next level of investment in these properties that I think the internet age has brought with it. And also,
what if these movies are so absurdly fucking bad that it just ramps up people's annoyance and anger with them?
Yeah, because they keep getting worse. They're not getting better. They're getting worse.
Not just that, but it's the amount of badness to each one.
Yep.
Like, how is Rings of Power as bad as it is? You should not be able to make something this bad. How is The Last Jedi or Rise of Skywalker as bad as they are? You should not be able to make something this bad.
Yeah.
It's not... It's a damage to the overall franchise, knowing that we're not going to get anything good again, or probably not for a long time. There's a good chance we might not see a good Fallout game for years and years and years.
Decades.
And a Fallout, that's fucking depressing. That
Mhm.
I can't look forward to a new entry in this series. That I can't enjoy new entries in the series because they're so poorly written. Same for Star Wars, same for Doctor Who, same for Star Trek. I could go on.
Um, Tyler McDonald says, I'm more bothered by the apologists than the movies at this point. Do you think there's an unhealthy obsession in defending them? Absolutely.
Yeah. And it
Yeah.
just sucks
It's
because,
the.
like, eventually there's just not going to be anything for us to enjoy, but we're just told, well, get over it.
Yeah, it's like, no, piss off. And then remember, when we try to make stuff that we enjoy, we're the racist, the bad people, the terrible, awful, like, horrible Nazis and everything.
Yeah, it's a
Yeah.
constant moving of the goalposts. Oh, this thing has moved on. It's for a modern audience now. We don't need you anymore. It's not for you.
Yeah, and so
And then that
everybody...
fails, and you get the whole thing of, oh, why didn't people come see our movie? Like the new Charlie's Angels movie got a couple years ago. And then it's like, okay, we'll make our own stuff then. We'll make our own spaces. And you see this with people like Young Ripa or
Oh, yeah.
Ethan Van Sciver, who are now fucking reviled by these people as horrible, terrible, awful people for making their own comics and not injecting them with politics.
Yeah.
Wow, so
Yeah.
horrible.
It's insane. It's so ridiculous that you can get kicked out of your own fan base in such a way where the thing you enjoyed is being taken away from you, and it just keeps happening over and over and over again with everything till eventually you have nothing left. So you go and make your own thing after they told you you're not welcome, but then because you tried to make your own thing, they go after you and try to take it down.
Yep. It's because they're sick people. They're just absolutely sick, demented people.
Yes.
At least the community manager didn't call you a terrorist.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my
Well,
God, I
technically they
forgot
did
about
because
that.
I was critical of Saints Row 2022.
Yep. By Volition's statements, they have called me a Wait a minute. They've called us terrorists. Class action lawsuit, anyone?
I doubt we'd be able to.
Oh, it's defamation per se, though. You don't have to prove damages.
Yes, just look at the unnecessary outrage over young Ripa. The more he succeeds, the more angry they get. They're literally angry about him having an advertisement for his wife in his comic book. Yeah, the whole everything he's been dealing with since he launched that campaign is insane. The fucking shifting of the goalposts, the whole oh, you don't have a comic to oh, you're just ghost you're the face for the Nazis who really wrote your book. It's ghostwriting. To you don't have a warehouse. It's all fake. To oh, it's not going to be good. Oh, he keeps delaying it. It's never going to come out. Oh, people are getting it now. Well, there's a crease on the cover that looks terrible. It's probably not well written, anyways. The constant shifting is just insane. It shows how desperate and unhinged these people are.
Yep.
These aren't people critical of something for any genuine reason. It's people begging and praying for this thing to fail because they see it as a fucking threat.
Adam Bartolome says YouTube keeps deleting my chats. Is it because I mentioned Henry Cavill? Who fucking knows? YouTube is so wishy-washy and arbitrary in its things. You'll never have any idea. Again, we can't do anything about it. That's the part that sucks the most. We can't do anything about it. There's nothing we can do. We can't make them say. We can go to YouTube and say, "Hey, stop it, fuck nuts."
Yeah. It's annoying. Like, we can't even curate our own chat and streams. It's like, nah, we got to go by fucking YouTube's rules and what they deem is appropriate and what they want for your channel. Doesn't matter what
Yeah.
you want.
That's why Rumble was such a breath of fresh air. It was fantastic. There's a lot of spiciness on Rumble, but it's because you're finally allowed to say whatever the fuck you want. So people go above and beyond with it. Because they're like, I can finally let the purge valve out! And we're... It's like, oh no.
I'm about to experience oneness with a global community. Types the letter N into chat.
Then you see thousands of other chat members going,
Exactly.
Oh god.
Uh-oh.
Also, the kind of
No, it's just one of those, like, you see it coming, you're just like, you see somebody post the letter N, even though no matter how fast the chat is going, you saw the letter N, it's like, uh-oh. And then you just see, it's coming!
I love in this server. Occasionally they'll try to do that. Well, they'll type in like N, then someone else will post I, but then someone will jump in and like ruin it. And the chat went wild because someone went N, then someone went I, then someone went G, and I went
God.
G again. And everyone lost their minds because I was continuing it instead of veering it off course.
Yeah, please try not to do that in YouTube chat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Alright.
franchise boom of the last 10 years, where with the internet, movie discussion with millions of people is extremely easy and accessible, and now there's so much content to talk about because there's a new Marvel or Star Wars thing every month. Back in 1980,
Which is not a good thing, either. They're oversaturating their market. It's why people have superhero fatigue. It's because they're tired of the Marvel superhero stuff. It is shocking. When you do a good superhero thing, people will come out and see it because it's good. But the problem is that it's Marvel. Marvel is just pumping out this fucking bullshit like crazy. And same thing with Star Wars. Star Wars was trying, and then it blew up in their face.
Look what you guys fucking did to chat.
Well, there you go. You're just getting chat engagement. Your chat engagement number is going to go up.
You had to wait 3 years between Star Wars films. Now there's a new film or Disney Plus show or comic or whatever practically every day. And I think those two factors have contributed to some people getting so invested in these franchises, like Star Wars, that I...
What? People hate this shit. They're tired of this. They don't want them to do this.
I think it's more the fact... I do think there's people who would enjoy getting Star Wars every couple months or every year. The issue again comes down to the quality of the writing. Mandalorian was dog shit. Season 2 of Mandalorian was dog shit. Book of Boba Fett was dog shit. Obi-Wan was dog shit. When you have that much dog shit, people tend to get fucking annoyed and criticize it.
Yeah.
In fact, if anything, stuff like this is lessening people's investment. There's a lot of people I've seen online who are growing apathetic to Star Wars due to all the garbage coming out.
Yeah. And it's the quantity. It's like it's an endless fucking purge valve of feces just getting blasted out there. So fucking annoying.
Too much of a good thing can be bad. What do you think happens when you get too much of a fucking bad thing?
Yeah, just over and over again, and it doesn't look like it's gonna slow down.
I do think it genuinely...
Sorry. I know it's mostly from one person, and Threadnought kind of interrupted it, but I have to point out the newt that Lore Hunter did.
Yeah, I saw that too.
negatively affects their life.
$2 from Lantern's Glow, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Market is oversaturated by one series. Yeah.
Well, the couple series that have gotten way more attention than they maybe should have.
Yeah.
Or whatever, practically every day. And I think those two factors have contributed to some people getting so invested in these franchises, like Star Wars, that I do think it genuinely negatively affects their lives when something they don't like happens, and that's part of why there's so much seemingly over-the-top anger. And maybe that's why, if, for example, one Disney Star Wars thing was really bad in their opinion, now everything is terrible from Disney, regardless.
But they
Where the
are all
fuck are you getting
terrible.
your references from? References you're not showing, by the way.
Yeah.
No, it's not that one thing is bad, so that means everything is bad. It's that each individual thing is fucking garbage.
Yeah.
Right? Force Awakens was garbage. Rogue One was garbage. Last Jedi was garbage. Solo was garbage. Rise of Skywalker was garbage. Mando was garbage.
Boba Fett is garbage.
Obi-Wan was garbage.
Like,
Like, it's not that, oh, The Last Jedi was bad, so Star Wars as a whole is tainted and can never be good again. It's that each individual thing was fucking dog shit.
yeah. We can still go back and we can still watch the original trilogy, and they're good. We can watch the prequels and laugh at them because they're not as good, but they're way better than the fucking sequels and all the cesspit bullshit that Disney put out. We can go play Knights of the Old Republic because it was good. We can go play Star Wars Galaxy on the private servers because it was good. It's like, come on.
It's like the saying, "This movie ruined my childhood," which is kind of just thrown around now, but some people mean that without any exaggeration. They feel personally attacked
Who?
by the quality of a film.
Who?
I don't know anyone who's... Okay, this is actually kind of funny. I can't think of an example of anyone who feels personally attacked by a film, but I know plenty of examples of people who seem to be personally offended by criticism towards a film.
Yeah, absolutely.
And
But as...
this guy feels like that, honestly.
Oh yeah, exactly. But as for the whole "this film ruined my childhood" thing, do you not realize how a bad entry into a series might affect the perception of an earlier entry of a series? As I have felt really strongly over the past few days, as it just so happens. I played Amnesia: The Dark Descent for the first time 2 years ago. Really fucking enjoyed it. Amazing game. I played Amnesia Rebirth a couple weeks after that and ended up making a video on it. It was absurdly fucking terrible. I hated it. And it had so many references to the original game. So when I replayed Amnesia: The Dark Descent this year and finished yesterday, I enjoyed it. It's still a very good game on its own. But then you get those references, those connections that Amnesia Rebirth tied into this one, that it got its hooks into. And it's like, oh, here's a piece of lore, here's a journal, and then it mentions, oh, the orb from Amnesia Rebirth, or the Vitae, or the expedition to Algeria, or these other things. And it brought the mood down for me personally a bit, because now the Dark Descent is permanently tied to Rebirth, and
Yep.
it just reminds me of that shit game when I'm trying to listen to the lore and great writing of the original. And then by the time I got to the end of the Dark Descent, it was kind of a depressing feeling, because not that the post game depression where you play this amazing game and now it's over. It was the feeling of, wow, this was such a great game, and the official follow up to it by the original creators was fucking Amnesia Rebirth, which has an irredeemably shit story and characters, and is
Yep.
so poorly written and so fucking insufferable.
Yeah. But you gotta love that this guy is just fucking assuming people's motives and feelings about this stuff, and he's probably never even talked to any of these people.
Nope.
Yeah.
He's just going to assume what they think and feel. Oh, they just feel personally attacked. I don't have any way of knowing this or proving it, and I'm definitely not going to show any kind of evidence. But
Yep.
but that's definitely what it is.
Yeah, because chat,
like-
we're well over halfway, by the way, and yeah.
Yeah,
None.
we're
We had
9
the
minutes and
3
23
tweet-
seconds into a 13-minute and 44-second video.
Yeah, we had the 3 tweets,
All from the same person. And
and they were
He
all
never-
valid.
okay, I can't say he never responded to that person, but he didn't show us if he did or not. So we don't know if he tried to reach out to this person, even ask, why are the snow goggles a problem? Maybe he would have gotten an answer that could have satisfied him, rather than just assuming the worst and saying, oh, this is stupid and terrible. Why would someone say this about this wonderful TV show?
Yeah, he assumed the worst in the argumentation of, oh, just Ewan McGregor can't pull it off right. What?
Yeah, it's God, this guy is such a hypocrite. He bitches and moans about how awful Twitter is and how everything's toxic, but then he literally sees something that he personally doesn't like someone saying, and rather than even talking to them and
Well, that's the
asking a
thing.
question.
That is the thing. We don't know if he did talk to them or not. Because maybe that person did give a valid answer, but he couldn't show it in this video because it would ruin his point.
Exactly.
Those
Well,
are the
that's-
options we're left with. Either he didn't attempt to talk at all, or he did and didn't get an answer he liked. Either way, it's a bad look.
Yeah, it looks bad either way. Because I was gonna say, if he did ask and the guy said something stupid or was being mean, he 100% would have put it in this video.
Exactly.
So yeah, it doesn't look good on him any way you slice it, really.
Right.
And yeah, I don't know anyone who has said that they feel personally attacked from watching these movies. I could say I feel personally attacked when what's her face was basically telling men to shut the fuck up and don't watch the movie, and it's all your fault that everything's bad in the world. It's like, yeah, I felt a little personally attacked when she said that, but
Yeah.
that wasn't the movies. That was her. I forget her name.
Are you talking about the one from Charlie's Angels who said this movie isn't for men? And then a few weeks later, they had an article out, why aren't men going to see this movie?
No, but that
That's
definitely
funny.
fits. God, who was the chick that was behind oh my god, she did like the Forces female stuff and
Oh, that cunt, Kathleen Kennedy.
yeah, Kathleen Kennedy. That's who I was thinking of. Yeah, her. I felt personally attacked by her, but not the movie itself.
Just remember, she's going to be out of Disney any day now. Any day now for the past 5 or 6 years, but any day now for sure.
Yep.
Yeah. Ugh.
I can't believe they keep her fucking around with how much money she loses them.
I know. I don't get it. Well, I do get it. The agenda.
Yeah, but you'd think the agenda wouldn't survive as long as, you're losing billions. It's like,
I don't think they care. I honestly don't think they care about money. I think it's literally just a cult, and they're just so obsessed they're willing to lose anything.
yeah. I mean,
They don't.
they lost Florida. Get fucked,
Yeah.
Disney, you pieces of shit.
Just listen to that. It's not that personal. Or like, this movie ruined Luke Skywalker. You can think that, but to stew on it for years and take out hate on the people making these movies feels a bit unhealthy.
Who's taking out hate on him? Who's taking out hate on people that made the movies? And yes, it did ruin Luke Skywalker. They turned into a person that was going to murder his fucking nephew.
In his sleep.
Yeah.
Yeah. And the
That's
fans
like-
didn't turn on him. Like they actually sympathized with him because he didn't like the direction that they were going with his character. People
Yeah.
sympathized with him. They didn't attack him.
Yeah, again, because he kept coming out and saying, like, Luke wouldn't do that. And he kept getting shut
Now-
down by the directors.
Now, fans would be. I'm going to say not entirely in the wrong for putting the blame on the writer and director, Rian Johnson, because he's
Yeah.
the one who made this mess.
Yep.
It'd be
Yeah.
right to criticize him.
They keep getting those cheap loans as long as their ESG score stays up. Ugh. God, any company that starts talking about that, they're doomed. It's like, oh, okay, well, not working with you ever again.
If you ask me. When I saw Age of Ultron in the cinemas when I was 13, I was so excited for it. The first Avengers movie was my favorite movie of all time at that point. I was beyond hyped. And when I walked out, because it was just okay and it was kind of disappointing, I honestly felt bad. Like, the rest of my day, I wasn't happy. And that's one moment when I realized maybe I'm too invested in this stuff, because my fun hobby of being into these movies genuinely crept into my real life that day and made me unhappy. I sometimes even get that.
Are you fucking kidding me?
Are you for fucking real, dude?
Weak. Absolutely weak. Oh, Jesus Christ.
Jesus
Just
Christ.
be happy. Look on the bright side of everything. Be positive. Like, what the fuck? What the fuck was that message? Oh no, you were really invested in a series and it turned out to be not as good. The sequel wasn't as good. So now it ruined the rest of your day. Okay. So you know what you do? You pick yourself up by your fucking bootstraps and you just move on.
Yeah.
Or criticize it and try to make it better. Oh, no, wait. I'm sorry. That's toxic. What am I saying? You should never do that.
Yep.
He still hasn't clearly defined what is or isn't toxic, by the way.
Nope.
He never will either.
Yeah, again, we're 10 minutes in and we got 3 minutes and 42 seconds left. He's not gonna absolutely do it at all. $2 super chat from Gene writes, "Come." Yeah, there you
Best
go.
super chat so far.
Yep. Poetic.
Very informative.
Yep.
Omega lol at the accidental admission that this whole thing is nothing but projection.
Yeah, it is. God, it makes that stew on it comment so much fucking more
Better, yeah, because he probably
it's like-
stewed on Age of Ultron for a while.
Yeah, he's the one who stews on shit and then gets fucking upset and then completely has to change how he feels about everything to suit a narrative. It's like, no, I don't think the people who like Star Wars stewed on it. I think they said it was shit and moved on, and you're the one who stewed on it and got upset that other people were criticizing it. You fucking beta male little bitch.
This just confirmed he drinks soy milk.
And if chat was watching what I was doing with my mouse, I was circling the F and then the U.
With UFC now. I'm so invested that if a fighter I really like loses, sometimes in the past year or so, it has affected the rest of my day. And I just don't think that's a healthy.
What is...
See, that one's weirder to me, because I can understand being super invested in the story of a game or a movie, and it being very annoying to you, that you think about a lot. Maybe not ruin your day levels, but like, oh man, it bugs me how much Fallout 4 sucks, you know?
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
for a fighter in a sport to lose a fight, ruining your day, I don't know. It seems like it's really easy to ruin your day. You seem like a very good target for bullying.
Yes.
Yeah, seriously.
Or you should have been bullied more, honestly.
Yeah.
Oh, hey, you probably build up some thicker skin.
Yeah, this is really coming off as pathetic now. Like, the only time you should really get, like, that upset, that level of upset at somebody losing a game is if you had a lot of money riding on it and you just went bankrupt because you lost.
Yeah.
Or, I don't know, you owe some certain people a certain amount of money who it will do bad things to you if you don't pay them when you are supposed to.
Yeah, that would certainly ruin your day.
Yeah, so then you have
Yeah.
to concoct this whole thing about how you're gonna perform this heist at this pot farm, and you're gonna use a couple of ancient double barrel shotguns.
You knew
That's-
exactly what I was referring to.
What?
Cree, come on.
Cree.
And then
I zoned out for a bit.
And then you'll go perform the heist at the pot farm with the two ancient double barrel shotguns, and you'll get the money, and then you'll celebrate, and then the money will get stolen from you. And then it turns out that the hitman for the other guy is actually going to take the money, and everybody's going to get blown away, and you're going to be left with these two shitty shotguns. So you're going to throw them over the bridge, and then it turns out those shotguns are worth hundreds of thousands of dollars.
And then other guys will show up to the heist first, and one of them will have a Bren gun for some reason.
Why'd you fucking bring a World War gun to?
Are you talking about Lock, Stock, and Two Smoking? No.
Yes!
Rockarola?
No, Lock, Stock, and Two Smoking Barrels.
Okay,
Yeah.
you have to understand. I haven't seen that movie in like 15 years.
Oh.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay, fair.
We gotta fix that sometime.
Relationship with media. It's important to remember this stuff is entertainment. It isn't your life. And the movie discourse, no matter how
Okay, well, you just made a fascinating claim earlier that this is your life now because you make enough money to keep a roof over your head and pay rent with...
Even though that's statistically not possible based on this channel. If you have a second channel where you get a hell of a lot more views, then okay, maybe I'll give that to you. On this channel, no. I do not believe you can financially support yourself off your channel based on your average views.
Yeah. Then guess what? If you do have that, that is your life. Because that's how you pay your rent. That's how you keep a roof over your head. That's how you feed yourself.
But not just that, he also makes a good point. This is entertainment. Yeah, so what happens when you're not entertained by it? What happens when it's so poorly made that it does the opposite of entertain you? It frustrates the fuck out of you.
Yeah.
Maybe there's a way to vent that frustration. How could that be? I don't know, maybe talking about it with friends? Or making a video breaking down the problems with that thing? Or tweeting about it even? Or, if you're the kind of person who uses this shithole of a website, make a Reddit post about it? Or talk about it on 4chan? Or, I don't know, forums discussing film? Assuming those even fucking exist anymore. When's the last time you used a fucking forum?
That was always a fascinating thing about forums. That Alton Brown, who did, Good Eats and everything like that. Did you ever watch Good Eats and stuff like that?
Nope.
Okay. He's a really big star chef, essentially. And his whole thing was about like teaching people how to cook at home and everything like that. And he was really good. He always had his little gadgets he would make, because he didn't like things that only did one thing. He liked when he could make something that would be useful in multiple different recipes and stuff like that, and multiple different cooking applications. He was always fascinated with forums, because the only people that are invested enough to go on the forums to talk and complain are the people you least want to listen to.
So anyways, oh, go ahead.
No, I just love that because it was just said so nonchalantly. It's just like, yeah, all those people that are invested enough to go on a forum in that day and age, with internet being the way it was, were the people you specifically did not want to listen to.
But anyways, yeah, the overall point is, if you try to get entertained by something, it ends up frustrating you instead. Or if there's a series you really like that they release a really garbage entry into and it frustrates you, you might want to vent those frustrations, and there's many ways to do so, most of which are talking about it in one form or another.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm not even sure I've seen anyone say that a piece of media ruins their day. Like, even Rings of Power is the worst butchering that we've seen of a piece of media, and the people I watch, I haven't seen any of them say something like, "Oh, this ruined my day." It's like, yeah, this was a piece of garbage. It was frustrating and annoying to watch. Here are the problems with it.
Yep. And you move on because you got new things to do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And granted, like, when we say move on, chat, that doesn't mean we won't go back to it, we won't read it and everything like that, right? We won't go back and we won't, go through and maybe make videos and stuff on it. But you don't dwell on it. You just continue forward, because you got other stuff you gotta do. You got other stuff you gotta worry about, things that gotta be taken care of. We did miss a couple. 2 Australian kangaroos from Dileo Khan. Just as pizza. Pizza.
Oh.
$2 from Gene Wright. Shut. Okay. And then $2 more from Gene Wright. Creetosis.
Of course. Oh, man. But yeah, you just you just go and you watch something that you do like, or you go and do something that you know is fun. It's like
Yeah.
watching something shitty doesn't have to ruin your day. Just go do something you like to do.
Or if you want something that is like hardwired into us, as a man, go make something. Literally, go build something with your two hands. I think you'll be
Yeah.
shocked at the dopamine hit you will get.
Yeah.
It's
God,
pretty fucking nutty.
yeah, I'm just God, I'm so glad that we actually got something good. The fucking Edge Runners. I'm so glad that actually turned out to be good because I was expecting it to be
Yeah.
so bad. Yeah, I'm gonna try
See,
and get Cree to watch it.
That's why I didn't watch it at first because I thought it was gonna be terrible.
Yeah, I did the same. I could have watched it at any point, but I was like, nah, it's gonna be shit. And it wasn't until I started seeing all the memes and stuff about Rebecca and whatnot, and I was like, well, now I'm curious about what this character is. And then I watched the whole thing, and I was like, oh my god, that was fucking amazing.
And
It was
brutal.
so good. Yeah, I'm gonna try and get Cree to watch it with me. We talked about it a little bit. We did a little thing where if I get him to watch Edge Runners with me, I have to watch Doctor Who with him.
Yep.
So
Well, you'll be going through the good seasons first. So there you go.
yeah.
Well, you say good seasons first. I intend to stop him before it gets too bad, unless he wants to delve that deep, because the plan is to eventually do a Doctor Who video as well, maybe a couple.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah.
I do want to go through the highs and lows of the Eccleston and Tennant era and the Matt Smith era. I do really like Matt Smith as a Doctor, but the writing really took a hit during his era,
Absolutely.
especially the second season of his run onwards. And then Capaldi's era, I heard. Again, Capaldi was a big fan of Doctor Who when he was young, and from what I've heard, it was a lifelong dream of his to play the Doctor. And then he finally gets it. He finally gets that role. And I heard the writing was really bad during his era.
Yeah, I heard it was exceptionally dog shit.
And then we get The Witch after him, which, by the way, The Witch fucking burns this month, which some people are looking forward to.
Yep. $2 for dry complimentary. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I think Sonic is starting to be back in his prime.
No.
The Sonic movies were not bad, but he's outclassed by Dr. Eggman because, God, I want to call him Robin Williams so bad. He's not
Jim
Robin
Carrey.
Williams. Jim Carrey, thank God. Jim Carrey is just so fucking charismatic and like interesting and quirky that he just carries it. He really does. His last name is very appropriate.
I heard that the Sonic Boom cartoon was pretty good, actually. I've seen some clips from that shit. It's like some of the jokes in that, I'm just like, why is this in a Sonic cartoon? It's like, these are really good.
God, though, it's just so funny because when Eggman loses his mind for the second movie, it fits so perfectly, like, because Jim Carrey's always been good at playing the eccentric weirdo cartoon character sort of thing, and he just does so good as like a Dr. Eggman who's off his nuts, off his fucking rocker.
Anyways, there's only a couple minutes of this video. Let's try to wrap it up.
Yeah.
To what you are now and you run a Star Wars hate blog or whatever, all of us movie nerds online started out doing this because it's fun, because we enjoy talking about movies.
You don't know
Did
that.
all of us start it because it was fun? Because I know, as someone who does analysis videos on video games, I made my videos specifically because they weren't fun.
Yeah. And I liked doing the reviews because I liked going in depth on it. It wasn't so much that it was fun. I liked that sort of like going in to rip things apart. It was more cathartic.
Yeah. It is very cathartic to go through a terrible piece of media and tear it apart and expose all of its flaws to the world.
Yeah.
Something a lot of people clearly don't understand when they make comments like, "Oh my god, you made an 8-hour video?" It's not that deep, bro. The issues are.
Yeah. Yeah, you're right. The issues are foundational.
There was a super chat there from Dilucon, $2, $2 Australian dues. Thank you. Is.
Didgeridoos. Right. He's right. It is didgeridoos.
Alrighty then.
I still enjoy talking about movies, and some of these people, I feel like you've just lost the fun of it. I'm not saying you have to like everything, but just it's not that serious. You don't have to be that angry about stuff. I think
Who
Again,
are
you
you
haven't-
talking about?
You
Again,
haven't provided any examples of anyone being angry.
Yeah, so this
Yeah.
is the thing again, you are assuming people's feelings and thoughts about this stuff simply because they had the gall to voice their displeasure about something and criticize it, and because they did that, you're just assuming, oh well, they're just unhinged and pissed off and just unreasonably unhealthily obsessed with this shit. They shouldn't be so fucking angry. God, it's like you don't know if they're angry or not. Literally, they're just saying, hey, I have an issue with this and this and this, and I think it's shit.
And
Mhm.
even if they are angry, do they not have a right to be angry when something they love is bastardized and ruined and destroyed?
Exactly. I hate
Again,
this idea that like being angry or hating something is inherently bad. Hate is not an inherently bad thing.
yeah, for example, I hate Nazis. I'm pretty
I hate
sure.
pedophiles.
Yep.
Yep, them too.
Hate is a great motivator.
Sometimes, yeah. I was going to say something now and I forgot what it was. Oh, right, the whole hate thing. Yeah, even if some of these people do genuinely hate these things or genuinely mad or upset about them, do they not have the right to be? Again, my example, Fallout and Elder Scrolls. I really, really fucking love Fallout 1, 2, and New Vegas. I really, really love Morrowind and mostly like Oblivion. It is frustrating and annoying to me that I know that I'll never get a game like any of those ever again because Fallout 3, Skyrim, and Fallout 4 are now the norm. That's the direction the company seems to be intent on taking, and I don't see anything stopping that. I can no longer enjoy these franchises I love very much. I can no longer enjoy new entries in these franchises I enjoy very much because I'm very likely only ever going to get things that are as poorly written or worse than Fallout 3, 4, and Skyrim. Same goes for Star Wars. I really love the original trilogy. Will I be able to enjoy anything new of Star Wars again? I very highly doubt it. Disney's track record has not been good. They've made shit after shit after shit. If they release something good, then hey, that's fucking awesome. I just do not expect them to do.
Yep. Alright.
I think all of this is something people need to remind themselves of sometimes. And I'm not trying to stand here on my soapbox and
Yes, you
try
are.
to lecture you on how to live your life. I'm just saying,
You
as much as you
literally
may
are.
not like a show or movie, and you can express that opinion online, remember that at the end of the day, it's completely optional to watch this stuff, and it isn't that serious.
Oh my god.
It-
It doesn't
okay,
matter
it
if
is
it's
fucking
not-
optional thing.
By the
Fuck,
way,
I hate this.
it is an optional because they're going to continue doing this. They're going to continue going because you'll get people that'll do it or they'll like the narrative or whatever, so they're losing money. Disney is losing money with every single one of these films and shows, but they keep doing it. So of course we have to keep calling it out. You have to keep pointing out how fucking awful this is. You have to fight back and resist against these people because they're just gonna keep doing it until you do. So
I also
frustrating.
really despise the you don't have to watch it thing. Like that solves the problem at all.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's annoying because it's like, oh well, you don't have to enjoy the thing you used to enjoy. You could just stop watching it entirely. And it's like, okay, so I basically have to give up enjoying it. I'm just not allowed. You're allowed to
Yep.
keep watching it. Doesn't matter for you, but I have to stop. But then on top of that, it's like, well, what happens when that happens with everything and then I have nothing?
Exactly. And not just that, you also run into the issue of oh, I don't like this thing. Oh, have you watched all of it? No. Well, then how can you say it's bad? Well, the first 3 episodes have proven to me it's pretty dog shit. I don't know
Yeah.
why I'd watch the rest.
Senator Abby, we did Saints Woke or Shits Woke 2022 earlier. We already did that in the stream.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Watch it if you want, critique it if you want, hate watch it if you want, I don't care. But remember that it is
You
entertainment.
clearly
It is a
do. No,
fun
no.
bonus.
Clearly care. You
Yeah.
clearly fucking care.
You
You may have 13
specifically
video-
said you specifically said you were doing this because of this.
No,
Jesus Christ.
you don't understand. You can watch something, you can hate it, you can criticize the thing, but don't criticize the thing because it makes me mad when you do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You can criticize the thing, but man, these posts on Twitter, they're so toxic and hateful. I can't stand all this toxic, hateful stuff where people demand or people expect something to be the best thing ever, and if it's not, it's the worst thing ever. Here's a Twitter post of someone complaining about snow goggles in a place where it doesn't make sense to wear snow goggles. See how
And a bunch-
fucking toxic and terrible and horrible this is?
And a bunch of other stuff that I conveniently left out, and I only put down in the bottom in really small text, so you'd have to pause the video and actually read through it.
Yeah. I showed 2 of my examples so fast that you wouldn't be able to read it without pausing.
Yeah. Again, this is what it looks like to be a snake.
Yeah. Not the good kind of snake either. This is a very bad lizard.
Wait. Try complimentary as a member message for 4 months now. But you gave the member message before. What? I'm confused.
No, he didn't give a member message before. He renewed his membership
Oh.
because he was a member before.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So this is the member.
Try
message.
complimentary for 4-month membership message. Thank you. The Sonic movies were pretty good. I thought it had good storytelling and it could stand on its own. And Creetosis is a furry. X D D D D D D D D D. No, I'm not a furry.
$2 from Gene Wrights. Thank you very much. Just don't watch it. Hey, home.
To your life. It is not everything. And this argument isn't when you give a negative review of something and people say, well, just don't watch it then. You can watch stuff and
You just said
You
that.
just said
Exact
that.
word.
Exactly. Like we were just talking about it and going over how that's such a stupid thing for you to say, and then you're just gonna sit here and say, "Well, I didn't say that." Yes, you did.
I want to get that all at once.
movie and you can express that opinion online, remember that at the end of the day, it's completely optional to watch this stuff and it isn't that serious. Watch it if you want, critique it if you want, hate watch it if you want, I don't care. But remember that it is entertainment. It is a fun bonus to your life. It is not everything. And this argument isn't when you give a negative review of something and people say, well, just don't watch it then. You can watch stuff and if you don't like
What do you think it is when you say it's
Oh my
optional? That translates to just don't watch it then.
You
I
fucking
feel like he
idiot.
meant to cut that out and just forgot to do it, and he's like referencing as if like, oh, I'm not saying this, you know. It's like, thank God I cut that part out. Meanwhile, he didn't actually cut the part out.
Yeah.
Creetosis is just a normal guy that could turn into an owl, like David Bowie. I can't tell if you're referencing Venture Bros or not, because I can't remember if David Bowie ever turned into an owl in Venture Bros. But I know his superpower is like shape shifting for some reason.
As Scorchercast says, don't decide you don't like something if you haven't seen it. Don't watch things if you don't like them.
Yeah,
Okay. So how does that work?
exactly. It's a catch-22. If you don't like it, don't watch it. Well, how do you know you don't like it if you haven't watched it? It's a similar catch-22 to responding to anyone online. You respond to a bigger channel, oh, you're just clout chasing. If you're responding to a smaller channel, oh, you're punching down.
Yep.
So you can only ever respond to someone with an equal number of subscribers to you. Got it.
Yep.
it afterwards, of course you can say I don't like it. It's just the constant stream of anger and hate and not liking stuff that it's just a good thing to remember. This
So maybe there wouldn't be a constant stream of anger and hate if there wasn't a constant stream of garbage.
Of terrible shit movies and TV shows and games just constantly flooding out.
It's actually referencing the movie Labyrinth. Bowie turns into a barn owl in that one. I suspect Venture Bros may have been referencing that too. Oh, it's been a long time since I've watched Labyrinth. Good movie.
Yeah.
This is all supposed to be fun. This is all optional. You can turn off the TV whenever you want. I don't know. This is a bit of a messy video.
Of course,
my
it's a
God.
messy video. What dog shit video? This isn't an argument that you're not supposed to, or this isn't a don't watch it argument. Then he just says, yeah, but maybe you could turn off the TV. So you flip back and forth.
Yeah, he literally starts with "don't watch it," then says, "I'm not saying don't watch it," then finishes it with "but don't watch it."
But it's optional. Don't watch it. Jesus Christ.
Fucking hell, this guy's an idiot.
Also, I know I said final note, but quick last thing here. I know there is also an element of racism and sexism and whatnot in the
fuck
toxic
off.
fandom.
Oh,
Fuck
off.
you.
Fuck off. He literally
There
just
isn't
read
even a
some fucking...
single instance. Not even a single one. Go fuck yourself.
Yeah, he literally just read some fucking media articles and was like, "Oh my god, I didn't know about this. I better mention that in my video."
I won't say there isn't a single one. Apparently, this lady got like 3 messages on Instagram that were kind of bad.
Oh my
But
god,
it's
3
not
messages.
It's not to the degree that these people make it out to be.
Yeah, absolutely. My god,
Yeah.
3 messages. The fucking world's ending, the Huns are at the wall, the Great Wall is falling. Jesus Christ, 3 messages. Grow the fuck up, you fucking pansy.
Conversation seen recently with the whole Moses Ingram situation from Obi-Wan.
That wasn't the problem most people had with the show.
Yeah.
The problem people had with the show were the lore breaks and the bad writing. People didn't hate Reva because she was a black woman. They disliked the idea of the character because they could see where it was going with the political slant a lot of this shit seems to have. And based on some of the leaks where it's like she ends up saving Luke or something. I forget what the leaks were. They didn't quite pan out exactly what happened in the show, but people had a preconception that she was going to be a bit of a woke element, and she sort of kind of turned into that. She shouldn't have survived 2 lightsaber stabs to the chest. I don't know why Darth Vader knew she was going to betray him, but kept her around anyways. And there was a lot of shit there.
Yeah, there was a lot
no.
wrong with Kenobi.
None of the criticism, none of the genuine criticism towards the show was because a black woman and it was in the role. That's just used for deflection by the company and people like you, because it's an easy fucking shield to use to write off criticism.
Yeah.
Fuck
Yeah.
you.
And
It
trust
also
me,
just
it
doesn't make
work.
sense.
Yeah, it's not working anymore. People are waking up to this fucking nonsense.
Yeah, I'm glad that shit's finally losing steam and people don't take it seriously anymore because it's so shit. And it just doesn't make sense. Like, you're really going to sit here and tell me that hardcore Star Wars fans don't like black people? Like, that's the issue with Reva's characters, that she's black? It's like,
Hey,
okay, well then how do you
who's-
explain all the other black characters that they like in Star Wars? That doesn't make any sense. What about Lando?
I was about to say, who is one of the most beloved characters from the original trilogy? Fucking
Exactly.
Lando.
Yeah.
Who is one of
it-
the most beloved characters from the fucking prequel? Is Mace motherfucking Windu and his purple fuck off stick.
Exactly.
I am glad. I am so glad that Samuel L. Jackson wanted a purple lightsaber, because now I can have a purple lightsaber in Knights of the Old Republic. Thank you, Sam. You are a legend.
Gotta be purple, because purple's for royalty, motherfuckers.
Not because of that, just because it's a good fucking color.
No,
Yeah, I do really
love-
like purple.
I was
It's such a good
I
color.
was over exaggerating Samuel Jackson. It's like, I'm a king, motherfucker. Purple for royalty.
Oh,
I haven't-
man.
Really talked about that here because I'm addressing a different sector of fans. Fans who are vitriolic about the quality of these products and seem to hate everything, but not ones who are racist or sexist. In that case, that's
You still haven't provided examples of any of it.
Yeah, you
Yeah.
haven't provided examples of the first category or now the second one either. What are you talking about?
The 3 examples you provided were all from the same person and were all reasonable criticisms about the show.
Yep.
There's no toxic, there's no hating everything. There's questioning the bad aspects to the show. Really says a lot about your standards if that's what you consider toxic and hateful and nitpicking.
Yeah, this guy's just fucking pathetic.
Fucking truly is.
$2 from Gene Wright. Thank you. But Reva was the first black person in Star Wars.
Yeah, don't worry,
God,
this one
I
didn't
forgot
exist.
she
This
was.
person-
I take
person
everything
didn't
back.
exist.
She was the first.
Yep, nope. Lando doesn't exist. Nope. Ignore
And-
this.
and-
This is propaganda. Does
and-
not exist.
Brienne of Tarth. I forget. Oh, Phasma. Phasma, right. She was the first female villain in all of Star Wars ever. Especially the movies. Especially the movies.
My fucking god, please. Okay.
just dumb, obviously. But that's not the conversation I was trying to have here, because that's open and shut. This was more about the nuances of fan culture.
The nuances of fan culture. You never mind scratching the surface. You didn't even make it to the surface. Holy shit.
You're looking up about a mile from the surface and going, I wonder what's down there. And then just assuming everything, you fucking idiot.
That isn't racist, because fan culture that is racist should not exist. So in conclusion, I am aware that this video was a bit rambly and all over the place. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it was a dog shit video.
Yeah, that's why we say script
Your
fucking
video.
I just had a lot of thoughts in my head about this that I wanted to get out there. This started out as a Star Wars specific thing and kind of weaved in and out of general toxic fandoms discussion, and I hope
No, it didn't! You didn't even get into anything about the Star Wars fandom itself, you fucking idiot.
Yeah, you just said things as if they were true and provided no evidence for them. And the only evidence you did actually show was actual criticism.
Yeah, true,
It didn't support
honest,
your argument.
genuine criticism.
As Coolio System says in chat, you said nothing.
Yep.
it was generally coherent in some way.
No.
My conclusion would be, I think it appears a certain sector of Star Wars fans are overly negative and always angry because the nature of social media that highlights those with the most controversial or volatile opinions, the growth of over-the-top fandom and movie discussion that has come as the internet has grown, the fickleness of some fans and how opinions change over time as different generations grow older.
No.
Okay, we don't need any of this shit because you're wrong.
Yeah.
The reason, as stated numerous times at this point, that you see so much hate for these movies is because they're poorly made, and that frustrates the fans of that thing. Problem solved. The mystery has been solved.
And this is something I didn't touch on a lot in this video, but I think is important, people get swept up in a narrative and some people don't like nuance. Some Disney Star Wars stuff can't be good, and then some is bad, and then some is okay. It's either all amazing because Disney is our savior, or it's garbage because Disney is the devil.
It's not all bad because Disney is the devil. It's all bad because it has all been poorly made. No one... I haven't seen anyone criticize the Disney movies or the TV shows, the Disney Plus shows. I haven't seen anyone criticize them on the basis of, oh, well, it's Disney, so that means they're automatically bad. It's that they have been poorly made, poorly written. Have you looked at any of the actual critiques people... Well, it doesn't matter because we've seen that you already see these critiques as fucking toxic, hateful, even though they're not.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna bring up. Is it's ironic that he says that the people who criticize this are the ones who are buying into a narrative. It's like, my guy, you are literally here defending absolute dog shit and making stuff up specifically to maintain a narrative that you, for a fact, know isn't true. Like you
Yeah.
literally you showed perfectly reasonable criticism and then tried to label it as unreasonable hate.
Yep.
You are the one trying to push a narrative. Don't fucking
Absolutely.
try and accuse other people of buying into a narrative when that's literally the entire goal of this video.
Exactly.
Mm.
And that's definitely seen with other franchises as well, like Marvel and DC, and even with the Star Wars prequels, which I don't think are good, but people are definitely overly critical of those as well. It's a whole thing. It's a whole dumb,
weren't
crazy
overly
thing.
critical.
We're all just nerds talking about movies, alright? Let's try to take it a little less seriously. My point was,
That's awesome.
narratives are
Fuck off.
I don't like to take this less seriously thing either, because it still comes across as the whole, oh, just enjoy it, just don't think about it type thing. Like,
Yep.
it's not that we're taking it seriously as in, oh man, if the next Star Wars movie is bad, it's going to be nuclear war. We're taking it seriously in the sense of, this is a thing I used to like. This new entry is not good. I would really like it to be good. Here's the problems with this thing. This is why they're frustrating. This is why they make no sense. I don't see how that is taking it too seriously.
Yeah.
And this is the thing someone competent who makes videos would try to explain, rather than just saying it and moving on like this fucking potato does.
Mm.
a big thing. Narratives are a big thing here too that people get swept up in. That's basically all I wanted to say. Even if no one watches this video, it felt good to get all those thoughts out of my head and somewhat loosely structured. As far as my thoughts on Obi-Wan Kenobi so far, yeah, it's pretty okay. So those are my thoughts on fandoms these days, especially the Star Wars one, and why movie discourse can seem so constantly intrinsically negative from some people at times. What do you think of all of this? Let me know all of your
listen
thoughts
to
down.
that- No, listen to that fucking word. Like, go back and listen to his wording specifically and realize how fucking snake this guy is. Fucking go back at that bullshit. Hold on.
So constantly intrinsically negative from some people at times.
So constantly intrinsically
intrinsically
negative from some
negative.
people at times.
Sometimes. Yeah.
Wait, sometimes? I thought he said at times.
Nope, sometimes.
How can you do something
Constantly.
constantly and
Yes.
sometimes?
Yeah.
And why movie discourse can seem so constantly intrinsically negative from some people at times.
Oh,
No, he
at
does
times.
No,
say
he
at
says
times.
yeah, he does say at times.
Shit. I think
But
it's
still,
sometimes.
it at times doesn't mean constantly either, so it's the same
Yep.
problem.
Yeah.
How do you do something constantly at times? It's either one or the other.
Yep. But again, this is him just trying to be Weasley again.
God,
Oh,
and he
what I
fucking
really
said,
meant, but I'm gonna just backtrack that real quick. These are these fucking losers.
yeah. But oh my god, he said Kenobi is good, or he's like, oh, it's okay so far. No, it is not okay. It is
Yeah.
dog shit. It is probably the worst Star Wars content out there. Like I thought Boba Fett would end up being the worst thing, but I think Kenobi surpassed it in how shit it is.
Constantly at times. I never missed 90% of the time.
Yeah.
This video is really sometimes, constantly, occasionally bad. Yeah, I am leaning more towards that this is just some rich dweeb, right? And the reason
Well, I mean,
why
it
is
has
'cause
to be,
I started
because
thinking about his podcast thing, and they were showing they were in a movie theater, and they were actually
Like,
there.
were they actually there, or is that something they could have faked?
I don't know. It didn't look like a movie theater. It looked more like a home, like one of those big fancy home theaters.
Because I do very much get the impression that there's. I didn't see the podcast on his channel when I was going through the videos, so maybe he does have a side channel that does get more views, and maybe he streams his podcast like we do, and he gets super chats. Maybe he could live off of YouTube if that's what he's doing. But if it is just solely the income of his channel here, then I don't believe for a second
impossible,
he can
yeah.
live off his income.
Yeah, that'd be absolutely impossible.
Here's Creed being constantly spiking the well can down the road.
Yep.
tomorrow.
Tomorrow, I cannot wait.
Tomorrow.
Come on, let's get this
What do you
done.
think of all of this? Let me know all of your thoughts down below in the comments. While you're at it, be sure to like this video, check out my Instagram and Twitter at BHL_Hudson, my TikTok at
All right, I think
BHLHudson,
we're
my
done.
Letterboxd at RealBHLHudson. Check out this podcast that I do with a friend of mine where we talk about movies, TV shows, a bunch of nonsense. It's called The Poorly Planned Podcast. And subscribe for more videos like the one you just watched. Thanks for
Hold on.
watching, and I'll see you next time.
Thank God that's over. So let's check out this other channel.
1.19. It's only. It's not even
Okay,
2,000
this is fucked.
subscribers. What the fuck?
1.19k subscribers. So, 1,190 subscribers. And let's take a look at their past several episodes of their podcast on this channel. 137 views, 152 views, 208 views, 232 views, 76 views. Well, that's a smaller video. That's not actually a podcast episode.
Fair.
435 videos. Oh, we got a big one there. 208. Yeah, I do not believe for a second that between these two channels you can support yourself financially. There has to be, like, either you're working a job and you're just bullshitting, or you've got rich parents that pay your way and you're still bullshitting, or you've got something on the side that we just don't know about. But, like, do you have a third YouTube channel? Because with the views I'm seeing here, I just do not believe you can support yourself on YouTube. Unless, like, you're living in the middle of fucking nowhere where rent is, or even mortgage is super, super cheap. Like, you're not in the middle of, San Francisco or New York. You're in bumfuck nowhere paying $500 a month for rent. Because I even then, that's stretching your budget pretty tight.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't think this guy is actually living off YouTube. I think he made that up. And I think he's living with his parents, and or he just straight up had access to their wealth. And because we're learning now that a lot of YouTubers are actually like that. I know there was that one, the guy who caused the adpocalypse. It turned out he is a rich fucker who inherited his
Oh.
family's wealth.
Yeah, I know who you're talking about.
Yeah. The second adpocalypse, I should say, not the first one.
Well, I think we need a palate
Hmm?
I think we need a palate cleanser, and I think chat. We also have some super chats we gotta get through anyway. So
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'll go grab the super chats. But what were you thinking of the palate cleanser? Because
the video Pagan posted.
what video Pagan posted?
Goofy in the military.
Oh, that. Okay, I just wanted to make sure it wasn't anything we'd get claimed for.
Yeah, I'm just gonna push the play button here. Actually, wait, no. Can I bring this up in here? Hold on a second. There we go. No, I can't. It automatically downloads it. Alright, well, I'll just push the play button, so here you go. Because it'll be the voice that'll be the best part of it, so.
Hey! We got contact! Oh, shit! Hey, fuckers! Who are they? Hey! Wake the fuck up! We're gonna get these commie bastards!
Yeah. Fucking hell. Yeah. We're gonna get these commie bastards. Yup. Got him.
All right. So we read through most of the super chats. Were there any we missed besides the one Alex said to save?
No, I don't believe so.
Okay. That makes going through this rather easily.
Yeah. Oh, no, there was one with Alex where he said Pagan can come stay with him if he wants. But then he said that
Right.
again later.
He did send it again?
Well, he said the similar thing later, too.
Save this for later, but what is your guys' most and least favorite video games and movies? So my favorite video game of all time is Morrowind. Least favorite, I guess it's a distinction to make. Do you mean least favorite or most hated? Because those are two different things, as far as I'm concerned.
Pagan? While Cree thinks on that one.
God. Favorite, I guess I would probably say Fallout New Vegas. Man, I don't know.
Yeah, it's a really hard choice because I'm not sure if there's any game I feel passionately enough about to call my least favorite or most hated. Because there's a lot of games I really hate, but to say one as most hated is a bit of a tough pick.
Yeah, I don't really know if I can, because it's like when I hate something, it's usually just, oh, I fucking hate this, move on to the next thing. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't really like categorize what I hate.
Well, okay, I've got one. I know one for sure. Favorite for video game, Space Station 13. It is because it's obviously the one I said. If I'm allowed an internet connection, that's it. If I'm not allowed to play any other game ever again, it'd be Space Station 13. Because there's just so much variety for Space Station 13 as well, and it's just fun. You can just have hours of fun just doing all kinds of random bullshit. And most hated would be Spellforce 2, Faith and Destiny. And I very specifically hate that because I got big into the Spellforce series and I enjoyed it. And I thought the story was quirky and interesting. It's an RPG RTS thing. It's a hybrid. And then I played Faith and Destiny and it was expensive. 4 missions long. That was it. Just 4 missions. And we went on the forums and we're like, hey, where's the rest of the game? Like, what happened? And then they had the gall to say, the developers quoted me specifically and said, back in my day, we played our games over multiple times and we were happy. Fuck right the hell off. I am so glad your company went under, you pieces of shit. God. It's like, you made a really shitty expansion for a lot of money that was 4 fucking missions long. And you had the gall to say, just play it again.
Yeah, that's fucked.
So that one is burned in that spot. Burned forever in my most hated game.
Yeah. See, for me, I do really hate Starbound and Fallout 4. I just don't know if they rise to that degree of most hated. And as for least hated, again, the thing about least hated as opposed to least favorite as opposed to most hated is that whatever is my least favorite is probably just going to be something I'm not really passionate about at all and will probably forget about. That's why I include most hated, because that's probably what he meant.
Yeah.
Same goes for movies, obviously. Favorite movie is hard. Actually, no, it's not hard for me to pick. Lord of the Rings, the entire trilogy.
Oh, there you go.
Least favorite, most hated. God, there's a lot of movies I really don't like. I don't know if I could pick one most hated movie, but I really fucking hated The Spirit and I didn't like Burn After Reading or fucking. There's another one. That I really fucking couldn't stand. Well, there's a whole bunch, obviously, but I can't remember. Lord of the Rings, Kree, that's cheating. Lord of the Rings trilogy is 3 movies. I don't care. The entire trilogy is my favorite. If I had to pick one of the trilogy, it'd probably be The Two Towers.
There's some of these chats I want to read.
I know. Yeah,
The,
they're fucking hilarious.
Oh, the goofy ones?
the kid
Yeah.
was strapped with explosives. I had to shoot him. It was him or us, Mickey.
Yeah, I also like the wake the yuck up, samurai.
Say for later. What is your guys' favorite female character?
Ooh.
Chrysalis.
You got one, Cree? I got
No, not off the top of my head.
Oh, I can go real quick if you need to think about it.
Yeah.
Elder Scrolls Online, Naryu Viren. She is a Black Elf assassin that works for the Morag Tongue, and you do a lot of missions beside her if you join the Dark Brotherhood. She has fantastic storylines. And again, if you are in the Dark Brotherhood, and she hesitantly knows you as an enemy, so you're not like working for them or anything like that. They just think that you're, they obviously view the Dark Brotherhood as a bunch of crazy fucking asshats. But she has a fantastic storyline all throughout the Ebonheart Pact. She has a great storyline because I didn't expect her to come back. She has a great storyline in Dark Brotherhood, and then it goes, just continues on from there. She's probably one of my favorite female characters because she's competent, but to a point where I understand her competency because she's very cautious. She's not somebody that recklessly charges in, and she's not a Mary Sue who's like, oh, I'm the bestest fighter. She's like, no, you're probably. She even looks at your character. She's like, yeah, you're probably gonna kick my ass, so I'm not gonna fight you. She's somebody that is competent to a point where it's like, it makes sense. I understand why you're competent. You're a trained assassin for your whole life too. I get it. But you're also not like, I walk into a room and I take down all 50 of the Nords at once. Like, no. If I said Black Elf, that's funny as fuck. I did mean Dark Elf.
You did say Black Elf.
That's fucking great.
Yeah, I don't know off the top of my head what my favorite female character would be. I did like Sylvanas from Warcraft before they turned her into a fucking crazy dumb weirdo. Someone in chat mentioned Queen of Thorns. Yeah, Olenna Tyrell. Pagan hasn't seen her yet in Game of Thrones because he's been slacking on watching. I wouldn't call her my favorite, but I really like that character. Just the lines where she's like constantly insulting everyone. It's fucking hilarious.
Sarah Kerrigan's good, the Queen of Blades. She's a pretty good character.
I never really got into StarCraft, so I couldn't I don't know much about it.
Yeah, fair enough. Kriya from Knights of the Republic 2.
I was about to say
fucking
Martha Jones. Martha Jones from Doctor Who. Maybe not my favorite, but she's the best one I can think of right now. I really like Martha as a companion from Doctor Who. She's really good. Donna Noble was also pretty good as a companion.
That's because the Lusty Argonian Maid isn't like a character. They're story.
Actually, technically, they're a fictional character within an already fictional world.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, but I mean, it's still a character.
Yeah, fair, but it's not someone you interact with or anything like that. There's nothing else to it.
Yeah, but you don't interact with the character in a movie either.
No, but you get to see them and generally get an idea of what they're like.
Yeah.
Which you do from that book.
Not really.
Yes.
Well, she's incredibly airheaded, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Exactly. Creetosis' favorite female character by asset. Oh boy.
Noi from Doro Edoro. There you go.
I have no idea
Yes!
who that is.
Yes, absolutely. Holy shit.
Just because he said assets, and I'm just like, I'm gonna go the opposite route of that and just be like, Noi.
Or people think that. No, it's even better because when they're fully kitted out and she's in her fucking cleaner's outfit, it does look like just a really buff guy unzips and huge fucking bazongas to the point it pisses off the other girl. It's so fucking fun. Oh god. And then I just remember that because then they do the costume party, and then she tells the costume designer she wants massive fake titties. And then she's walking around, she's like, a boing, a boing, a boing. It's like, oh my god, stop.
Yeah, fucking. I forget her name. I forget the crazy girl that got like a lobotomy or whatever. I forget her name.
Well, she didn't get a lobotomy. Fucking Kaiman ripped her face off with his teeth.
Yeah, well, it's
That
kind of
broke
like a
her
lobotomy.
mind.
Yeah.
Aunt J. Iceman, does your Doctor Who deal with Kree include Torchwood? No, it doesn't. I haven't even watched Torchwood.
It's okay. It is average as all hell.
I've heard it's got some issues.
It does. It has some serious fucking issues. It has good moments and bad moments. Miracle Day is one of the most god-awful, atrocious bullshits in existence. The fucking sideways vagina. Oh my god. It's just... So humans have mortality because of a sideways space vagina is the whole plot point of Miracle Day. It's so fucking dumb. And
Alrighty then.
And they did it to try to kill him because he has immortality, right? And they're trying to get rid of Jack Harkness. So they turned off mortality for humanity so that they could reverse the polarity or some bullshit. It's like, oh fuck off. This is so stupid.
$5 from Alex Hoffman. Thank you. This is the one we missed earlier. Pagan, I have a spare bedroom if needed. But I am in WI, I guess Wisconsin. No joke. Okay, now last one. Well, as we know, that wasn't the last one.
That was not the last one. As we all know, that was a lie.
$5 from Alex Hoffman. Thank you. Save later. Even though you guys will probably forget it after all the ones I've sent, lol. Completely random. Damn, the Ukraine war getting wild. I haven't been paying too much attention to it.
I haven't. I want the Ukrainians to piss off.
I want everyone to piss off and stop fighting.
No,
I know it's kind of the whole no war thing, but like, I don't want nuclear. I don't want to die. I don't want to live in real fallout.
It's like, stop escalating this bullshit. I'm totally happy if you're defensive. I am totally on your fucking side if you're defensive. I don't like your government. I'm on the side of the Ukrainian people if you're defensive. Stop going offensive. And what I mean by that is, stop going to Russian territory and doing it. If you're reclaiming territory that Russia just took from you, absolutely knock it out, because it's a defensive war. You are a righteous cause. I still hate your fucking government, though.
And don't suicide fucking civilians on bridges and shit. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah. God, and don't try to bomb Russian nationals in Russia and then end up killing their fucking children instead. Jesus Christ.
Anyways, I believe that's all of them, unless there's any others I missed. Oh wait, hold on. One came in after I started reading Super Chat, so let me grab that.
Yep.
I believe that is the last of them. $2 from Nathan Harrison. Thank you. Just woke up. Working midnight at a bar is a pain. Oh, yeah, I can imagine that would be a pain. Hope your shift goes by quickly. And that's it for now.
What's the way Setch says bye-bye at the end of every stream? References something? Not really a reference. I just started doing it for my stream, so I started doing it here. I think it's more fitting as a wrap-up.
5 Australian dollary dues from Dilucon. Thank you.
Didgeridoo.
Dollary dues.
Didgeridoo.
Last super chat from me. What Star Wars weapon do you furries prefer? Well, I can't answer that question because I'm not a furry.
A Star Wars weapon? What I prefer?
That last super chat is for Creetosis in Creed alone. Wow.
I don't know. I don't fucking... I don't know, honestly.
God, I like Solo's blaster. I guess that. I don't really know what else I would pick.
I do
Well,
kinda
even though
like
the question wasn't directed at me, I'm just going to keep it simple. Purple lightsaber. Done.
Nah.
Yeah.
I like the... I think I like the Tusken Raider long rifle. I really do. But yeah, besides that, I guess, tomorrow, really good, hopefully tomorrow, fingers crossed, tomorrow, really good video dropping, should be very, very entertaining, it's gonna be very long, though.
Yeah, it's about 4 hours long.
Yep.
Yeah. I can't wait to watch it. Oh my god.
Neither can I.
Wait, Kriya, I sent you the clown thing, right?
The clown thing?
Yeah.
Oh, the Space
Well,
Station 13? Yeah,
welcome
that's
to
in
clown.
there.
Alright, good, okay. Just make sure. Alright. And yeah, and then tomorrow on my stream, we're doing more Dead Space for Spooktober. We're gonna get through Dead Space 1, and then I'm going into Dead Space 2. I think I'm near the end of Dead Space 1, where right now we're going out to clean out the environmentals, the hydroponics, because the Leviathan's in there farting. And, you know, it's dirtying up all the air. We gotta get rid of it. The Virgin Tusken Raider rifle versus the Chad Purple lightsaber. I got range, motherfucker.
So, Kareem, what's next for spooky games? Machine for Pigs? Silent Hill 2.
Yeah.
Or maybe there might be some Monstrum or some Forewarned in there somewhere.
Oh, I'm definitely doing Forewarned on stream, but I gotta make sure I have to make sure I let Ben know so that he can show up as well.
Yeah. I can't wait to see Setch play Dead Space 2, though.
Yeah, it'll be my first time ever playing it, so that'll be a totally fresh experience.
Yeah, I really want to see your reaction to a certain enemy type.
I only know of certain things, like the eye laser thing. It's just like, Jesus Christ!
Yeah.
Because trust me, I've always been thinking about getting LASIK and everything like that, but it's just like, I don't think I can do it. I don't think I can have my eye forcibly open and stay open the whole time and have them do all that thing. I think I would have a fucking heart attack.
Yeah, I couldn't do it. There's no way. They'd have to knock me out.
Yeah.
Which you can't. I don't think you could do that because then you don't have control of your eye.
Yeah. Yeah. Anyways, feel free to stop by my streams, chat. I stream every single day, or weekday, every single weekday on Twitch from 10 a.m. Eastern to 1 p.m. Eastern. So hopefully I'll see you guys there.
Yeah.
Oh, and the Halo Reach video is being worked on. However, I'm liking going through Halo Reach again on stream, which means we're not going to finish it. We're going to do Halo Reach in November, some more in November. But I'm liking going through it on stream because it's also letting other people see all the stuff that I'm talking about. I'm able to show them in real time, like, why this doesn't work, why that doesn't work, so on and so forth. And going back through, the dialogue is so fucking bad. Oh, God! And that's what I'll leave you with for now. If you want to see more, join the stream.
Yeah.
Until then, bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Good night, everyone.
Bye-bye.
See ya.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.